Hello, I'm Professor Lieu here today for our portfolio critique marathon, which we are very excited to do. It's just me right now, but eventually you guys are going to get to hear from Lauren Welch, Jordan McCracken Foster, Kat Huang, and Eloise Sherrod will be here sometime between now and 4 a.m. That's right. We're going to stream for 8 hours straight. Welcome to this video marathon where we are going to critique your portfolios. If this is your first time here, we are Art Prof, and if you cannot afford to take a class or enroll in art school, we've got everything that you need here: tutorials, critiques, monthly art challenges, pro development resources. You want to get started by subscribing to our channel and ringing the bell to make sure you don't miss out on anything. All right, the way this is going to start, we're basically going to critique 2 portfolio critiques every hour. We're going to start off with Leon Zahn, and I do have the artist statements available if you guys want to read those statements. Just go down to the video description below. You will see there is a link that takes you to the Portfolio Critique Marathon page. So that way, if you guys want to learn more about the artists, some of them have linked to their websites, to their Instagrams, go check it out because there's some really cool artists who we're going to take a look at. Hey guys, thanks for showing up. I would love to hear from all of you in the chat. Let us know what you guys think about the portfolios. If you have commentary or feedback that you would like to give, I'm super, super stoked for this thing. Okay, we're going to start off with our first artist. Their name is Leon Zahn, and I just want to give you the basics. Leon is from Melbourne, Australia, and they would like to study fine arts in New York. And their work, if we start off with the first slide, is about a contemporary pop approach to concepts and subject matter. And you'll see that the subjects in Leon's work, they say, oftentimes celebrates their cultural heritage or draws connections to popular culture. And you can see, looking at Leon's work, that Leon's work is extremely diverse. We've got a portfolio here that's got sculpture, there's paintings, there's drawings. So I'm really excited to talk about this portfolio because I think there's a lot for us to dig into. And if you don't know how we normally run our portfolio critiques, usually what we do is we talk about the entire portfolio overall, we give some general comments, and then I will go in and speak about each piece individually. Okay, you guys ready? Let's go. Okay, I think what I'm very excited about looking at Leon's work at first glance is the sheer diversity of it. Because I don't see a lot of portfolios that have so much 3D artwork in it. And not just 3D artwork, but 3D artwork that is incredibly diverse in terms of the materials that are being used. I mean, we see there's this recurring theme of the ramen noodles. There's also some of the sneaker pieces that you guys were looking at earlier. So that's really unusual. I don't tend to see that very often in a lot of portfolios. I rarely see more than like 2 or 3 3D pieces in there. I mean, we really have yet to review a sculpture portfolio. I mean, hey, sculptors, those of you out there, you want a portfolio review? Come on to Art Prof, because I would love to talk about specifically a sculpture portfolio. Oh, thanks, guys. Let's see. We got Tammy, 10,000 Crows, Colton D, Starving Artist, Irma Vasquez, Eugenie Zahn. All right. Thanks, you guys. Yes, you are correct, Starving Artist. It's an 8-hour long critique session. Please wish me luck because, guys, last time I stayed up past like 2 was like 15 years ago. So I just don't know how this is going to go. We'll see. You guys are going to find out what Professor Lieu is like at 3 a.m. I have no idea what that's going to be like. Maybe I'll be like falling asleep. Who knows? It's probably not going to be that exciting. Okay, so Colton, if you want to submit your portfolio, we do have an option. If you give a super chat of $5 during the stream, and if you also put in the chat a link to your portfolio to images in a Google Drive folder, then if there's space, we might be able to squeeze you in. But it's going to be a little hard because we have a lot of portfolios to get through. But anyway, yes, you did see ramen noodles, Lauren, just so you know. Okay. Um, Basically, I guess my first thought about Leon's work is I look at it and I just think, wow, anything is possible here. There's nothing that Leon has really ruled out in his portfolio. And that's also sort of unusual because I feel like when I look at portfolios, a lot of the times I feel like, okay, well, this person's really into digital painting and this person really has a thing for charcoal drawing. But I'll tell you, I'm looking at Leon's work and I don't really know like what Leon's preference is. And so it's a funny thing because on one hand, the variety sort of stumps me in a way because there isn't a lot of rhyme or reason to the way that Leon is deciding to do the next piece. Because sometimes when you look at portfolios, you can see an undercurrent throughout all pieces. So even if pieces look fairly different from each other, you can sort of see the themes. And yes, I mean, we look at Leon's portfolio, and you can certainly see, as Leon said in the statement, that they are interested in popular culture and images like that. But I mean, I feel like I'm looking at a portfolio that is like a grab bag. Basically, it's like somebody gave like Leon's portfolio is like a one of those brown paper bags, and somebody gave it to me, and they said, "Let's see what pops out of that." And so that's very interesting to me. The only thing is, I feel like in some ways that variety, at least at this stage, it's almost like a curse and a blessing because there is this element of surprise when I look at Leon's work. On the other hand, I don't feel like I see a lot of deeper development. It does feel like a lot of these pieces do come across as just like one off pieces. And I look at these and I don't really feel like any of them on their own really would have the potential to be expanded for a long, long time. So it really depends on how you want to do that because there are some artists who really don't work in a more cohesive way. And I feel like Leon's work, at least what I'm seeing right now, there is a somewhat haphazard quality to the way that we're looking at the work, which really I think is quite fascinating because I do not see a lot of portfolios like that. So that really interests me a lot. However, one thing that I would caution Leon to be thinking about is that I do think there are a lot of images here that are too heavily reliant on other artists. Like, for example, I think we all know about the banana duct tape piece at this point. And if you missed it, Lauren Welch and I, another teaching artist here at Art Prof, we had a crit clash video a little ways back where we debated the usefulness of the banana duct tape. So if you guys want to know more about that piece, you can go back and look at that video. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't feel, Leon, as I'm looking at your portfolio, that I know very much about who you are because it's almost like you're speaking through the microphone of these other artists. Like I look at this piece and I start thinking about Jeff Koons and some of the pop artists, Roy Lichtenstein. And then, of course, I think back here, we also had that image of Andy Warhol. And so I'm trying to figure out what's a way for you to retain your interest in the popular culture references, but give this more your voice. Because I do feel like you are being somewhat swallowed by these other artists. And there certainly is a place for that for sure. It's just the thing is, I'm guessing because you're saying you want to study in New York City, that you are somebody who really is developing your voice right now. And I think maybe this could be something that you come back to eventually. But I want to hear more about who you are, because I think sometimes when I look at portfolios, this is something I do. I just try to put together an idea in my mind of who is this person? What is their place in the world? And who are they? And I just feel like I'm looking at an artist who's like wearing all these different masks, and you're preventing me from seeing who you really are. And I feel like at this stage, I really would like to know a lot more. Oh, cool. Thanks for jumping in, guys. Nice to see you, Crystal T and Mary Brubaker and Windows Zombie. And so the other thing I was going to say, Leon, about your work is I do get the feeling that your use of paint material and drawing media, it's a lot more about replicating a certain effect than it is about really engaging with the material. And so here we have this giant, huge object of ramen noodles, which is actually terrifying to me when I think about how long it must have taken to have to paint every single strand of noodle in there. Is just like, oh my God, that's a lot of noodles. And we can see here, I'm guessing this is like the assembly for the project and everything. But I look at some of these other pieces, like this is a crazy detailed painting. Like if you guys get up close, I mean, Leon's in there painting every single little thread of a line. But to me, that's not really painting. I mean, it's a way to use paint, but it actually reminds me a lot, because I had a friend actually who was working at Jeff Koons's workshop in New York City, and it was just room after room after room of recent art school graduates who were painting the most tedious acrylic replications of these like color Xeroxes that they'd been given. And it was such a mechanical process. And I feel like that, to a certain degree, is sort of how you're painting as well, that it's not really about the paint, it's about replicating a specific look. And I think that that can be something you can come back to. But it's like, again, I look at this Andy Warhol piece, and if we go back and we look at the entire piece, this isn't really to me about you engaging with the drawing material. This is much more about, here's an image of Andy Warhol, I'm trying to replicate it. So I would just say, in terms of maybe gaining some other skills, it might be good for you to revisit some of the figurative work that you were doing, because we have this piece here and we have this piece as well. I don't know if these are done from life or if these are pieces you're working from photos or something like that. But even these drawings don't really feel like you're looking that hard. I feel like a lot of these look like what people think figures appear to be. So, Leon, I don't know if a more traditional approach to learning your materials is appealing to you at all, or if it's something that, oh gosh, I have no interest in whatsoever. I mean, that's really your call. But I think that right now I'm seeing your drawings as being pretty conservative. I think the real, I guess, potential that I see, it's really actually, it's in the ramen noodle pieces. I think the ramen noodle pieces are really funny. I think they're odd and quirky and strange. And so if there's any theme that I see in the portfolio, or material rather, at the same time, that I think has potential, I think it's in the ramen noodles. And I'll get to that in a little bit. Eugenie Zon's asking, was that Picasso? I don't think that was Picasso, unless Picasso changed his hair. I don't think he has, since he died. Because here we have another piece, which is the skeletal drawing with pastel. And again, this feels like something that was done really quickly. I don't see a lot of like deeper development, is what I'm trying to say. I feel like all these pieces are like little ideas, like especially the 3D pieces. I mean, it looks like you have really excellent craftsmanship. I mean, these look like they're really well constructed. So obviously craftsmanship is not an issue for you, but I think that you maybe want to think about, okay, well, I have this idea for something, but how can I dig deeper? How can I go beyond that first initial thought. Oh, Leon is with us in the chat. Fantastic. So Leon's asking, how do you think I could expand? Oh, it is Picasso's face. Okay, I was like, am I crazy? Like, I swear that was Warhol. All right, you pulled a fast one on us. Okay, so we got Andy Warhol's hair with Picasso's face. We were both right, Eugenie, right? Okay. So, how could you expand? Okay, I think, Leon, my first thought, you got to take one of these pieces and stick with it much longer than a single artwork. So, for example, you have this ramen noodle piece. I think there was another one back here. Yeah, this one, which is the noodles with the sneaker. This to me feels like a sketch. It's like a quick little 3D idea, but you got to go deeper than that. And so, one thing you could try doing, Leon, is say, okay, I have this one piece of the sneaker with the noodles. Let's try a variations on a theme type of approach. For example, in music, you take a very simple theme, and then let's say you write 20 different versions of that one theme. And that's what I want to see you do, Leon. Like, take this one piece, make 20 versions of it, and then I think you'll have something that you can really spend time with. Because I see you as like jumping all over the place, trying all these different things, and there's a wonderful energy to that. I want to really emphasize that the experimentation part of it is really outstanding, and you're clearly a very hard worker. I mean, these are not pieces that you pull off in a day. These are pieces that you really have to spend time with. I mean, I can't see the 3D pieces in person, so I don't know what they look like up close, but it seems like it's a ton of work the way that you're making them. Like this piece here. This actually reminds me a lot of the contemporary Korean artist Do-Ho Sa. He does a lot of pieces where he has like little cast figures and then he assembles them together. Like he has one that's like a welcome mat. He's got some other ones where the little people turn into a shadow that is a shadow of a gigantic shoe. So look up Do-Ho Sa. I think he'd be a really good person for you to look at. But I think, Leon, it's really about spending more time with the idea because you're leaping all over the place a little bit too much. Okay, so let's go through and let's talk about the individual pieces one at a time. You have these two figurative drawings. You've got this one and this one as well. My feeling looking at the figures is you're not really into these. I don't see you loving this. I feel like you're doing it to get it done. And again, I feel like doing nude studies is not that helpful if it's not interesting to you in terms of the looking part of it. Because you seem like you just wanted to make it look like a figure. Like, okay, well, we'll put in the recognizable body parts and then I'll add some energy with the hair and stylization. My feeling, Leon, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're not into doing figure drawings. So, like, if you want to get better at it, you can, but I don't feel that your heart is set on these figure drawings necessarily. So Leon is saying, should I explore a theme deeper? Yes. So you can say to yourself, okay, for the next 3 months, ramen noodles. That's it. Nothing else. I'm not going to do figure drawings. I'm not going to do paintings. Is the only thing I am going to focus on. And I think that will really, really help. They're live. Oh, okay. You did quite enjoy it. Okay. Well, you know what, Leon? I think maybe the thing about the figure drawings is that you got to really do a lot. Like you got to log your 10,000 hours of figure drawing because the figure drawings to me, they're really conservative. They don't feel like they have remotely the amount of play and experimentation that your 3D work has. And it could just be maybe lack of experience. I don't really know. Okay, so this piece again has those similarities with like Jeff Koons, and a lot of it is like, you know, any artist who's making some blow up inflatable plastic toy, there's no way you cannot be compared to Jeff Koons. And it's a fun piece, but I feel like I want it to be way more over the top. It feels very tame, and I think part of it is that the scale of all of the balloons is exactly the same. They're very normal. Like think about if one of those pink donuts took up like half the composition. Play with scale. Or maybe the pizzas are teeny, teeny, tiny and they're all like floating in a little ring. I just feel like you need to invent a world. Like, I think every single time you make a painting, you're inventing a universe. And so you have to ask yourself, okay, what is the rules for this world? Is it that gravity doesn't work anymore and everybody is like floating in midair? Is it that some things float but other things don't? And so that's what I'm saying is that, like, I think to go deeper, you have to think through those types of things that maybe you wouldn't ordinarily think about. Okay, so here's a close up. And I have to say, I mean, you put a ton of work into making this. Like, this type of painting is so tedious. I mean, I admire your focus and intensity because this looks like work that is very labor intensive. So you definitely have that going for you. Okay, so we looked at the figure drawing. Let's take a look at this pen drawing of Salvador Dali. And again, this is another piece where I feel that your voice is somewhat lost. Because when you deal with people who are so iconic, like Dali, Warhol, Picasso, it's all about them. I mean, it was always all about them. So it's like you don't have a shot as an artist when you have any imagery that deals with any of those artists. If you want to talk about pen technique, I would say I like the energy of the marks, but it does feel largely unfinished. I would say the number one issue I usually see with pen drawings is people usually don't put enough lines in terms of the quantity of lines. So a lot of times I'm telling people, look, don't change anything about the way you are drawing. You just got to like triple the quantity of line work. Let's see, Tammy Dreiger just donated to Art Prof to support these amazing professors in this channel. Thank you so much, Tammy, for your support. We really appreciate that. And if you guys want, it's Lauren's birthday today, and it's Jordan's. Don't ask me how that happened. We got two people on staff with the same birthday. So if you want to drop us a super chat, there's a little dollar icon in there. Give us $1, give us $2, whatever you guys want to give us. We will use that to keep the lights on here at Art Prof. So that's a tricky thing. And I would just say with pen work, you really have to figure out what type of pen works for you because there's so many different types of pens. And actually, we do have a tutorial, actually, we have several tutorials coming up with artist Song Kang, who specializes in pen and ink drawing. So she's a really good person to look at. So you have a couple of these sneaker pieces, and here's another take on the banana. I mean, I like this much more than the other piece, which has the literal bananas duct taped on there. Because I think what's funny about this piece, it's like a little joke. It's like it plays a little joke on you. And so I can sort of have a little chuckle based on that. But again, it's like you just question, I think, as an artist, like, okay, that was funny for a minute, but now I know the joke, and now there isn't a heck of a lot to talk about beyond that. So I guess I would just say, Leon, how do you get your viewer to stay longer? How do you get me to really be thinking beyond my initial interaction? Thank you so much for the super chat, Scotty. That's really nice, you guys. I am just feeling the love tonight. This is great. Thank you so much. If anything, you guys, I just need you here to like make sure I don't fall asleep at 3:00. I mean, I do have a pot of coffee. It's up there on the oven. And so hopefully I'm going to use that. And so I guess, Leon, with a lot of the pieces, they do feel like little practical jokes in a way. And it's not to say you can't be funny and humorous with your artwork. I'm just thinking about how do you sustain our attention beyond just that first engagement. This piece I can't look at without thinking about Maurizio Catalan. He's the guy that did the actual banana duct tape artwork, in case you're wondering. And so for me, it's hard to get past that. I can't really think more than that. And so here's the thing, Leon, you had mentioned, I believe in your statement, something about celebrating your cultural heritage and connections to popular culture. I have to tell you, I'm looking at these. I don't know what your cultural heritage is, okay? Because the imagery, it's so all over the place. Like this one has Chinese lettering on it, but a lot of the other ones really could be anything. And I think that you want to say what's specific about your culture heritage. And so one thing you might do is get images that maybe people don't recognize right away. So they have to think a little bit harder about that because like this type of thing, this like mask, I feel like I've seen this before. I do like some of the engagement here with the paint getting really thick and more impasto like, but it does feel a little contrived and out of place because all of the other paintwork's so delicate and so beautiful. And then all of a sudden there's this like big crust of red. So I think if you're going to do that, you just got to commit. Like just say, okay, now is my day to just blob on the paint. Dionysus Doodles, you're 13, so I can't donate anything. Oh, but you know what? The fact that you're here, that makes a difference, guys. Okay. I know not everybody can support financially, but if you guys are here like cheering us on, I am so cool with that. And Dionysus, I think it's awesome that you're 13 and you're watching us because that's so cool. Okay, this piece I'm very excited about because it feels very epic. And it is a piece that I do have to think about. As an object, it's very strange. Like, I look at it and I'm like, is it a flag? But then it also feels like the shape of a country. But it's also almost like a speech bubble. And so, Leon, this is what I mean when I say getting your viewer curious and giving them enough ambiguity that they have to just think about it for a little bit. Whereas the other one, I go, oh, sneaker, banana, duct tape. Okay, done. I don't think beyond that. This one, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not familiar with the words. I don't know if this is like food packaging or something. I'm just guessing because it's ramen noodles, but also because of the graphics. It looks like something from food packaging. But that's where I think this one succeeds in a way that the others do not. And I don't see Picasso's big ass ego in here or Salvador Dali's. I see you in this piece. This piece really has potential. So I'd love to see you develop that. This piece I'm not as interested in because I feel like what's the difference between this and a photo of the object? I mean, I've seen these all over the place. Like a lot of restaurants have them. It's not really a new image. But I think right now there isn't a lot engaging me in terms of material, in terms of the image. It sort of is what it is. So it is a piece that I lose interest in. Colton's having internet issues, wondering if my super chat went through. It did not. Sorry you're having internet issues, but I'll let you know if I see that pop up. But thank you for the initiative. We very much appreciate that. Yeah, this piece I think it's all over the place in terms of color. There's so many colors. It's like the rainbow effect. And so I would say if you want to use color in a more layered manner that's very gestural and energetic, you need more layers. You don't have enough layers going on in here. And I think that it ends up looking like this big neon sign. So that image I might rework. Okay, I think we talked about the hybrid Picasso face and Warhol hair. Again, it's all about them, guys. And I'm a fan of Picasso and Warhol. They're fine. But you know what? There's so many other artists in the world who are really just as interesting, if not more. And it sort of annoys me that they're like the only people anybody ever wants to talk about. So, oh, Window Zombies. Happy birthday, Lauren and Jordan. Thank you, Window Zombie. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's look at number 14. So the noodle one, I think, really interesting, but you got to start manipulating the sneaker because the sneaker looks like you went to the sneaker shop and you just pulled it off the shelf. Like, what happens if you untie the sneaker and then the ties in the sneaker interact with the noodles? Maybe there's a pile of noodles next to the sneaker, but the chopsticks are picking up the shoelaces. I'm just throwing stuff off the top of my head. This is not really necessarily good stuff, but I think that you got to think about interaction. Because right now it's like the noodles they're just sitting on the sneaker. They're not actually like doing anything. So I feel like you could do more there. This one I think is exciting, but you got to think about how are you going to present it? Like, are you going to actually show this piece like hung up on the wall as if somebody's supposed to play basketball with it? So this is a tricky one because you really do have to be in a place to appreciate this. It gets a lot more complicated when you have something that somebody can really interact with. And then this one, I have no idea how you made this, Leon. Did you put like resin in the ramen noodles? I think it might actually be worth it, Leon. You said you're in Australia, but when I visited Japan, all the restaurants, it's like a whole industry based around this. Like they have like plastic fake food in the window shops and restaurants in Japan. And it sounds really tacky, but a lot of it's like beautiful. Like it's very artful, and oftentimes the noodles are like coming up. And so, Leon, if you can find some examples of what those plastic foods look like online, it might give you some really good ideas because this is really strange. Like, I just love the awkwardness of it. But then I think, what would happen if this was a place setting? Like, I'm just sort of thinking about Judy Chicago's piece, The Dinner Party, where she literally is like setting a place setting for each person. Or those of you who have seen that movie Beetlejuice by Tim Burton, you know that scene where the shrimp hands like grab their faces? Like, what would it look like to have a family of five sit down eating these ramen noodles? Like, that's what I mean when I say you got to think bigger and you got to develop a lot further. Generic name is saying I'm Australian and I recognize that noodle brand. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess it must just be in Australia because I've never seen that before. Daniel saying, you think the wavy noodle almost tied in with the composition of the basketball hoop? It could. I mean, absolutely. This could be almost like the trajectory of that. So, Leon, the thing is, when we sit down, we look at your work, there definitely, absolutely is connections between them. But you got to stick with things longer because I think it's like you make something you're interested for a little bit and then you get up and leave. And I'm going to tell you, stick around. It's definitely going to be worth it. So, anyway, Leon, thank you so much for sharing your work with us. That was really fun to see what you've been doing. And thank you guys so much for all the chats and everything. I'm sorry I can't reply to every single one because they're all coming in, but I am looking at them on the side. Okay, let's see. We're going to look at the next artist. So, we are going to talk about Gaz. And Gaz is a, let's see, sophomore in the illustration department at RISD. And the work that we are looking at spans from high school through last year and a half at RISD. And a lot of their work uses art to answer personal and existential questions. So if you look at Gaz's work, there's a lot of themes about the apocalypse, artificial intelligence. They really like working with high contrast, but they're trying to work on getting more subtlety with the graphite. And it looks like, let's see, Gaz also has a couple of 3D pieces. So these are like these are tiny pieces. They're only like this big. They're only like 2 inches tall or something like that. But it sounds like from reading Gaz's statement that they hadn't really done a lot of 3D work before, but that they're really fascinated with 3D work. So great. There is this piece here, which is, I guess, like a diorama. It's a little bit hard because I think a lot of artwork does not photograph so well when it's 3D. It's sometimes hard to see what that's like. And I guess Gaz would like to know, to help identify the strongest works for their professional portfolio and also the most functional and powerful themes in their work. Okay, so these images I'm going through right now, these are all comics. And I'm guessing that these are all done in digital media. Okay, so I'm going to keep scrolling through a lot of Gaz's images, and I'll do the same thing I did with Leon's, where I'll just dig into some of the overall things, and then we'll talk about the individual pieces. Oh, so Colton, if you're having trouble with that, you don't necessarily have to do that right now. I mean, we do have a Patreon. So if you guys go to artprof.org, there's a link for Patreon on there. You can donate anytime you want. We will never complain about a donation to keep the lights on. Okay, I mean, I would say what is really impressive about this work is that regardless of the pieces we look at, whether it's a digital painting or a charcoal drawing or a 3D piece, these are labor intensive pieces. I mean, my head hurts looking at this pencil drawing and thinking about how long it must have taken to make it. And so, Gaz, clearly work ethic is not an issue for you. You're gonna be fine in that area. I mean, the amount of work here is really gargantuan and really outstanding. So I'm very excited to see that because you know something, guys, you don't have control over a lot of things in your life, okay? You can't control necessarily who sees your art. You can't really see who's going to like it. I mean, that's not something that is up to you. But one thing that is up to you is how hard you work. Nobody can take that from you. And so, no matter what happens in your life as an artist, you can always work your butt off and get better. And that is a really nice proactive way to get things going. So, Juliana, to submit your portfolio, you'll need to send us a $5 super chat and you'll have to put your images in a Google Drive folder and then post that link in the chat. We'll see if we have space. We're pretty full, but you can try. I mean, we'll see what's going on. So the diversity is great. The skill set is great. And so the question is, how do we like rein this all in? That this like incredible energy that you have in all of your pieces. I think one thing you can do is if we go back to, I believe you have these comics here. Okay, let's look at one that has the entire spread. Okay, because one thing I do notice, Gaz, in your portfolio is that you're a little afraid of color. And this is how I know, because I was afraid of color and I did all the same things that you are doing, because you have a couple of charcoal drawings back here that are so crazy good in terms of like the value. Like, look at this digital painting, you guys. This is crazy. Like, and you are probably somebody who just like can eat up every little lick of black in your images. Trust me, that is like my life. It's like, oh, lighting, darkness. That's like the greatest thing ever. And if you have not looked at Caravaggio, shame on you. You should. And if you have not seen George de la Tour, you got to check out George de la Tour. Some of the best lighting and interior spaces you will ever see in your life. So you got to work on color, because like your color, I think it's very much in extremes. Okay. So if we look at this here, this is a pretty washed out looking painting. It's got color, but the color that's there feels more like it's there to enhance the contrast. The color's not the main thing. Now you could argue, oh, look at this one. This one is like so much. It doesn't though. This is like 96% red with blacks and whites. And there's a little touch of blue in the upper section of the figure. Okay. Now, if we go back here and we look at this one, okay, this piece, you could say, oh, well, this one has a lot of color. To me, the best part of this piece in terms of color, it's not this guy, which I was surprised because you'd think he's the main event. He would be better. It's this figure. This is the best part of this piece to me, because look at that lavender, the way it just like slides off the side and then blending that purple over the pattern, over the yellow. Like when you layer things, Gaz, you do very well. The thing is, you don't layer things all the time. I think sometimes you are loving that contrast and the darks and the highlights so much that you let that get in the way of your ability to really process the color. Let's see, Juliana, you're from another country. How much dollar is in my currency? It's $5 US, Juliana. I don't know exactly what that is where you are, but maybe you can just do a quick Google search for what's going on in there. So I'm going to give you contradicting advice, guys, because this is exactly what I do all the time. It's just to mess with you guys. But basically, you have this comic spread and you have this comic spread, okay? I think if I look at this, you might actually try planning this out in black and white first, and then thinking about a color scheme. For some people, sometimes that's nice because it separates things like thinking about layout and placement and composition. And then you can just say, okay, that part's pretty much set. Now I'm going to move on and I'm going to think about a color scheme. Because this isn't really a color scheme. This is more mostly warm colors with a little bit of cool colors. And you got to think more about how to interact those areas because I feel like the color is quite predictable here. So, what I'd recommend you do, Gaz, is I would actually look up Sin City if you haven't seen that comic before. I know a lot of people have seen the movie and stuff like that, but Sin City has really good use of like shapes. So, like in Sin City, there's some like line work and stuff like that, but I think you're almost like working too hard in these comics because you're doing like all this shading and all this rendering and like like that works fine for your like bigger charcoal pieces and stuff. But I think like in a composition like this, it gets really cluttered really fast. Like, do you really need those highlights on that guy's jacket? Do you really need that highlight on that hat? So I actually think with a lot of these, you got to just really simplify a lot more. Now, here's the thing. This is a beautiful painting. This is probably one of my favorites in the comics, especially in terms of color. This is a really good one in terms of color because you have the fire coming out and you look at the shadows, but when you look at them, there's like really beautiful like periwinkles and purples. So this is a good example of how to get warm colors and cool colors to interact better. Like if I were to pick any piece color wise in your portfolio, this segment really has that going for you. But I don't know that this fits in a comic. It's like it looks great as a standalone piece. And I think that's what I'm seeing is that it does feel like when I go back and I look at these comics, that you're composing individual paintings that you smush together. And I don't think you can do that with comics. I think you have to start out by looking at the whole page and like just squint your eyes. Because if you guys look at the two panels, do you see how the panel on the left, if you squint your eyes, is so busy? And all the figures are almost the same size. The right panel is better because the figure at the top is very big. The little one is at the bottom. And so I feel like the one on the right in terms of shapes is a lot better. So look up Sin City, and I really want you to think more deeply about text and how it interacts with image. Because what I'm seeing a lot in these pieces is that you have text, but the thing is, the text is like an add-on. It's something that you just stuck on there later. I don't get the feeling that when you sketched out this comic, that your sketches had the text in there to begin with. So that's a classic problem that I see sort of across the board in all comics, that people just think so much about the visual and they go, oh, I have to add some words now. Where should I put them in the painting that I've already finished? Don't do that. You should have the words in the sketches, in the thumbnails. You should be playing with the height and placement of the text as much as you're playing with everything else that's going on in that comic. Because otherwise, this is not going to read as a narrative sequence. It's just going to look like a bunch of paintings that are thrown together. You can't look at a comic panel the same way you look at digital paintings or drawings or stuff like that. And so in addition to Sin City, I would look at Winsor McCay. So Winsor McCay is a much, much older cartoonist. He was doing stuff at like the beginning of the 20th century, but he has remarkable layouts. Like, you're going to be depressed when you look at Winsor McCay's work because it's so good. And you're like, oh man, like I'm not going to be, I don't know. That's what goes through my mind. When I see brilliant work, I'm like, I suck. I'm such a bad artist compared to Vermeer. I mean, everybody sucks compared to Vermeer. There you go. Okay. So think about the bigger picture. Now, in terms of the imagery, you asked about what were the most powerful themes. Okay. Clearly, we have this gas mask that seems to be showing up quite a bit. I'm also noticing this figure has these like horn-like things. And that sort of reminds me, I feel like you had another charcoal drawing back here. I think it was like a nature study. Yeah, this one, which is of these, what are they, rams? I don't know. some sheep like, I think that's a ram, right? You guys can help me out. I'm not really the scientist. So there is an interaction, I think, between nature, and then you also have like the apocalyptic look, and there's also like all of the anatomy. And so I think what's really, really challenging, it's really hard to have a fresh take on those images because they are so prominent in sci-fi. Like especially I think the gas mask. That's an image which in my opinion is just really, really hard to work with, especially because it is also very much specific to a time period. Like people didn't have gas masks in the colonial times. This is definitely something recent. But I think the thing is, it's like, okay, you have the gas mask, but why does it have to be so recognizable as that type? Like, why can't you invent your own gas mask? Like, put on the lens of an industrial designer and say to yourself, if I were to make a gas mask today for my particular situation, how would it look different? Because once that you see one gas mask, you've sort of seen them all. Now, in terms of imagery, this is one of your more simple paintings, okay? It's not remotely as complicated as, say, this piece, which is like many, many figures and a gigantic scene and stuff like that. But in a lot of ways, I like this piece better in terms of subject matter because it's very mysterious. It makes me think, and it's creepy for that reason. This piece, you're laying it all out. You're saying, here's the god, here are the people, here's the throne. I don't have to wonder very much. Like here's an example. Has anybody here seen that James Cameron movie, Aliens? You know, the one with Sigourney Weaver from a million years ago? Not Alien Covenant. This is in the olden days when James Cameron made good movies. So if you watch that film, you actually don't really see the aliens very much. You just see like a quick little, like this little scuttling. And then when you do see them, they're like in your face. And then he eats Paul Reiser. It's great. Paul Reiser's a jerk in that movie. And so I think, Gaz, for you, it's a matter not so much of how you draw it, but what do you choose to show? What information do you choose to hide from us? And what information do you choose to reveal? Because you know what's creepy about this painting? I don't know if this is someone's back or if they're facing me. It's really unclear. In fact, I don't even know that this is a head because there isn't anything that like says, yes, this is a face. And so I could say, well, maybe this is just a table and there's a round object underneath it. But then I think, come on, it sort of looks like shoulders, but then you're not really giving me enough information just yet. And so I think, Gaz, in terms of some of the imagery that you're working on, you're giving away way too much information. What I would recommend you do, Gaz, if you have not seen the first Alien movie, the one called Alien. Aliens is good too, but I really think out of all the Aliens movies, the first one was incredible. Like the title sequence is really amazing. Like look at this piece, guys. This is incredible charcoal technique. The lighting is like, to die for lighting, which is phenomenal. But as a piece, you're not really building a place. And that's the other comment I would have about all your work in general is just that you're not really into spaces, are you? Like, I look at this one and you've worked so hard on these skeletons and they're remarkable and you're totally channeling George de la Tour here. But in a lot of these other pieces, we don't really get a sense of place. Okay, so I know we have limited time, so I'm going to go through and talk about the individual pieces. This piece I like more as like a texture study, but I do feel that you are overdoing the use of black and white. Because actually the toughest thing I think about drawing in black and white, it's not the blacks, it's not the whites, it's the gray. And I feel like if I look at this piece, there's not a lot of gray going on. I feel like it's just black-white. It's just so abrupt. I like it in terms of ambiguity. I think as a piece, it's like, what the heck am I looking at? Like, is this like rotten garbage that happens to be alive? I mean, this part I like a lot. Like, this looks like guts or something's like pulsating in this like gelatinous flesh blob thing. I guess it's perfect that I watched Aliens last night. This piece, I feel like I've seen it a lot of times before. It's the like, okay, the person who's like saying it's the second coming. And again, it's like you've put all your eggs in one basket. You put so much work into the people that we don't know where they are. Like, picture this: if you had this scene and they were in the Amazon rainforest, it's very different than if they are in Tokyo. Very, very different stories. So, guys, you really got to think about place because you're very object centric and you're not thinking enough about where people actually are. What is the location? Because, in my opinion, a place can sometimes have more character than a person. Everybody assumes that it's about the person, but actually, the place does a lot more. Like, here's an example. You guys know when you like meet somebody and then you become better friends, and then like eventually you go to their house or whatever, and then it's like you learn something about them when you go to their house. It's a way to get to know their personality more. Now, in terms of these studies, you keep doing these, but you got to get more feral. This is tame. You are doing some really good work, but you got to let your beast show a little bit more. That this has beautiful contrast, but you're still very much in control. I want you like teetering off the edge of that cliff, like hardcore. Okay, so this piece, the issue is the background. The figures are incredible, but I mean, where are they? Like, if you take this away, the figures, we got nothing left. I mean, I suppose we have some cast shadows, but that's it. Put them in a place. Then we'll have something to actually really talk about. And this piece too, I think, is challenging because there's just, again, there's so many movies that you're competing with, and it's hard to compete with a movie. I mean, it's like once people get those images in their heads, it's really hard to escape. And I just feel like there's so many films with like people wearing animal masks and running around nude, and I don't know, to me this is a little bit hard to see beyond. Is just like, okay, this some sort of like animal idol thing. Actually, to me, the best part of this drawing is the background. I think the background is way better than the figure. The figure is just telling me everything. It's like way too much information. So it's sort of like, guys, what you have to do, you got to cut back. Like, you're saying so much, and I'm going, whoa, I don't need all that information. It's sort of like, you guys know how when you watch a movie and the movie's not very good, so a character has to stop and explain the plot. Like, that's who you are, guys. You're going, okay, so this guy killed this lady because they were having an affair, which went back to the. I don't want that. I want to like slowly have that information revealed to me so I can start to put that together. But so what happens a lot, people work very hard in the figure and they do a great job. But then what happens is they go, oh, background. Okay, let me do that. And they don't care so much. And so that's when they start to play and experiment more. Like, look at the difference in the technique, you guys. Like, in the background, there's so much play back there. On the figure, you're just going, okay, let's model this, make that rib cage look really good and everything. Because the thing is, like, you don't need all that information. Just because you have the skill, it doesn't mean you have to use it. In fact, a lot of the time, it's about how you don't use it. What you choose not to draw can sometimes matter more than what you choose to draw. Okay, so this piece I'm pretty sure was for an assignment, and I think it's a really good exercise, but you got to let the lighting have a bigger presence. I think that there are a lot of parts of this drawing that honestly could just like group into a shadow. Like, you guys see the two, is it a rat in the lower left hand corner? Okay, so here we have a rat and this like picture frame. Like, why is the rat's tail so bright? It doesn't have to be that bright. Like, I think this whole area in the lower left-hand corner should be almost a silhouette. Hardly anything going on. So you can direct our focus. Like, you have to say, what part of this scene do you want us to actually go to? And I'm going everywhere. I'm going, oh, upstairs. Oh, back there, under the table, over here. So you have to like concentrate certain areas. It's an amazing composition. I mean, this is definitely a piece I'm going to stick around to really look at a lot, but it's like you got to work on the more subtle areas of the piece. Okay, now this piece, I think what you need to start thinking about is time period and getting specific, because I don't know why, like, for some reason in real life, people wear clothing with patterns and logos and accessories, and then all of a sudden in artwork, nobody does that. Like in artwork, suddenly everybody is wearing the same t-shirt. Suddenly, people no longer have logo, like it's so plain. And it's like whose kitchen really looks like that? By the way, whose kitchen is this? Like give these people a place. Tell me if it's 1978, tell me if it's 2005. Get specific. The specificity is what's really, really going to help you here. People have a lot of personality in their kitchens. Kitchens are another place where I really feel that you get to know a person. I love the area in the top, and actually, because you do have interest working 3D, I would recommend that you actually make this. Make a little diorama, cut through that top ceiling, shine a light through, take reference photos. I do this a lot with some of the classes that I teach in drawing, so people can really figure out the space. But I'm just saying, because you are into working three dimensionally, this could be a really great exercise for you to do. Okay, this one we sort of went over. I mean, I feel like this is stellar in terms of technique, but it's pretty flat in terms of subject matter. I feel like it's really generic. I've seen it 1,000 times. Do something different. I mean, give those people something else going on, because they look like all the sci-fi movies I've seen a million times. Okay, this piece I really, really love, and you are very good with pattern, Gaz. So you need to keep that up in terms of the patterning and the cloth. Look at Vermeer. Vermeer is the king of patterns, especially rugs. So I'd love to see that. But there's something about the simplicity of this piece. It's not like your most flashy painting. It's a more quiet, subtle one, but maybe that's what you need to do. Like maybe the artwork you're doing, it's too loud and too showy. Actually, Gaz, do this. Look up, there's two Caravaggio paintings I want you to look at. They're both the same image, but they were painted like 30 years apart, okay? There's one painting by Caravaggio. They're both called Supper at Emmaus. So he did one when he was much younger, and it's such a show-off painting. It's like, look at what I can do. I can paint beautiful grapes and glistening flowers. And you're just like, oh, come on, Caravaggio. Yeah, we know. We know you're really good. And then like 30 years later, he does this other version of the same scene, which is Christ sitting down for a meal. And it's the most meager, quiet, subdued painting. And I think it's better than the flashy one. So look at it. Supper at Emmaus, I think would be great. So this, I don't think is really like a finished piece all the way, but I think there's something here I'd really like to see you tap into. This piece has potential. I would actually argue that you should work on this more, because actually the most exciting part, like I said before, is the sleeping person. And I actually don't really like the texture of the fire. I don't know, it feels like the head is like floating. And then I can't tell if the proportions are like that on purpose or if it's by accident. I think digitally speaking, this to me is one of your weaker pieces. We sort of went over the comics. I think with comics, you got to play with really shifting scale. Like, look at all these firemen. There isn't a single close up of a face. Like, why not have one that's like right up against the face? Why not have one that's like a whole ear? Maybe one that's just a hand, like zoom in, zoom out, go far, go close. You got to really push that a lot more, because I don't think that you're taking advantage of that. And again, try one that's just black and white, because I think you're just trying to do too many things. You got to simplify a lot more. Okay, this piece I'm guessing was like an experimental drawing that you did. I think it's good to do that. I don't think this is where your heart is necessarily. And these I'm intrigued by, these like textural studies that you're putting together. I think you're at the beginning of something. I actually would love to see these as cubes, to be honest. Like, I think that they're fine as flat pieces, and I like that they are somewhat three-dimensional, but I think you might actually have a better time thinking about them as objects. Because I feel like if they're these flat texture studies, they come across as like, oh, I'm studying how to paint texture, which is fine. I mean, if you want to do that as like an exercise, That's totally legitimate. But again, like the image of that painting of that hooded figure, there's more here. It's just this is like the first pass, and you got to think, where am I going to go with this? Because actually, I had a student last semester. They were collecting like these big hunks of wood on plaster, and their whole idea was, oh, I'm just going to hang them on the wall. Okay. But they had just stuck them on the table and they were just standing upright. And I said to the student, I like them better standing upright as objects because now I can interact with them three-dimensionally. And then the student was like, oh my God, I never even thought about that. I just was thinking they'd be on the wall all the time. So it's like, what happens if these come off the wall and we start to interact with them as an object? I think that could be very, very interesting. So you've got some really good things here. I mean, I think the thing that is going to be your biggest challenge, Gaz, and this is one of those backhanded compliments. I'm sorry to do this to you. My volleyball coach did that all the time. He used to say stuff to us like, that was a great play. Why can't you do that all the time? I'm like, yeah, sorry. But basically, you have so much technical skill, Gaz, that your challenge is going to be, when do I use my secret weapon? And when do I muffle it? When do I say, you know what? I don't need that right now. I don't need to be that fancy. I can be more straightforward. It's a lot harder to control that skill because I think a lot of people, if they really struggle with technical skill, it's like they can't really think, do I use it? Do I not? They're just always trying to get it. You've got that technical skill. I'm not saying you don't have anywhere to improve, but it's not a big issue for you. It's not pressing right now. It may have felt pressing recently, but I think you're ready for something a little more subtle, a little more quiet. Let's see what you guys do. Okay, so that is the first round, which is obviously just me. But next up, we have Lauren Welch. So we're going to do a little bit of a scene change. So give us like a couple minutes, and then Lauren is going to be reviewing portfolios in just a minute or so. Okay? All right, so just give us a second. Go get some, pastries or whatever, and we'll be back. Okay, you'll probably hear Lauren and I troubleshooting all this. So anyway, we're still here. We're just like, shuffling behind the scenes, that type of thing. Okay. All right. Lauren, let's find you. Yes, I can. Hang on one second. Gonna get to the right scene. Okay. Hang on. You're doing Kira, correct? Okay. Lauren, let's do a sound check. What did you eat for breakfast?
Oh man. I actually had an M&M cookie. I was on the subway this morning.
You had an M&M cookie?
Yeah, it was bad. I was feeling kind of down. Well, I don't know. It was kind of like that whole thing where I was like, oh, I feel crappy, but it's my birthday, so I should eat a cookie in the morning. Like, that's okay to do.
Hang on 1 second, because your audio. Hang on.
Tammy says Lauren is busy mixing a birthday martini. I was this close. I was this close, but I feel like, I gotta be on my toes for this. Oh, can you not? They said I'm really quiet.
Really quiet. Oh, why is that audio not popping up?
I have the sound thing like right up to my.
No, it's not you, it's me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I kind of Sister Bear says that.
Lauren, you deal with comments while I set up. How's that?
Okay. Yeah, they're drawing tonight. They're drawing while listening. And that's what I'm gonna do for the until my second stream at like 2 in the morning. Yeah, still sounds very quiet. Everybody says.
Yeah, it's not there yet. Guys, I'm working on it.
Yeah, guys, I'm really excited for these portfolios coming up. The first one's an illustrator, and the second one is trying to find out where they fit in the art world, and I think both of them are like really good. There's a lot of art that I found like really exciting, so hopefully you guys like it too. I'm really into it.
Okay.
Still not working?
Yeah, it's still not. I'm still doing it. Hang on. I'm getting there. Okay, I'm gonna turn off my video.
Hi, Dionysus. What a name, Dionysus Doodles. Or is it Dionysus? Isn't that the god of wine? I really should have brought a glass of wine to this. We should do a sip and crit. They do like sip and draws or drink and draws. You follow it up with a sip and crit.
Okay.
I can't believe you're doing tech all night. This is gonna be ridiculous.
It's crazy. Oh wait, I need your birthday cake back. There's your birthday cake. Let's make it a little bigger.
Guys, I forced Clara to put a big birthday cake emoji on my like screen.
I'll be back, Lauren. Hang on.
Okay. Actually, all the emojis that are coming up, for the crit times or whatever, like I am totally all for the swords and the fire emojis and all that.
No, I'm saying it's not showing up on OBS.
The video.
There's no mixer. There's no mixer for her.
We're trying to do
See?
some stuff.
She's supposed to have a mixer.
But it's off on purpose. You'll see me in a minute. It's the Greek god of wine. Yeah. I think
normally there's one there.
I might be wrong. I think he's friends with like Pan, and Pan is also like this god of excess and music and food and just being full of like good delicious things. Bacchus wants to know your location.
It usually just shows up.
Yeah, we're almost there, guys. So yeah, if anybody in the comments is working on artwork right now, what are you working on?
I have to add an audio track?
When I listen to YouTube, I don't usually watch and just like watch things. I like to draw things while I'm listening, or do work, or I don't know, any number of things.
Do this. Fine.
It's really bad when I'm painting though, because it'll be playing.
This is me.
Get like sucked in, and then I won't be painting anymore.
Snowball is me. This should be Lauren.
Right now?
I don't know why the mixer's not.
Do I still sound far away, guys?
Well, let me pump up the audio so they can hear her. Okay, see if that works, Lauren. Just for now until I set this up. Maybe they can hear you better now.
Can you hear me better now, guys? Just give a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Yeah, Lauren, don't pump up your audio. It's making a lot of...
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
The reason I have my audio on right now is because I'm talking with you, but I'm going to turn it off.
Okay.
When we're really going. Yes, the marathon will be on the channel afterwards, I believe. Right? We're gonna have this for everybody to see. Cool. Yeah. I'm painting the personified version of Albania right now. I don't even know. Is that like that? I know that there's an anime where there are all the countries have like a person, which I think is really cool, but also so strange. Like, what does a country look like? Like, what? This is like such a loaded question. What does America look like as a person? Like, what is that?
Just try it.
I'm currently working on
new line tech, that one.
Female version of me strapped in a rib cage. Ooh. That sounds really, really like cathartic. Like you're working through a lot of stuff while working through a lot of technical stuff. That's a really good way to use your practice. Okay.
Lauren, maybe we should hang up your Skype and I'll Skype you again.
Wait, they can hear me slightly better, but not super
Yeah, but
clear.
it's not good because it's going from my laptop into my microphone. Like, it's
Okay.
not.
So what do you want me to do? Do you want me to hang up?
I think we might have, because I don't know why this is not showing up. Should we just try that? Okay, I'm gonna hang up and call you again, okay, Lauren?
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Okay. I am almost back, Marion.
Why did that disappear?
Any better? Italia, that's the name of it. That's the name. I still need to watch it. Does anybody watch oh my god, it's the ice skating anime. That has been my favorite. That has made my heart feel so full. Yuri on Ice, that's it. It's my favorite thing, and the music is so good. And it has a Japanese skater and a Russian skater, and it shows like all the moves, and I'm just like,
It should
wow.
be Weird Albatross.
Easy to draw.
Yeah,
Melting
that one.
pot, like a fusion of a bunch of ethnicities. That would be pretty cool. You know, I still haven't seen Steven Universe yet, but I hear like it's like the best, like really, really an iconic, super representative. Wow, I can't remember cartoon. That's the word. I think America's a mecca. I think America's a big tank. Yeah, the anime. Yeah. I just want to. When I watch Yuri on Ice, I want to become an animator, and that's absolutely
hiding it doesn't change anything.
Through and through. But it's just so beautiful. Like every movement, they watched Skater. I think they even might have taken a video of Skater, and then
I have 2 videos here.
Because
I tried
like,
it over here.
Voice is going that's like really hard to just like make up. Anyway, it's still really neat. Makes me want to actually do a sport in my life. Okay, how are we doing here? Hi, Alex.
Lauren, can you ask them if, because we might just have to do, I don't know why this mixer, it's like your soundtrack disappeared.
Is it an issue on my end?
No, it's not you. It's me.
Okay.
Give this to me for a second. Let me see if the scene, yeah, it doesn't matter which scene I'm in. It's just, can you guys hear Lauren if I pump this up, or is it too painful? Lauren, talk.
I'm talking.
Well, don't yell. Talk to them.
Yowl. Yowl.
You're not helping my audio test right now.
I follow this cat not blog, but cat group on Facebook, and it's just like people that post pictures of their cats, and they also post like questions, like help. It's called Cat Squad, and one person posted today like.
Okay, Lauren, let's just do this because it sounds like this isn't ideal, but at least they can hear.
Okay, yeah, okay, let's just go for it.
Let's just go.
Okay. All right. Anyways, this person was like talking about the cat screaming at the door. It would just scream at the door for no reason.
Lauren, you're on.
Okay. Hi. Can you see me? Can you see a picture of me?
Wait, it works. Wait. Hang on. What did I just do? Now it works. Maybe because it was in studio mode.
Possibly.
Oh, man, that's why. Okay, we figured it out.
All right. Okay, I'm going to turn off my sound now so it doesn't do a feedback thing. Unless... Okay?
Yep.
So I won't hear you anymore. Okay, I'm going to do it now. Okay, guys, here we go. But I can still see all your chat things. Okay, so today I am talking about 2 wonderful portfolios. The first person that we are going to talk about is Kira Beale. And Kira's pretty cool. Kira is an art student right now. at an art school going into illustration. And so I am really excited about this portfolio because it reminds me of a particular time in my life when I was an art student, and you're like learning all these skills, but things are, and you're picking up all these ideas, and it's the first time that you're really kind of going into things, like really delving into content, delving into technique, and but you're still at the same time like weak in some areas, like things get very uneven. And so the both the strength and the weakness in this portfolio, the contrast of that is like a very exciting feeling. Like in Kira's portfolio, I feel like there's a lot of potential, a lot of places that she's going to go. And so we'll talk about some of that in these pieces, but I guess I'll start off with number one, and I'll go through all of them, and I'll talk about some of that, both the content, like good stuff, and then the content unevenness, so as well as technique. So we can do it. Yeah, you can see me. Good. Yeah. So if you guys have any comments too, please feel free to shoot those out there. I know you're already doing that. um, you've done so well for Clara. So here we go. So this first one here, number one. Now, things that I'm really into about this painting here is that it's very confident. The colors are very loud, but they're not obnoxious. They're not abrasive. It feels very poppy. There's like a certain set of colors right now, these pinks and fuchsias and blues that are especially in. I don't really know how to describe it. There's like a kind of, I'm going to call it like a color fad going on. So there's like a little bit of that, a little bit of like the popular illustrator colors out there. But I feel like they're being used in very interesting ways here. Like I love how the background seems to be made, like the background looks like it was pink and then the other colors were painted on top. I love that technique. It has this really nice backlight effect. For any of you that haven't tried this before but really want to, all you have to do is take prime your canvas with a super bright color and then go over it with a really dark color. So that's what I believe is happening here, and I think it looks really nice. The anatomy looks pretty good. The brush strokes, you've got like all different types going on. You've got like tiny, like lots of detail in the fingers, but then you have these much larger scritchy strokes in the background. I think that looks nice. The now the content of it too, I think this again, we're like verging into this like kind of like popular area. Like this is an idea that I have seen before, especially on Instagram, and that for anybody that doesn't know, but I'm pretty sure we all know at this point, is a little Instagram heart, a little Instagram like. And that's so like in right now. Like we can all read that and be like, hey, that someone is liking a thing on, whatever they're looking at on their phone. Someone is having a good moment, a good bite-sized moment. But I think what the issue is it's really it's going into this content that has already been used and shown like a whole bunch of times. And I would love for you to use this idea, but maybe show it like in a different way. Like how can you use that little heart shape coming from the phone and use it in a way that's new? I'd almost say like, try doing several sketches of this. Because right now what this looks like, there's an artist on Instagram, her username I think is pronounced Cyrene. It's Cyaarine, and the artist is Laura Bowers, I think it is. And I mean, she basically she does like pictures of these like cute girls like doing like little likes on their phones or whatever, and this looks a lot like that. So just be aware that that exists, but you can definitely, I am totally into, say, like taking things that are super popular and then subverting them in some way, like using those symbols for a good thing. Hey, thanks guys. Yeah, it is my birthday today. So if you're into this critique stuff and you really want to do a nice thing, you should send a little tip towards Art Prof. That's what I want for my birthday, if anybody's interested. Anyways, I will move on here. Yeah, I do really like the lighting in this. I love how all the shadows are very hot, like everything feels very hot, alive, active. It's awesome. So I will move on to the next one here. Here we have a much more classical painting. This looks like it was done in a class. Um, there are a lot of, as a teacher, both as a student that teaches or that has done figure models and as a teacher that has taught how to draw and paint figures, it's very difficult to make these things like they seem to be just for technique, and it's hard to make them feel like yours. And so the things that I really like about this are is that like the lighting, there's some parts about it that feel like more than just your average figure model painting. Like I think the lighting in it is very active. It's got this classical callback, but it also has this brightness that's almost like the illumination of like a cold light, either a fluorescent light or a like foam light or something. Like there's almost like this blue light hitting it. So there's this tension in it that's really nice. Uh, I Joseph Stalin says that the left knee looks a bit wonky. There are some anatomy things in here that are off. I think in both knees we've got some issues here, like the knee that is closest to us, that's kind of front and center. The way that it's painted, there's like this nice bold stroke that is to the right of the knee crease, but it feels like this indentation as if she's gotten hit in the knee with like a golf club, which sounds horrible, and I'm feeling the pain. I'm sorry to even bring it up, but it is there are moments like that where I'm going to say like the brush strokes get maybe a bit overzealous as far as defining what the figure looks like. There's an artist that was super big in, I'm going to say like the 90s and 2000s. Oh, Clara, you can help me on this. It's the artist the figurative artist that you really like that does the huge paintings. Um, oh my God, I can't remember her name right now. I feel terrible. But there's this confidence in the brush strokes that, yes, Jenny Saville, thank you, that this painting kind of reminds me of, especially with that light as well. The one area that, or the area that really bothers me here is everything except the figure. Like the figure is great, but then like you've got this background that's this very flat black, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me given that your shadows in the figure are very active. It almost feels like the black has been filled in a little bit, or just was like a fill-in color. And this becomes a thing in your later pieces as well. Like you tend to rely on like a filler color to sub for a background. And here at Art Prof, I think we talk a lot about having a background be as important as a foreground or as a subject, like making it really use its foundational weight in a way that's effective. And so I think, I know it's a figure model, but it had like you still have to be thinking about those things, like how can you make this background interesting, how can you make it relate to the model. In this case, I would say even mixing some different blacks the way that you've mixed your shadows, and then maybe loosely defining things that are in the background would be very helpful here. Similarly, you've painted this block and this white pillow that she's got her arm on there, and they again look as if they're kind of filled in, like they don't have the same attention as the model, which again, I get it, but it's like how, like your challenge then is how are you going to make these objects really feel important to you? Because if you're not invested in those particular areas, or if you're not invested in a painting or a drawing, we won't be invested either. That stuff always shows through. It's crazy. It's like this telepathic message that we put out when we make a painting or a drawing. Like people just know. Or like doing a piece of music too. Like if you've ever heard someone playing or like a kid, a student practicing their oboe or something, and they really don't want to practice, and you can tell by how they're playing. Like it's the same thing with painting. Sir Michael says, I think that also the difference in color between the torso and the legs is quite extreme. I don't know what the lighting situation was for the model, though it could be just me. I agree with you. The lighting situation is different. I don't mind it as much, although I do notice it. It's just because like I feel like I don't mind it as much because there are bigger contrasts that I have an issue with in that particular thing. The background and the area around it were defined in a different way. I would probably have like be focused on that more. Um, let's see. I'm going to go on to number 3 here. Number 3 is this pink drawing of this pink man, and this is such a weird piece, guys. Um, I think with this, the first thing that I am looking at is that this guy's leg is totally cut off, like guillotined off on the right side here. Feels very unbalanced. Not just the guy in the chair. That chair doesn't feel sturdy enough for this guy, even though this guy is not really like um, even overweight or anything. He looks like a normal dude, but poor guy, that chair's gonna collapse under him any minute. And also it feels like when the chair collapses, he's going to fall right off the page. So in this case, looks like it was a sketch, looks like it was something that was just done, to practice your drawing, which is good. We do these all the time. But if it's something that's going to be in your portfolio, you really want to make sure that you got that composition down pat. And really this, because you're only using one color here, and you've got a figure that is on a white background, that means all the rest of this is just focused on composition. So it really becomes this defining factor that we need to have resolved. Hey, thanks for the donation, Andreas, and the cute little picture right there. How did people get those? Those are neat. So anyways, one thing that I think happens with when you're drawing a person and they feel really imbalanced like that, a lot of times this is because people draw the figure before they draw the chair. Like, I mean, I do this all the time, and it just every single time it happens for me like this. Like, I'll start, say, either on the torso or I'll start on the head. The head is a very common place to start because it's the most interesting place, you know? And then you're drawing and drawing, you're like, oh crap, I need to draw the chair that they're sitting on. And then what happens with that is that the chair doesn't really necessarily like line up with like the posture of the body. And then it feels like either they're not sitting on the chair or the chair is going to fall down, or it just feels really weird. So basically better planning in this situation, or like having an organized setup of, okay, I'm going to start by drawing, where this person exists. And then I will draw like all of Clara calls them the bony landmarks. And I'm really into that. So I draw like where the hips are going to sit and where the shoulders are going to sit and where the knees are going to be. And I always try to include the feet as well. Including the feet's really important. If you submit this into into a, what do you call it, an admissions portfolio, even though you're already in art school, and they see that you don't have feet, they'll be like, no, 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 no. That's like a 101 that people look out for are the hands there and are the feet there? So, but I will say there are some very wonderful things about this piece. Look at that. Speaking of bony landmarks, look at that elbow, guys. Look at how beautiful that is. That is a gorgeous, well-defined elbow. You can feel those muscles there. You can feel that little elbow bone protruding. Same thing with the face. Look at that zygomatic arch. Clara taught me about the zygomatic arch. If you want to learn more, check out her tutorial about the 5 mistakes people do with portrait drawing, starring Benedict Cumberbatch, because he's got a great zygomatic arch. And anyways, beautiful, well-defined cheekbones there, great nose, great highlights on the lips and on the ears and the forehead. Looks awesome. So moving on. Oh my God, 10.999. Wow, I feel so rich right now, guys. Well, Art Prof is going to be so rich. Thank you. Thank you. Hamza, thank you, Hamza, very, very much. Let's see. I'm going to go on the next one. There are lots of pieces here. Okay. So here we go. This piece, I kind of love it. I feel like, okay, what number are we on? We're on 4. 4 is the next piece that I'm looking at. This is a charcoal drawing. This dude, I don't know who you're getting in your figure model classes, but this dude has got a look. Like, I want to hire him for my figure model class. Like, what is this face? It's a memorable face, and I don't know if it's like the way you drew it or just the way he looks, but I feel like he should be on like the cover of a Dostoevsky novel or something. Like, look at that face there. I wish we could have like a close up on that because I really feel like that's the interesting part. And I feel like that's the part that you really got into. But there are some other good things beyond that. Joseph Stalin says it looks like Rasputin. I have to agree with that. Something Russian, right? Um, anyways, other things that I feel like are very nice about this piece. That shadow on the knee there, that looks really, really good. Again, you're getting a good sense of like your lights and darks and how they line up as like blocks. And that's something that's really difficult. I think a lot of times when people want to draw figures or just draw anything really, they try to define like each detail of the shadow without thinking of the shadow as a mass first. And I see you here thinking about masses a little bit, which is important. I also feel like the background here is more interesting than in image number 2, the painting. You've got a little bit more defined here. It's not a lot, and I don't think it needs a lot, but I feel like it's enough to keep us moving around a little bit. You could put in a bit more, especially with the sense of folds I see like around the knee and the foot. Like that's a really nice moment, and I would love to see like a little bit more definition, I think, maybe in the either in the bottom left or in the top right, just to give us a sense of space, really. But I do think that maybe it's working in black and white that is helping you focus on that a little bit. Like maybe that's something you should work on a little bit more, is just like starting in black and white and doing all that drawing and getting that definition, and then you can move to color. It's really easy. I mean, like, I know personally, it's really easy to get wrapped up in like how colors interact with each other and then like totally just forget about all the shapes and the things that you have to make. Um, hang on. Oh my God, everybody in the comments section is talking about Rasputin now. You guys are nuts. Anyways, beautiful Rasputin face, lovely lighting. Could probably use a little bit more smoothing out, a little bit more in the way of playing with both texture, both super soft areas and then super hard areas. Everything here looks a little bit scratched in. Especially something that I would love to see with the skin is maybe this, since you're working with charcoal and this black and white, is a sense of translucency. I mean, this is like a very like Russian white dude. Like I'm sure his skin is like practically blue because you can see like the veins through it or something. Or that's what I want to look for in this like very strange figure, this alien man. Oh my God. Hamza says, I think having the same value as the cast shadow in other parts would up the contrast a ton. Totally agree. Totally agree. That cast shadow down at the bottom there, that's like the juiciest spot. Seeing that in a few more areas, you could get like a real Vermeer sense of lighting here going on if you wanted to. Look at Vermeer, all of you. If you haven't, he's the best person to deal with lighting ever. Okay, hang on. I'm going to go on to, let's see. This is number 5. I'm on number 5 now. So number 5 is a very, I'm going to call this a classic foundations assignment or foundation art assignment if you are in a drawing class, where you are given a piece of charcoal and you're like, oh, I'm going to do a super close up and really study an organic figure and try to get all of the textures and all of the contrast right. And so I think this piece is really nice because it's doing a lot of the things that in previous pieces I wanted to see, such as like, you know, getting that full contrast that Hamza's talking about, like from the real dark darks of the cast shadows to like the super light lights. There is contrast in the textures being shown from like very smooth areas of that bone, that eye bone in the top left, to the more scratchy areas of these, I don't know, I think they're like antlers down in the bottom center. And then you're even getting that real dry, dusty bone definition, also like in the exact middle, you know, when you're holding an old bleached out bone and it's kind of like scritchy looking. Like I'm really feeling that. One of my favorite areas actually is this area where it looks like the bones connect, like right above those antlers there. There's those little highlights that are put in, and it's just like it's gold. It really makes this piece. It's like so good that I want to see it in like other areas, like say the teeth, for instance. You could put like that little gloss on the teeth. Like this is a nice piece, and it's very compositionally interesting as well. Uh, um, this is Mark Sherry, guys. He is an art prof. He is an art prof, friend of art prof.
Friend of art prof.
Friend of art prof.
And admirer.
Yes, you're a guest critiquer here. And so I think that
That's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a really good piece, isn't it? There's a lot. I feel like this was thumbnailed a lot. I feel like you did a lot of planning for this because this is a complicated composition. There's a lot of tricky balancing that you're doing, and I would say use those techniques for your other pieces. It clearly works for you. Panda Steph says, a lot of antlers, horns tonight. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm into them. They're really, really good practicing things to draw. Okay, yeah, the texture of the bone is amazing on this. I want to know actually what the size of this is. I feel like it's 30 by 40 inches. I remember, I feel like these pieces do really well when you work on them like very large and then shrink them down to like a JPEG. Like you get, it just feels like magical, all that's packed in there. Okay, moving on. Oh, it's huge, 36 by 48. That's enormous. That's like as big as, I usually, that's like the biggest I'll do paintings, really. But anyways, moving on to the next one here, moving on to number 6. I feel like this is a riff off of the previous piece, number 5. Like it has lots of similarities, using something that looks like either charcoal or a lithographic crayon. But I feel like here we're going into areas that are too dark. Do you guys agree with me here? Or like, how do you feel about this? Is Kira on here? I think I missed. I think I missed her. Anyways, so we've moved from having maybe not enough. Oh, hi Kira. Hi Cosmic Espeon. Great username, by the way. My favorite's Umbreon though. Actually, no. I think it's Leafeon. So this piece here, you're getting a lot of good highlights here, but the contrast is going from like the blackest blacks and then like one up from that black to super, super, super light. And it's like very brilliant and intense, but it's so intense that I am having a hard time reading what is actually going on here. Like, I'm not quite sure what these objects are. They look kind of like nests to me, maybe, or a place where squirrels store their acorns. They, like, the textures are interesting, but I'm not quite getting enough of the right information to figure out what they are, and that's frustrating to me. I do think that the balance is nice. I like that we have different perspectives. So we've got like one that's head on, one that's like far away, and one that's like kind of like tucked here in the middle. That looks really good. But I would say get some more information in here, different types of information, maybe especially tonal information. Okay, number 7. Number 7, okay, like I'm a sucker for these things. This is like I'm gonna guess this is gouache. It is a color study or pattern study. This is like super dynamic. I can tell that you're really, really into color. I feel like this is where you're showcasing a lot of your ability to make it pop out, to do like really cool 3D effects, and it seems like really good planning. I would love to see you take things from this piece here and apply them to other pieces. Like I have less critique about this piece as it is, mostly because I'm like just so biased. I think it's a wonderful jewel of a piece, but I really want to see like this say applied to whoops applied to like say the girl in like number one, or maybe like one of the backgrounds of your pieces, or maybe like on the figure in number three. Like this is just like a tool for your toolbox, you know. Uh, moving to number 8 here. I feel like actually this is a great transition from number 7, because you are starting to really experiment here in a way that's very like exciting. There's so many different colors, techniques. There's a kind of confidence to this. I mean, like, look at the way that these little tomatoey things, I don't know what they are, sketched in on the left. Like, that's super exciting, and it feels like very loose in a way that some of your other, like, you do have a confidence in the way that you paint, but it's not always there. And I feel like this is really bringing out a new skill that you can use. I'd say this is one of their most stronger pieces so far. That's what Rebecca says. Totally agree here. In fact, I think this might be my favorite, if I'm allowed to have favorites. There's just like, certainly this, I think this is a piece that you should take and you should save, and take all those techniques that you're melding together here and use them in further pieces. Like, check out this shadow, or this like stripe in the middle. Like that, it's a blue or purple stripe, but it's so complex. Like there's so much there's like this red showing through. It's like kind of wavy. It's vibrant. It's brilliant. And then these apples, they don't just feel like apples. They feel like really intense. Like slap some white on here, put this weird green color here, but in a way that like is cohesive. Like still feels kind of like an apple. It's like, you know, you've got the, what's his name, Cezanne, who did all the apples. Like you've got a Cezanne friend there with your apples. Let's see. Sarah says, hi, would you guys maybe be able to let me know when your critique will be? Clara, you can answer that. I'm not sure. Okay. I'm gonna go on to number 9, and number 9 and number 11 make me realize, or make me know, why I got your particular portfolio critique, Kira, because Clara really knows that I love cats. And so I really love this piece because I think it's quite charming, and this cat is beautiful. And tell me what the medium is here, please, if you could. It looks like a kind of printmaking, but I'm not sure what type. I think things that are really nice here are the level, like the different textures going on, the size, like the size of the module, the size of the leaves. It's very appealing. Like you have like a good ratio of these smaller ones to much larger petals. Like I feel like I can go forward and back in this piece. The only thing that's kind of, you know, not working for me here is actually the cat. Like I think the cat face is great, but the cat body feels like another leaf. It blends in a way that I feel like is not actually like how cats blend into things. I'm not saying like be photorealistic or whatever. I'm just saying that that texture of that cat is not very believable. He feels kind of like a marshmallow. But I really love the face. I think the ears are done very nicely, and I love that gaze. I think it's very cat-like, and it's just a very charming picture. Moving on to number 10. Yes, I think that, yes, this is number 10. You have these sketches here. And so one thing, I think it's really great to include some of these. They look like you've been doing them in your sketchbook. They might be from life. They've got an immediateness to them that's nice. I do want to point out, I believe that in this piece and in some of your other pieces, you are using a solid color as a, I'm going to call it kind of like a stylistic crutch to finish a piece. I feel, I see these and I think of like the second piece that you did with the model and the black background. And it's okay to create styles like that, but I would be very wary of you using them as a shortcut rather than like an intentional thing. Again, this goes kind of into like the what's popular right now thing. This is something that I've seen like a whole lot. I do think it works for a lot of things, but it's also just like it's out there and you want to know that it's out there. And if you've got a reason for using it, you want to, like, you should have a reason for using it, is what I'm saying. A good artist to look at is Hope Gangloff. She does a lot of like immediate marker drawings that have the same kind of like stylistic, like I'm going to draw my friend now, I'm going to draw this tree, but she approaches the backgrounds in a really interesting way, a really stylistically like poppy way that I think that you would like. So just take a look at her if you've got like a moment. Eugenie says, how do these three images relate? I feel like they're all sketchbook images, really. I don't know if they've got like a relationship beyond that. They feel like they're like slice of life kinds of things. You don't have to look at my marker drawings. My marker drawings are I've got a much different approach than the people I'm talking about, but I do like to do marker drawings. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna go to the next picture. Another cat picture here. This is number 11. I'm so obsessed with this. I think this is a great image. Again, the same thing with the background. Try to be careful about the reasons you're using it, but in general, I love the way that you kind of like pile these cats on top of each other, like a cat pile. Like, if anything, I would want you to do even more of them. I want to see this be like 12 pieces, like 12 pieces of paper with like 100 cats on them. There's a book that's called, it's a children's book. I think it's called Millions of Cats. It might be called Millions of Cats. And it's about this woman that collects all these cats. And the thing that's really memorable about the book is that like by the end of the book, she's like living in a mountain of cats, and this person has drawn every single cat, and it's so much. And so like when you're in a position like this and you've got like all these cats where they all have these individual forms, each of these cats has a personality. But what I would love to see is like you take all this like too muchness and make it too much too much. That's going to make it like a really memorable thing for us. You know, but as it is, I still like really love it. Oh my God, a mountain. Oh my God. I'm done. I quit. I'm done. That wins the night right there. I own 5 cats, so naturally they make it into a lot of my work. I think that's good. You know, artists, there are books out now where they're just full of like painters' cats. Like it was common before it was a meme, you know, like cats have been there since the dawn of time. But I do think that you should make a piece called Your Cat Mountain. I think that's got to be your next piece, please. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. I love this. This one so here's a situation where I think that the black actually works very well, this filling in, and I'm going to tell you why. The shape of the black is like super active, and it also weaves into the different people here. Like there are areas, like it looks like there's a person with like dark hair here, and that part's also black. So there's this sense of this being like a web or of like multiple layers here, even though this looks like it was one sketch that you did over a period of time sitting in a cafe and you just kept going and going and going. So you've got that part that's really successful, this instantaneousness, but then also this style that you're choosing with the black is adding to that in this way that makes it feel like very finished, very interesting, like a visual playground, and also makes us like look away or feel like your stylistic choices or your immediate drawing choices, like where the anatomy is not quite right or like where lines are like super thick, it makes those things feel integrated and important and like they should be there. So I think that is amazing. Save this one and work from this one. Going on to number 13 here, I think that this one, the gradient on it is really nice. I would love to see maybe more layering going on here. You've got this white that's going through this body here. But it's not convincing to me that it is not convincing to me that it is a separate layer or that it has a place here yet. Like, I'm not sure why it's there, so I'd love maybe more dictation as to what that is. Maybe more tangling with the hair between these white pieces. Um, uh, uh, you should look at some old Japanese like woodblock prints. I think Hokusai has some of these, where like some of there'll be pictures where like the kimonos and hair are like tangled up into other things in this like very beautiful, intricate, patterny kind of way that I think works with some of your other pieces that you've been doing. Also give you a little bit more depth beyond like, you know, just doing like a girl that has like pink hair that's got like a blindfold. Again, like talking about these concepts that are like often like shorthand used like in Instagram, but you should turn them into things that are your own or something beyond just like these like Instagram subjects. Um, okay, then number 14 here. This one, you've got like a little bit more going on, and like I'm super into these like red, gross, slimy hands, like that green, it looks great. This looks like it might be a silk screen. I'm not sure what it is, but I get the sense of like the layering of colors and like the registration. Like if it is a silk screen, I would definitely encourage like playing with registration and misregistration more. Or creating textures that are layers. I think like that is like a really fun area to go into, and you're already starting to go there with that kind of greeniness there. Also, again, I would look at Japanese woodblock prints for this area, especially like horror woodblock prints. You're kind of touching upon some of those themes there. Let's see. Going on to 15. Here again, we've got this, you're using the filling in of the black. I think here it makes, again, maybe a little bit more sense, although I would really like to see more depth, like going front to back, especially because here you've got a figure that's been repeated several times, and it feels like a sense there's a period of time that's passing in this. You know, when you repeat a figure a whole bunch of times, it feels like a slow-mo movie or something. So both, I would love to see both maybe like some translucency or layering between the actual figures, and maybe translucency with this smoke that's kind of happening here. A great artist to look at for this is Clara herself. If you go onto her website, she's done whole series of figures that are waiting, falling, digging. I can't remember the fourth one, but they're done on I think some of them are done on Mylar, and sometimes you use tissue paper, and the Mylar creates this looking through fog or looking through smoke effect that is very compelling and would work for an image that's like this, would give you some great ideas. Let's see. Whoops. I think that in like going over your portfolio as a whole, like clearly you've got like some ideas you're working with and some styles you're working with that I'm like really excited about for you. I think like to like kind of put everything into a concise word thing is focus on the things that you really like that make you feel you. And also be careful of the tropes that you're using and why you are using them. I think in general your technique is really fantastic. Like you are like clearly putting in a lot of effort and doing a lot of work to really get your drawing chops down, and I'm really impressed by that. Just you would do better if you did more planning too, and planning will also help your conceptual side as well. So yeah, I think time to move on to Zoe's work, right?
Yes, Lauren, can you hear me?
I'm gonna put your voice on again. Okay,
Can you hear me, Lauren?
I can.
Okay, we are going to go into studio mode. So give us a second. Hopefully, we will have this figured out. So we will be back in just a little bit. Okay, let me set up. We're doing Zoe Resner. Yep. Yep. Okay. I promise I have this figured out.
Great! Everybody's so awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Kira. Thank you for submitting your work. It's been really fun. Oh my god, you put so many comments, Clara. What are you doing?
I'm crazy.
It's like people get two critiques in one because they're
Well,
still here.
it's a way for me to eat dinner, but also contribute at the same
What are you
time.
eating for dinner tonight?
Hang on one second. Where's the. Oh, where's the birthday cake? Birthday cake, come back. Oh, there you are.
That's the most important part, not the actual artwork, just the
It's
birthday
just the
cake.
birthday cake. That's all that matters.
Um, can I intro Zoe while you work on that? Will it?
Check in the chat. I don't know how good the sound is right now because I'm still in studio mode.
All right. How good is the sound right now, guys? Can you hear me, or do I sound far away? Avon says the falling figures has a nice S curve composition to move the viewer through. I totally agree with that. I feel like the actual composition was like well planned out. It's just like how can you add a dynamicism in the it's like there's height and length, right? And then we're talking about depth. How do you add depth now? Yeah, they said they can barely hear me, so I'm gonna wait to intro Zoe's work.
Okay, Lauren, you should be
Yeah.
good to go.
Okay. Can you guys hear
Ask them
me?
if they can hear you.
Okay. If you guys can, I'm gonna. Oh, the birthday cake's not showing up. You need the birthday cake. I'm gonna put the birthday cake. Let's see. How do you put things in the chat? Oh, there. Ooh, there's the cake. Rebecca says, this channel has helped me so much because a lot of the mistakes that these artists make are ones I catch myself making as well. So these live streams really help me keep in mind while I draw. They help me too, actually. Like, Clara, do you feel like this when you are either teaching or when you're critiquing? Like, you're like, I do that too. I should stop doing that. Or, oh, this is really cool. I want to actually take from this artist and learn more. That's how I feel with you guys. Especially like Zoe's got a few pieces here that I'm like, oh, this reminds me of an artist that I love, and I definitely want to do a piece like this. It's totally okay, guys, to take inspiration from the artists that you really like. I'm not talking about like stealing per se, but kind of stealing. Just like take all the things that you like and roll them together into your artwork. Say, absolutely, because I'm a total hypocrite and do all the bad stuff I tell my students not to do. Yes, you do. And then we tell you that you're doing the things that you tell us not to do. And then you have to eat your words. Like, I'm gonna eat that cake emoji. Okay, are we good to go?
Yes, Lauren, we are good to go.
Okay. All right. Oh, hey, this is 10,000 Crows in a Trench Coat. Okay, Zoe, your username is the best username of all time. Okay, Clara, I'm putting you on silent and we are on. Okay, so 10,000 Crows in a Trench Coat, who is here with us tonight, this is their portfolio. And so 10,000 Crows, or Zoe, self-taught artist, has been trying to figure out where they fit in the art world a little bit, like what the mediums are really working and what ones I want to put aside. And turns out oil paint is the best one. 10,000 Crows, if you've got other things to add, please add them. Or like if you've got details to add during this crit, I'm like very happy that you're here tonight to, put in commentary. And one thing of note is that these are in chronological order, and you really wanted stuff about contemporary art and art history. So I'm going to try to shoot as many references out there as I can, and you can just either write them down or watch later and look them up as you go. Clara always tells me I do too much art history, and we have no slides tonight, and I'll try to stay on task. But I'm glad that you like that stuff. So let's start. I guess like I'll give a little roundup as a whole. So the one thing that I am really interested in about your work is that you get like a little bit weird. Like you have some stuff that's like really like, okay, here's a figure, here's a girl, but then you have things that I'm just like, what are you like what are you doing? Like what is this? So for instance, there's like a man, well, I don't know, a figure with like an octopus tentacle that he's either holding to their head or is their head, and it's like a very strange piece. Or there is, for instance, this person that has two sets of hands that's praying that looks like some kind of idol or some kind of other Rasputin figure, but is clearly religious, and it is weirding me out, but in like a very good way. Uh, let's see. Avon says a flock of crows is called a murder, so that makes her nickname a murder in a trench coat. You guys are too good. We've got a mountain and then a murder in a trench coat. Uh, so, anyways, I am really interested in this weirdness that you get, but it looks like you're still trying to really develop your technical chops. And one area that I see is kind of difficult for you is you're not quite sure how to apply color. That could be just me. That's the thing that I'm always looking at first, but you have a kind of mistiness to some of your pieces, or you tend to focus on like using like one wash of a color, and it makes me feel like you're feeling a little bit timid. So I would say really practice in general on doing a lot of studies that aren't just like in black and white, but like force yourself to work with a bunch of colors. Just like put some on your palette. One of my favorite things to do is like watch a movie, uh, pause it on a still that like I really like, that I think is really cinematic and beautiful, and then use Photoshop to pick out all the biggest colors in that. Then mix my paints to be those big colors, and then paint with that palette. It's a really easy way to have like a good looking painting, or a really fashionable looking painting or drawing. So okay, let's start with number one here. Oh my God, a murderous mountain in a trench coat. I can't handle it. Okay, so first piece here, number one, we have looks like a girl with a purple background here. And so I think the things that are really working here, I love the sense of movement happening with the braids. It's got a very nice flow to it. I think that the hair is dictated in a way that actually works for the most part. I mean, there are some areas like the around purple area that are like a little bit like chunky, but in general, I think like the shape is very nice and the level of detail is just right. I think you definitely need to up your contrast like a lot, and also maybe take better pictures of the artwork. This might be an iPhone photo, I think, or like a smartphone photo. I would make sure that your phone is not blurry. First of all, I'm always having to wipe off my lens with like a piece of cloth or something, and that will help get you a sharper image. Because I feel like otherwise this could be like a technical issue where maybe uh, your hand is smudging the paper a little bit when you're working. I don't know if you're right-handed or left-handed, but a thing that helps with that is putting down a piece of paper under your hand while you're working, just to make sure that your like sweat glands aren't like sweating all over your piece of paper. I think that the texture in the background is really nice. I don't, it looks like there are little stamps happening there, like a little drawing. I think that's really interesting. It feels like the Matrix, and I would want you to bring that out more, like up that contrast just a little bit. I think that that's like the most interesting part of this piece in a way. Um, you've got some issues with like anatomy. I would say do something like Jordan's anatomy challenge where you draw like 100 faces, do 100 self-portraits, do something like every day, and that can really help you work on some of these issues here. And also like really work on the areas that aren't just like the facial features, like I mean, like the eyes, nose, mouth, like work on the cheekbone and the forehead and the chin, like all that's, there's so many muscles going on there. So, and also in the neck too, as I think Joseph Stalin said, like, uh, just look at all those muscles and try to depict as many of those as possible. Oh my God. Well, where is the dog with glass? Is the dog with glasses later? Yes, it is. It's the last one. That one's really funny. Okay, let's go on to the next one here. So this is again, this is like getting into like the kind of weird stuff. Like this is I have seen images of like women that look like cellos or something, and like all different sorts of like anatomy instrument meshes, but I haven't really seen one that's quite like this. And part of me is like, I don't know what's going on. And the other part is like, oh, this is kind of wonderful and a weird dream. This is kind of cool. So I think like the subject itself inside there, that's really interesting. There's a lot of like different, it's not the usual way that I see one blending a body and an instrument together. But I think that it is suffering a little bit from like your indecision as far as like what's happening in the background. Again, one of those things is the issue with like the color being like fairly washy, but not necessarily having a reason to be washy. It would be nice to have like some oomph in there somewhere, at least to balance out the washiness of like the overall piece. But then also I think like this piece could really do well with like, again, like some thumbnailing. I think like you're almost there in some ways where like this could be a really interesting piece with this nice border that you've started and with some of these lines that are mirroring like strings and stuff like that is interesting. But it's like when you get to the left hand side of the image, you just have like this white wall. And I'm all for having like some space in a piece, but that white wall is like not quite the kind of space that I'm looking for. It just looks like the ending of the image like ended too soon. Uh, play this place is full of puns. Playing you like a fiddle is what Joseph Stalin says. Um, Also, the dog's name is Kermit. Cool. Okay. So yes, more thumbnailing. Try working with gouache too. We just had this gouache tutorial that like has gotten crazy views recently. It's actually a really good tutorial. It's starring Alex Rowe, and he teaches you all about how to use gouache and make it look like really nice. And he can talk about it a lot better than I can, but maybe that's a medium that could help you, because sometimes if a piece is looking too washy, gouache really does the trick. Wash and wash rhyme, and that's really hard to say. Um, okay, number 3 here. Number 3, we have we've got okay, so there are a lot of different tropes going on that I'm kind of like, you know, but then on the other hand, there's like some things here that I think have a lot of potential. So, okay, trope number 1, we have the power lines. Power lines with that are a, what do you call it, silhouette. This is a really common image, just so you know. Also common is having like a UFO coming in at night. I think that UFO is hilarious though. It's kind of like doodled in there. It's like, ooh. It's like, so I'm also like, while I'm like, oh, this falls under like some certain art things, I'm also like fairly amused by it. One artist you might really like to look at is Simon Toski. He uses a lot of like aliens and like kind of Dragon Ball Z type people in his work, but in a way that's like very fresh and interesting and like not oh no, this mic is falling. Not not expected. And one way that you can do that is through like layering, which I'm seeing you start to get like in these trees below. There's this certain luminosity that I'm really into. That's actually the most interesting part of the piece, is that you've got like a whole neighborhood going on down there, and it's like super creepy and weird and totally at odds with like the top of the image. Where you've just got like, oh, these clouds and this little UFO guy and stuff. It feels like they're almost two separate paintings. So I would really push that. I think one thing that you could use throughout your artwork is maybe planning through Photoshop and collaging your images on Photoshop first. Simon does this, but I'm not saying it because Simon does it. I'm saying it because you have lots of like weird little things, and your whole like thing that I would love to see you focus on is that integration, that making it like one whole image that really reads as one image, even though it's made of different parts. Another artist that does this is David Sally. He's like real old school version before Photoshop existed. He takes like different styles of images and puts them together in one thing, and it turns into this like really bizarre, like I don't know how to read this, but it's interesting thing. So take a look at him too. Uh, Rebecca says, I wish the contrast that is shown in this piece can be distributed into some of the other pieces as well. I love the UFO in this piece too. Yeah, do you guys all love do you guys like the UFO or not like the UFO? I'm kind of like, it's got, like, I want a tattoo of this UFO. I kind of like think it's adorable, but I also don't quite know if it's like totally being successful in the piece yet. Oh, thanks for writing that, Clara, David Sally. Um, yeah, I wish the UFO was like the whole piece and sitting like maybe on top of those, like that silhouette. Oh my God. I like, maybe you should just take this, like there is gold leaf used in another piece, and another way that you can go is go like, so the word is not trashy, but kitschy, like go so kitschy that it's like kitsch 500% and beyond. Like take all these things and really be purposeful about putting them in, like being like, I know this is kitsch, but I like it. I think it's cool. Like that is also a totally like valid way to go. Yeah, people like the UFO. Clearly, you've got something going here, and I really appreciate that. I am gonna move on here because I want to stick to time here. We're only on like the third image. Fourth image here. We've got this is a portrait of a woman, and she's like kind of doing like the side eye thing going on here. I think this is like really great practice piece. Like I'm feeling more of that confidence that I wished I'd seen in some of those previous images, where you've got that really nice mark on, or that highlight on the chin that's like this one rub of a mark. And you've got that also happening like in the eye as well. There are a lot of like solid marks. You're not getting too fiddly. I feel like it's so easy to get fiddly on a portrait. So kudos to you on that. I think that that's great. I think that is maybe some more attention that you could say put around the lips specifically. There are a ton of muscles in your lips, guys. Or not like just in your lips, but around that whole jaw area. Like it takes a lot of muscles to talk. And it's very hard to draw them effectively. So like I can see like maybe the slightest indication of getting those muscles in there, but something that could be really useful to practice the skills to draw old people. Old people, their skin is like so saggy around their mouth because they've been talking for so many years that their muscles are just like, and their skin's just like all like, ah. So you can really see like all of the like the skin is really responsive to expressions, and it can really help you get the sense of, oh, this is how the mouth moves, this is how the mouth is set into, or this is how the lips are set into the mouth, into the jaw. I think in general as a piece, like this suffers from some of the stuff that we've talked about in previous pieces, where if you just draw a portrait like on a straight sheet of paper, like you're left with like, oh, was the rest of the sheet of paper even here for you? Might as well just like, cut it out. Like there are certain pieces that do benefit from like this kind of like unfinished look, but if you are doing a portrait in general, you want to also be aware of like, how can the background be useful or a good foundation for the foreground for the portrait. One part that I do like, though, that this piece does better than some of those just like, oh, I'm going to draw a portrait on a sheet of paper, is that you have like what I'm gonna say, it looks like a cat silhouette that's waving in the corner, like in the like by the left side of her face. Can all you guys see that? Like the two little ears? I don't know if that was done on purpose, but I think it's hilarious. And then like appreciating that and seeing that makes me see the tangles in the top of the hair, and I think that that's really interesting as well. So like similar to how we were talking about Kira's work earlier, where the foreground or the darks and the lights like kind of mesh together, like that could also be something that you could use in a way that's effective. Um, yeah, me and my cats. I see a cat in everything. If you guys didn't know, I have two cats. We actually did a tutorial on my cats. It's called How to Draw Cats, gesture drawing. It's really good. They're Maine Coons. I highly recommend it because they're my cats. Oh yeah, you just posted about it too. Yeah. They're pretty silly cats. Anyways, I think that could be also a way that you go. If you're going to use this white space around the area, why not make that white space turn into like little active creatures? Not necessarily like fully dictated creatures, but like what if we are starting to cloud watch like in the space around the hand, or like the way that the hair falls like to the right of her neck, like all these things are ways to finish like the whole piece without actually drawing in that white space. It's the mountain conspiracy. Yeah, this needs more mountain, guys. We need more mountain. I'm gonna move on to the fifth piece here. Now, this piece, I'm just like obsessed with. It's got a little dog, which I thought was a cat at first. But that doesn't mean anything. There's some weird stuff going on. Like this skull is eating some Chinese food. I don't know why. It looks like there's either an owl or a dog on the skeleton shirt. Like what? There's like a smiley face blanket and like a little creature with a witch hat and a dog, and it's raining, and it looks like my New York apartment, and just like the colors are crazy. Like I feel like this piece is very so bizarre. It's like kind of outsider art. Clara, you should put up like a Wikipedia link to outsider art, because it's like a whole genre, guys, of like self-taught artists that end up like stumbling on something like really big that's on like, you know, better than anything that any like school taught artist has ever done. Like it's a thing. But anyways, this particular piece reminds me of, on Instagram, their handle is JJ Mamford, I think, and I can post that in the comments later. He does like crayon pieces that they look like crayon or pastel, super bright, of like very cramped interiors that are like also that are very inviting, and they're kind of weird too. And this piece I think is hitting on some of that. You've got like this very cramped interior, but the colors are like, this is the first time I feel like you're really getting an atmosphere, like you're really pulling that weight of the color. As far as like landmark pieces, this is the piece that you save and like reference from later, as far as like trying to create an effective piece for yourself. You're using the background, like you've got many layers of foreground and background going on. So I'm like looking at the skeleton, then I'm looking at the couch, then I'm looking at the window, then I'm looking out the window at the palm trees. And it doesn't matter that the palm trees aren't like super dictated, or that like the water is these stylized drops. Like it feels like it's integrated with the rest of the image in a way that it like, because you've got these hearts and the smiley faces and the bricks, all looks great. Okay, I'm sorry. We also started late too, so that's like the other thing. Um, okay, going on to number 6 here. This piece is really crazy. I feel like you should look up the artist Forrest Bess and look at some of like his landscapes. Maybe he's an abstract painter, but he does like things that look landscape-ish. The way that you've set up this image like reminds me of him. I think that I would love to see more of like the weirdness with the tentacles. Like, why are both his hands tentacles? Why is it just like one? Like, where is he coming from? Is he coming from the water? I think there are a lot of questions to be asked. I think that the way that I think that technique that you're using, where the the paint is kind of like falling down. That's like super useful, but I feel like you should have more like either make it like one full layer that we're like looking into, or like say put it in the sky or put it in the ocean. But like right now it's in between. Like you're like, oh, I don't know if I should make this like I don't know if I should do this, and I'm just gonna kind of it's tentative, which is like okay, I'm just saying like do it more, do it more. I haven't looked up Judy Fox's work. I will definitely take a look. Okay, number 7 here. This piece, I think you could work, like this piece is one that I would look at number 5 with. It's got a similar setup where it's like a cramped little room. There's some weird stuff going on here. Like, look, there's like a genie or something coming out of that. I don't know what it is, like a cigarette, or maybe like it's this person's soul is coming out of them. It is weird. It reminds me of Aubrey Beardsley, I think, who's someone that we've mentioned several times in Art Prof. He does Art Nouveau style like horror work in black and white. It would be very good for you. I think here is a situation where the white space is working very well, but there are issues that I have with, say, the weird like vending machine type thing to the right, vent, um, or like the window, like these areas kind of flatten out in a way. I think you could up the contrast and have a more successful image. It's also something that's like the composition isn't quite working for me. It's close. The one number 5 is a bit more effective. So I would say work off those 2 images or make more images like this in order to find something that works for you. Twisted Wood said, if I want my works being reviewed, should I do it now? Yeah, I think we're still doing that, right, Clara? Can people still submit? Okay, I'm gonna keep moving on to number 8. Okay, number 8 here, again, it was this image as well as like some of your previous ones. I'm like, okay, you really need to be using Photoshop to be planning your work because you've got so many different types of images going on here and they're all like totally strange. Like, what is this alligator doing? Like, why is there a rabbit with a planet on its head? Like, they're weird and they're a lot of fun, but they're like not quite collaged in a way that is like balanced or effective or like creating or destroying a narrative yet. It's not like everything has to be like narrative. Certainly does not. But like again, I want the sense of like intentionality, not just like, okay, hey, like I'm doodling. I think the image itself, like the different things happening here are like fairly interesting. Like the weird eyes on these kids, these twins' heads, and the little sheep that says, "Is this a dream?" Like these are cool things, but be more intentional about your colors, be more intentional about your positioning, do a lot of collages. Eloise is our resident collage artist. If you want like help learning how to do cool collage stuff, or you want to like create a sketchbook or something, she's done a lot of collage critiques for us here at Art Prof. Number 9, this is also a very strange image, partly because it's not like again, this is like a thing about like photography. Like I can't tell if this photo almost feels like a piece in itself, even though I'm pretty sure it's the thing I should be looking at as the drawing. It's because you've got like the colors, the blue in the background is like vibrating off the orange lighting on this person's side. And I like that, but I also feel like I'm not getting like a full idea of what the actual artwork is. So I'd say either go one way and turn this into like, you know, a several layers like photograph, like, okay, that's the artwork, or take the drawing and put it on like a white piece of paper so that we can actually see what you're drawing. Let's see, number 10 here. We've got a woman that's holding a snake. And this, I feel like this is something that is done from a photograph. And it's not that photographs are bad. I use photographs all the time, but I'd be very, very on alert when using a photograph Try to get a real snake if you can. Try to look at someone's real arm if you can, just because things tend to flatten out in a way that's not super useful, and you're also like really limited to say like what your composition is when you're working from a photograph. I think like having bits of color in this could be interesting, but I would love to see it be beyond like the blue nail, which I think is another like somewhat like tropey kind of thing. Like I would love to say if you're going to do the blue nail, maybe we see like some scales that also kind of like glint and like make that blue pop out a little bit, like make us move around the image a little bit more. Because while everything is very defined and very beautiful in terms of like your painting, and all those details on the scales, it's really, I get stuck at the blue nail because that's like, oh, that's so bright. I'm just going to look at that. The things kind of like flatten out beyond that. So think about how color can be used, or detail can be used as a guide from one spot of the image to another. Okay, let's see. Moving on to 11, we have water bottle here, Aquafina. Again, so okay, this is great because it shows us your scale of colors, or not colors, tones. I love that. Love that you do that. Very important. I would love to see some of the darkest colors in here because I'm looking at the water bottle and there are definitely some darker areas over there that you're getting kind of grayed out here. I think the reflections, especially on the top of the water, are really nice. I would love to see like, again, like a better photo of this where I can just focus on the water bottle and not like say the hand and the table in the background. Guys, photos really, as both like a teacher and a gallery manager, like it's photos make or break a portfolio. Like if someone's got bad photos in like when we're doing like an open call, then they are like, it doesn't matter how good the work is. We have a whole section on Art Prof about how to take photos. Uh, it's not, you don't need to have a fancy camera or anything. There are some really easy hacks to get like some good even lighting. You can just use a smartphone. It will do wonders for your pieces, I promise. Super important. But anyways, I do think that the highlights are really nice on this. Work more on your cast shadows below, and then also in your perspective of the table here. Uh, okay, this is, I think this and the dog are really good. This image, number 12, is amazing. Like, this is like an alien dude. I don't know what's going on here. Feels like he's from like Starship Troopers, like one of like the bugs, or is some nightmare like the Francis Bacon painting of, I think it's like the Pope or something, or a saint. It's a famous one. It's very scary looking. Look up Francis Bacon. But so I think like the gold here is super effective. Like it's kind of it's kitschy, but it like adds to this like very self-conscious kitsch of like this alien like prayer dude. I think again, I would love to see some more clarity, like some more technical clarity. Like I'd love to see more contrast in the hands and in the face. Everything looks fairly washed out right now. But as a whole, as an image, I think it's really, really interesting. And I want you to continue making weird stuff like this. It's great. Hey, Darinka, thank you. Gee, I wonder if there's any place I can conveniently get information on how to oh, you've got all the comments down here. I should just leave it to you. Yes, we have all this stuff. Any of the stuff we talk about, it's available. It's all available on the website or on our YouTube. Okay, and then finally here, let's go to the favorite piece, number 13. Let's go to our friend the dog. What's this dog's name again? Just so we know, I forgot. Anyways, I think this is like super, it's very cute. It's very touching. There's almost like like the way that it's painted. I think this is one of your oil pieces. So there's this kind of like nostalgic quality to it that feels like almost a little bit Norman Rockwell-y. Like it feels like very, oh, you're using all these blended pastel tones and it's got little highlights. And so those are things that I really like about it. I like that texture. I think it's like actually a very nice portrait. Um, I think the area, especially to the bottom right, that like the collar going into the back, feels like you're kind of like blending off into nothing in a way that I just like wish I could see maybe a little bit more finished, or again like a little bit higher contrast. When working with oil paints, one thing that I like to do is mix all of my colors on my palette first. I don't like to mix colors onto the canvas because they tend to get muddy for me. I also change my Gamsol or my brush cleaner a lot, because one thing that I find that happens is as soon as that brush cleaner gets like a little bit dirty, and as soon as like my medium gets just a little bit blurry, it tones down, it like dirties the entire piece, or like anything that I'm working on. It's very, very frustrating. So I would do that. I would also like wait for it to dry, put down a second layer, and use like, you know, just a little bit of oomph in your colors, like just a slight bit of like super saturation, because that's going to, just a little bit goes like a long way, and it'll make the piece feel like a little bit more substantial and brighter, but without like say like going overboard, because I do like a lot of these you know, these shadowy areas. Like I feel like that softness really works for this type of image. um I'm gonna say that this passes the test for me as far as like pet artwork. You know, I have a soft spot for cats that I don't have for dogs, but I'm feeling, you know, attached to this dog in a way that I feel like is very difficult for pet portraits. So I want to congratulate you on that. I would say in general, guys, pet portraits are very difficult to include in a portfolio. Just want to like put that out there. It's like one of those things that like admissions people look for, and they'll like do like a drinking game about it every time they see like a cat or a dog. I mean, I do, again, I make pictures of my cats. I'm saying this like knowing that I do it too. Because it just appears so often. So just like be careful when you're making an animal that you are uh, you know, trying to insert your narrative with it. Make it yours, make it larger than life, make it something that other people want to be interested in. um but I feel like you're doing that with it. I love this grandpa dog here, like he's super cute. Anyways, I've gone way over time here, but I do want to say that I'm really impressed with this chronology of your work. I do feel like you are really starting to figure out your voice a little bit, and I would love to see you just like get more confident with your technique, more confident with like the ideas that you want to put across, because you got a ton of good ones. And again, like really work on some of these planning things that I've talked about like throughout your pieces, both using like different collage methods and using like say thumbnailing and different color palette selection methods. So yeah, Clara, I think I got through all of them. I think I completed hour number one. How did I do, guys? Everything okay? Thank you, Zoe, and thank you, Kira, very, very much. This has been like really, really fun. I really appreciate it. And good luck. Good luck on your portfolios. This has been awesome. Okay, hang on. I'm putting the sound on again.
Hello, Lauren. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, we're going into studio mode
Okay.
just temporarily, but I promise I will be quick. Guys, say bye to Lauren. She'll be back. All right, give me a sec, guys. All right, a little bit of setup. Here we go. Okay, let's set up the next scene. Let's see what we got. All right, that looks like that is just about ready to go. All right. Okay, I think we are ready. All right, guys, so we're going into our next hour. And if you are just joining us and you have never been here before, we are artprof.org. If you cannot afford to take a class or go to art school, we've got everything you guys need here at Art Prof: tutorials, critiques, monthly art dares, pro development resources. And I hope you guys, if you like what we do, that you will subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to make sure you don't miss out on anything. Okay, our next artist who is up is Marlena. I think it's Bromschwig. I'm sorry, I'm probably totally mangling your name, but I'm doing the best I can. So let's learn a little bit about Marlena's background so you guys know where Marlena is coming from. Marlena has an architecture degree parlayed into graphic design, and Marlena retired as a graphic designer at an early age, wanted to explore mediums, and signed up for a drawing class. And their drawing teachers of college caliber. 8 years later, Marlena is still in their class. Very cool. Let's see. Marlena's process is about getting an inspiration image that she wants to create. Think about what medium would be best. Marlena just started taking printmaking. They're thinking about images that would be best described by the marks that they can cut. And Marlena says in the statement that she doesn't know where she's going with her art, but she thinks that some styles are emerging. And she is hanging her first show on January 9th. Wow. Good luck with that. I guess it's up right now because it's January 18th. And you're saying in your statement, I'm a little nervous. I've not been down this path before, but writing the statement is a perfect first step because I have to write one for the show. You know, that's a really good way to think about an artist statement, guys, because I think that for a lot of people, myself included, writing an art statement is not fun. I think it's oftentimes extremely challenging for a lot of people. But we do have a video actually on our YouTube channel about how to write an artist statement. So if you guys need help with that, check out that video because I actually find that writing down my thoughts as an artist, it really crystallizes what I'm trying to do. So even if you don't feel like you're an amazing writer, it's still really, really good to do it that way. Okay, let's take a look at Marlena's pieces. I mean, what I noticed right away looking at Marlena's work is that it's really, really diverse. There are a couple images that do repeat, like, for example, this pen drawing here, and also this other piece, which is of these tents. But there's other pieces that have nothing to do with that whatsoever. Like, we have this very misty, atmospheric, very light image of these skiers. And so not only do we get a very broad range of media, but also I would just say stylistically speaking, these are really, really different. And really, you guys, you got to start there. You have to. You can't just wake up one day and all of a sudden have a style that you have figured out. It doesn't work out that way. And I know that a lot of younger artists who I talk to, they get very worried about, well, when am I going to find my style? And they get stressed about it because they say, well, it feels like everybody else but me has a style. And we do have a video actually on our YouTube that talks about how do you find your style. You guys should watch it later because I think that there's a lot of good things that will make you feel better if you feel like you don't have a style, because it's totally fine. My feeling is that styles should evolve naturally. So Marlena, you're doing exactly what you need to do, which is just trying out everything. I see you're trying color in a lot of different ways. Like you have this piece here, which is more monochromatic. It's mostly black with like a little touch of brown. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat, 10,000 crows. By the way, it's not my birthday today. Okay, fine. But that doesn't mean you can't support our awesome programming here on YouTube because guess what? It takes a budget to run Art Prof, and we love working on it, but wow, having a budget makes a big difference when you're trying to cover all the expenses because it's not cheap to do that. So any of you guys want to contribute, we would greatly appreciate that. If anything, it'll just like make me feel so happy. So if you want to make me happy, that's a very quick way to do that. But that's sort of what I like about Marlena's pieces because then we look at this piece next, which is like super bright, saturated primary colors. And that's excellent because I know for me, I was just terrified of color for the longest time. And I kept procrastinating. And guess what? It never got better that way. Like, usually, if you want to get better at something, you should probably practice it. So I'm really happy to see that Marlena's doing that. And I guess what I would just say, because you did talk about, like, okay, well, where am I going? What's the direction? And one thing that I like to do is I just look at all the work and I say, okay, where do I see the potential? Those of you who maybe saw the review that I did of LIEU'S, which was the first portfolio critique that we did, one of the things that I said was that some of the pieces really felt like they could go further, and other pieces felt like they'd sort of run the course. And so this is actually one of my favorite pieces in your portfolio, Marlena, this image number one of these tents. It's really strange and mysterious. Sometimes I think that when I'm critiquing artwork, I'm always trying to get people to get more specific. I'll say, okay, well, maybe you should tell us what time period this is in, or maybe you need props that are very particular to that scene. This piece is different, though. I love the mystery of the scene. I like that I don't know what time period it is, because this easily could be today, but this also could definitely be 100 years ago. I mean, the tents don't really mark a particular time period. And then, like, that weird round thing in the middle, like, what is that thing? Like, I keep thinking, well, is it like a deflated tire? Is it like a tiny little wading pool for a puppy? Like, it's bizarre. And so for me, this piece has a lot of mystery to it that just keeps me wondering. There's a beautiful atmosphere to those forests in the background. Like, there's this really scraggly feeling and motion. And that's such a nice contrast, I think, going against like the softness and the flow of the tents. It's also strange that it looks deserted. It's like, okay, is this an abandoned scene? And so I just love this piece because it really piques my curiosity and makes me wonder. And then when I start wondering, I start creating my own narrative and I start assigning places and people. And that's a wonderful thing that I can really get into this narrative in my own head. I love that so much. And as we're looking at the work, guys, looking at Marlena's pieces, if you see a piece that you really think has the potential to maybe be developed into a more focused series, tell me. I have my ideas, but I'd love to hear from you guys too, because maybe you see something in Marlena's piece that maybe I didn't see. That's the advantage of having so many voices during the stream, which is super cool. Andreas is saying, I appreciate Marlena's willingness to use darker values. This is a weakness of mine. Darker values can be hard because I think darker values, they oftentimes feel like a really big commitment. Like, people don't usually hesitate about putting down a very fine line, but like putting down a big, bold shadow of black, that's a commitment. You really are sticking with something. Let's see. Nanika is 13. You're from Brazil. So cool. You're trying to learn and we help you a lot. Oh, that's fantastic. I think just the fact that you're here and you're contributing to the conversation and you're supporting us, that's phenomenal. And isn't that incredible, you guys? That it's like we turn on a computer and I'm talking to somebody in Brazil. That's amazing. So I love that. I mean, Nanika, I started Art Prof because I wanted something like this when I was 13. That's why I did it, because I want to share this with all of you. And I think everybody should have a right to do that. I don't think you should have to pay 70,000 US dollars a year to learn how to paint. I think that it's great if you can, but obviously a lot of people can't do that. So getting back to these, again, this is similar in that it's the tense, but look at how different the mood is in this piece compared to the other one, okay? This one is very dark and serious, and it feels like a award-winning HBO drama like type of thing, like really epic. This one is really funny. This one is quirky. It's a little strange, and I don't know, it's sort of fun. Like, it actually makes me think a lot of the illustrator Edward Gorey. Edward Gorey is an illustrator who works exclusively in pen and ink, and his work is very funny because it's dark and serious, but it's also a little bit humorous, like very dark humor. And this piece to me has that feeling. Marlena, you are really good with landscapes. I feel like your landscapes just have such a beautiful presence, and I like that you don't overdo them, because what's great about this piece is that I don't know if they're houses or tents, but these tents, I'll just call them tents right now. The tents, they really have gravity to them. Like they are definitely the main event in everything. And I think that's great because the landscape, I think, could easily get in the way. I think that if Marlena, if you worked way more on that landscape in the background, that might actually take away too much attention from the tents. And so I just love the atmosphere of that. I think it's beautifully done. I mean, I might even think about maybe changing the proportional relationship of the scale. Like, wouldn't this be a really cool piece, you guys, if it was like really wide, like panoramic landscape, and then you have like just three little houses in a huge forest? Like, that would be really fun. I think just thinking about different shapes for your drawings, because I think a lot of people are so used to like a square or that regular rectangle. And I just feel like, Marlena, you could play with different shapes of rectangles. Yeah, please explain this to me. How are you guys 13 and you're talking like these very mature, like college students? Like, sheesh, you guys. That is cool. Because you know how, like, us old people, we like to like dump on the younger generation and everything. And I'm like, guys, have you like talked to a teenager lately? They are freaking smart and they're gonna like totally save us later. Like, okay, maybe I'll be saying something different tomorrow, but for now, that's how I feel. Oh, hello, Lavinia. Thank you so much for the super chat. You guys are fantastic. I just love this. Okay, so let's move on to the next piece. This piece, I feel that it's a good exercise in atmospheric perspective. Atmospheric perspective is a concept where you create depth by changing how something is perceived in space. So things that are far away in the distance, like the stuff at the bottom of the hill, is very blurry, very low contrast, and then stuff in the foreground is very dark and very prominent. And we do have a video on atmospheric perspective. I think it's called like how to create backgrounds in art. You guys can check that out. And so look at that. I don't feel like this has as much of your voice though, Marlena. This seems to me, I'm guessing that you probably had a photo reference to create this piece. And while I do think you're doing pretty well in terms of atmospheric perspective, I do think that the other pieces feel like they have more personality so far. So I don't see as much potential in this piece. This piece I think could be really good. However, I think that the blue sky is like way over the top. I think that if you want this, like, I guess it's like a crack in the ground, if you want that crack in the ground to really have a place, you either have to do one of two things. You either have to like really just mute that blue sky, because that blue sky is so dominant right now that I can't see anything else. Like the whole section in the foreground for me just disappears into the white. Or if you don't want to mute the blue sky, you have to come into the foreground and get in some serious light and dark contrast to really pull out those cracks. I do like it as an image. I'm just questioning the technical execution of it. I just feel like the technical execution is not holding up its end. You guys will hear me talk about that a lot, about the balance between your idea and your execution. And I think it's rare to really do well in both areas. Oftentimes you have pieces that are like beautifully drawn and oh my God, the technique is to die for, but maybe the idea is not so hot. Other times, wow, brilliant idea, but maybe the technique is a little rough around the edges. So this is a case where I think the idea could be good, but I just feel like technique wise, it's just not very well balanced. So what you have to think about when you guys make a drawing or a painting is you really have to consider what is the relationship between these pieces. So you can't just say, oh, does that blue sky look good? I mean, you can, but you have to say, how does that blue sky look in relation to the ground? How do those cracks look in relation to the blue? So you can easily get pieces where it's like this section looks great, that section looks great, but they don't look great together. Let's see, Dionysus Doodles, maybe it's about global warming at warming and the glaciers, because that's what it reminds me of. Oh, that's a good take on it. Yeah, I could absolutely see that. I mean, I think it's interesting because the scale is quite ambiguous. Like, we don't know if this crack is 2 inches wide or if it's 2 miles wide. And that's definitely something that you can start to play with. But I think as an image, I don't see as much potential here. And the execution, I don't think is doing anything interesting enough to warrant more exploration. Okay, I love this piece. This is probably, in addition to the tent images that we looked at, one of my favorite pieces in your portfolio, Marlena. I'm guessing this is a print. It looks like maybe you did stencils. I don't know if it's a monotype or something, but you had mentioned in your statement that you've just started doing printmaking, and I think you need to do more printmaking for sure. In fact, we do have this monotype tutorial, and this is really excellent because you buy this thing called a jelly plate, and it makes it so you can do a monotype without a press. Because traditionally you would need to use a actual professional printing press to get a monotype, but with the jelly plate, you just buy the jelly plate, you're all set. So Marlena, if you're listening, I would say check that out because I think you would do beautiful monotypes. And I do think that when I look at all your pieces, the ones that I'm more attracted to are the monochromatic ones. So, for example, when we were talking earlier about this first tent piece, like this just has like a little tinge of burnt umber. It's like enough that it has a little bit of warmth so that it's not such a cold black, but it really functions almost as a black and white image. And I think it's the same thing with this one, that it's like mostly it feels like a black and white image, but that blue has this like very haunting, frosty feeling. And it's a strange image because these look like little kids' dresses, or I mean, they look like nice dresses that you would like wear to like a party or something like that. And yet, the way that those three in the back are like haunting this, I think is spooky. And there's a real story in here that I want to know more about. Dionysus says, I forget what a cyanotype is. A cyanotype, I think, is a photography process because I don't know a huge amount about how it works, but look it up. I'm sure that you'll be able to find something about that. So moving forward, I mean, I think Marlena, what I would do is figure out, I mean, maybe you've already done this, but whose dresses are these? What are they for? Are these dresses that have been worn and are never going to be worn again? Are these dresses in storage? Is this somebody that goes to a lot of parties? Like, who is the person that owns these dresses and where are they? Now, this could be an amazing series, Marlena. So I really hope you do more of these because they're just so elegant. And that white is like, you guys see how the white of the dresses, it feels so luminous. Like you can feel them glowing. I don't see the actual image in front of me, like the real physical drawing in front of me, but I'm guessing that the white of the dresses is actually the white of the paper. And that's amazing that it can really transform into something that feels so luminous. Okay, so we have this next one, which is a watercolor. And this one, I think, sort of suffers from the same thing as the image of the skiers, because, again, I'm guessing because of the image that it's probably done from a reference photo. And again, it's like it doesn't really add anything new that I don't think the photograph would already have to begin with. Because here's the thing, guys, I don't have any problems with people using reference photos, but I think that there are ways to use a reference photo where you really dramatically transform and manipulate that photo reference like it was a bunch of eggs that you like mixed into flour, where you really are doing something to it. Because too often I think people use reference photos and they just end up replicating the photo. Like they're not actually changing something or interpreting something in a certain way. And I think that if you're not doing that, you got to do something visually or something with the material that you're working with that's a little bit more dramatic. And it's just when I look at this piece and the skier piece, the transformation for me is not dramatic enough. And the thing is, the technique isn't doing anything exciting enough for me to really get past that. This is a fun little experiment. I'm guessing that this is that technique. It's like a glue resist where you like put Elmer's glue and stuff on top and then put the watercolor over it. I mean, I think it's a nice little test. I think it's a great experiment. I think definitely you'd have to go further with it because my feeling, Marlena, is that first of all, I think you are sort of itching to take your work to the next level. I'm totally guessing. And if you're watching live, you can totally correct me if I'm wrong. But I sort of feel like not that your time for experimentation is over, but that you can step back a little bit from the play and the diversity and the experimentation and really just try to like laser focus for a little while because ultimately I do think that most artists I know do work serially. Like for example, I don't just like make a piece here and there. I usually have like some idea that I'm trying to pursue. I mean, lately it does feel like I've just been doing whatever here and there. But the thing is, like a lot of the pieces I've been doing lately, I've been posting them on Instagram. They all look very different, but they all deal with this theme of aging. So I might say something one way or paint something another way, but the theme is basically the same thing. Let's see. So I think Marlena, that really for me, that's the next step for you is like you can sort of put a stop to all the different things because one of the disadvantages of experimenting so much, I know for me when I was in art school, the thing that bothered me a little bit from all the experimentation was I just felt so scatterbrained all the time. Like I didn't feel like I was very focused and I just felt very rocky and chaotic. And there's something very satisfying about really like picking a topic, sticking with it, sitting with it, thinking about it, and really giving it time to mature. Because when I was in art school, it's like every week you had like three new projects to do, and there was no time to dig deeper. And I just love that when I'm working on pieces, like I can think about something for 3 years if I want. My project Falling, which is on my website, I worked on that project for 4 years. Like that's a pretty long time to think about one theme, but I love the luxury of that. So Marlena, I would say give yourself that luxury to sit back, think about something on a longer term basis. Like this piece to me isn't as successful by itself, but don't you guys think that this landscape totally fits these houses? I mean, stylistically, they're a little bit different. This one has like a real coarseness to it that I really enjoy. And I think that it has like a really almost like spastic energy and a roughness. It's very primitive and very gritty. But I love that about this landscape. And Marlena, I would say if you have not seen Andrew Wyeth's landscapes, look at Andrew Wyeth. What I turn away from the chat for 1 second and you guys are talking about cancer juice? What is going on here? Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. So I'm not going to ask because I think I jumped into that conversation a little bit too late. Okay. So Marlena, I would say going over all of these, I think definitely the tents, I could see a whole series about the tents, this one as well. And I would keep it monochromatic. I think that's a pretty good idea. And then definitely the dresses. You could do both. Like you could say, okay, half the week I'm doing the dresses, the second half of the week I'm doing the tents, but you are ready to tackle something substantial. I hope that your solo exhibition went well and everything. And hopefully that was a good experience. And maybe it'll give you a chance to reevaluate and see where things are, because I do think that's very helpful as an artist to say, okay, well, where am I now? Okay, do I want to just play a little bit? Do I want to focus? Like for me right now, I am totally in playtime. Okay. Like I am not focused on anything right now as far as my studio practice goes, because I got too many like little ideas I'm exploring. Like my latest thing has actually been, my whole thing is all about aging, but lately my teeth have been giving me a lot of trouble. And so I keep thinking about all these drawings I want to do about my teeth falling out. So I think it's really pleasant topic. Andreas is saying, Marlena's landscapes have a spiritual quality, like she's thinking about something beyond them. Absolutely. Like these are not, to me, just tents. Like these tents are very emotional. They almost feel like wounded to me. I don't know. There's definitely, it feels like there's maybe loss or grief. I mean, I don't have exactly what that is, but I definitely can see that. Oh, 10,000 crows, you saw my teeth. Yeah, my teeth are a mess right now. It's not fun. You don't want to have my life right now. But what I would say, Marlene, a couple artists I would look at as well. I would look at William Kentridge. I think he would be great to look at for his drawing style. For monotypes, which we were talking about earlier, I think some of the best monotypes out there are by Edgar Degas. He did beautiful monotypes of bathers. I'm sure you guys know Degas. He's the French painter who was always painting the ballet dancers and the jockeys and stuff like that. But also Eric Fischl would be excellent. Eric Fischl has beautiful figurative monotypes, just to like see the technique a little bit more. But I'm very, very excited about this, Marlena. I think that you're in a really good place because it's like everything is ripe here. It's like you got your primordial soup. It's like ripening, it's generating, and you just got to give it that like final push now to get it to a new level. That's an amazing place for you to be. And I really wish you the best of luck in that area. Okay, it looks like we have Kat Wong coming up right now. So we are going to do a scene change. I will chat with you guys a little bit. Oh, Eric Aho, yes, yes, he shows with DC Moore Gallery in New York City. I really, really like his work. I'm actually 2 degrees of separation from Eric Aho. He's a great painter because one of my friends knows him really well. Okay, so we are going to go into studio mode. We're going to do a scene change. Okay, and we will be right back, guys. All right, give us just a second. Okay. All right, let's get Kat in here. Hey, Kat. Okay, hang on. All right, guys, we're doing a scene change. Hopefully, Lauren is entertaining all of you back there. Okay, hang on a second. I got to bring Kat in. All right, let's do this. There's Kat. All right. That's okay. All right. I'm gonna get my video out of here. I'm gonna put Kat in. All right, almost there. All right, guys, almost there. It's my graphic design skills kicking into gear right now, trying to arrange this window so that it looks better. Okay, we're gonna transition back. Okay, so let's get back into here. Okay, Kat, can you hang on?
Hello.
Can everybody hear Kat?
Hi, everyone.
All right, hang on, Kat.
Yeah.
Kat, tell us what you ate for breakfast this morning.
Um, wow, I don't even remember. That was so long ago. Bread. Oh, I ate challah. That's what I ate.
Challah. I love challah.
Yeah, it's tasty.
Okay, so Kat, we are going to get started. I'm going to turn off my audio, Kat, but I will be in the chat. So I will be
Okay, cool.
communicating with you there.
All right.
And we are going to start with our next artist, who is Amelia Rosier. I don't know if I'm
Yes.
pronouncing that right, by the way. I probably am not.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll pronounce it the same way you are, so we're both in trouble.
Okay. Kat, it's all on you.
All right, cool. Bye, Clara. Hi, everyone. How long have you guys been here? I think I'm like the fourth hour in, right? So that's pretty long. But anyways, let's get started with Amelia Rosier's art. And looking very briefly across their full portfolio, they have a lot of diverse works going on, so that's super exciting. And a lot of good technique, a lot of good different mediums being used, a lot of good different subjects as well. And there's one that's even a GIF that took forever to load on my computer, so that's always really exciting to see. A little bit about Amelia from Amelia's artist statement. Amelia is a sophomore studying at the Rhode Island School of Design in the illustration department. And during their first semester, they were very interested in experimenting with traditional media, such as watercolor and oil paints. All right, cool. And eventually, Amelia actually wants to apply to a study abroad program, so that's exciting. And they want some tips on how to create the best portfolio for that. Um, let's take a look. So I've said a lot of things that I did enjoy seeing, such as the variety and the different mediums and subjects, but let's look at some things to improve on. So considering that Amelia is a sophomore in art school now, congrats, they probably need to think a little bit more about making their work beyond just student work and maybe their future as an artist when they come out of art school. And seeing that they studied for a while, they would probably have to find some sort of voice that they have or something that they really want to communicate. Sorry, I have allergies today, so if I'm sniffly, just note that. But anyways, let's look a little bit more. I think what I seem to be lacking when looking at this portfolio is just knowing who Amelia is. Because right now, the only thing I think I can see is that Amelia is a student. That might be me subconsciously knowing. But looking at their work, it is quite all over the place. Like there's a lot of different styles going on, a lot of different mediums. And usually that's very good. But now that Amelia is a sophomore in art school, maybe they should try to find something specific they like to do. And it doesn't always have to be medium or subject. It could also be style. But ultimately, I do want to know what Amelia loves to do. And it feels like Amelia is still experimenting on things. And Amelia is very good at it. But maybe finding that one thing that she's very, very passionate about and seeing more of that. But let's get in and talk about each piece. So let's begin with number one. All right. Number one, it seems like an acrylic or oil painting. And I think, first of all, I really like that I can see the main character immediately. He, don't know the pronoun, he seems sort of like a minotaur of sorts. And because of that, when I look at that, I think that the black thing coming from the door might be like the string. But it's probably not minotaur, probably not string, who knows? But there's clearly a narrative going on here. I love the different brushstrokes I'm seeing as well. For instance, on the right, it's just a white wall, but there are a lot of different subtle colors being involved, and I can see the brushstrokes as well. And it's done in a way where we can sort of experience the medium, but it's not that distracting. Like I can still tell it is a blank white wall, so that's really exciting to see. And also, I want to point out what a strange environment this is. Does anyone know where this is? It's very bizarre. Like, there's a dark hallway. There are these wood rafters. There's an exit sign. So this is like a modern, this is definitely a modern setting. But I actually quite enjoy it. Like, this is probably referenced in some way or form. At least I hope. Because it's just so unique that I think it has to do with reference. That being said, I think the lights and the darks are getting a bit uneven, unbalanced. It's very dark overall. And the brightest things we see so far are the Minotaur Man and the exit sign. And I think that might be a bit alienating. I think they could be a little bit more balanced. Another thing I want to point out that struck me when I first saw it was the weird proportions. And I don't think the proportions are meant to be weird. Like comparing the Minotaur Man to like the door on the far left, that door and that Minotaur don't seem to fit. Like I feel like that door should be bigger or the man should be smaller. Another thing is the door on the top of the staircases. As you can see, the staircases, there aren't that many, so it must not go back into space that far. Yet for some reason, that door is really tiny, as if it were really far away. So I'd be more careful about proportion, Amelia, when you're, especially when portraying things in space. There are a lot of things that could go wrong. So just being very aware of that. Um, let's go on to the second piece. I think this is a lovely study. It's ballpoint, from what I can tell from your artist statement. And I think it's a very interesting medium because not a lot of people use that medium. So when you're creating a portfolio, especially for entering art school, but in this case, Amelia is already in art school. But for those of you who haven't gotten into art school just yet, just keep in mind what other students might put in their portfolio. Other students probably won't be putting ballpoint pen in their portfolio, so that will already make you stand out. And if you sort of master this medium, well, you're sort of unique in your field, so that could be a plus. That being said, since Amelia is already a student, I think this sort of piece really stands out maybe too much from the rest of the pieces because it seems like a study and it seems more like Amelia's experimenting a little bit more. And I wish I could either see this more as a series or incorporated in her other styles that I see in this portfolio. Let's look at the third image. So this seems to be an ink drawing of sorts. I think it might be pen, but who knows? And I think I really like the narrative in this piece. So if you guys look carefully, there's a person on the top of the roof, and well, there's already a story there. I think I also really love the texture. I have this pet peeve when people draw like a brick wall, and instead of drawing every singular brick, people put in like the hint of a brick here and there to show that this is a brick wall. Like I kind of think that's a cop out. But in this case, I think this piece actually does it quite well because I don't think I need to see every single brick in the wall. I think the walls are just small enough for me to like to have an indication of the bricks, and that's fine. So I think pattern and texture are really drawn well here. That being said, I wish that I could see more of this picture. Like this drawing is really a celebration of pattern, which is cool, but I wish that pattern could tell me a little bit more. Like I think the tree and the rock pile it's sitting on are just all made of rocks. And I wonder if this is intentional. Like they all seem to be of the same texture. And also, I think the person sitting on the roof is really hard to see. I don't see that person immediately. And maybe that's your intention, but since the only narrative I'm seeing in this drawing is that person on the roof, I think that person on the roof should be a little bit more noticeable. Maybe because I think the patterns below in the little rock pile and also the tree in the house, they really overpower this person. It's really more a story about this house rather than this person. Okay, let's go on to the next drawing. Number 4. Okay, this creature seems a little bit ominous. I think this creature is like a monkey, maybe even a monkey king, who knows? And I see a bunch of smaller monkeys behind the big monkey. So definitely some sort of story going on here too. Maybe, but another thing I was wondering about this piece is if it's supposed to be a study or a narrative story. I think Amelia's going for some sort of narrative because there are just a little too many clues. Like, if everyone looks carefully on the bottom and in the sides, there are like these hangman poles with people figures swinging underneath them. So that's really ominous, and there's definitely some story behind that. On the other hand, I feel like it isn't giving enough hints for us to really tell what the story is going on. Um, I do think the creature design is cool. I think I don't believe it completely as a study of a monkey. I think this is a very specific monkey. But again, I think I want to see a little bit more. Maybe you could actually put this monkey in a more complex environment. Like, tell us a little bit more. And also, what is up with the people hanging around on the hanging poles? I think it's just a really it's like you're not giving us enough to really tell if this is supposed to be scary, or you give us too much to think that this can't be a study, something like that. Okay. Let's move on to the next piece, which is piece number 5. Okay. Piece number 5 is very clearly a study, like a study of lights and darks. And I think this is actually a very unique study because I don't normally see this sort of composition. Like, I don't know what this person is doing, serenading a lamp maybe, but whatever it is, I think it's very eye-catching and very unique. But since Amelia is already an art student, um, I think there might be a limit to how many studies you will have to put in your portfolio, because I think at this point she needs to have more of like more developed images. I see in the chat that she's supposed to play air guitar with her lamp. I made her hold it like a baby. Oh, hello, Amelia. Sorry, I'll check back in the chat a little bit more often. But yeah, okay, she's playing air guitar with the lamp. And I think that you do a very good job of putting in the darkest dark and the brightest bright. So I don't need to ask you to put in more of that. So I think you've got that covered. But I think you can give us a little bit more of the in-between. So right now there's a lot of darks and a lot of brights, and I wish I could see more of like the details and the subtleties in perhaps like the way the light hits her clothes, maybe a little bit more texture in the wrinkles or her face or her hair. But that being said, I don't know if you have to include this piece. I think you could actually look for more pieces that are more indicative of you of an artist rather than you having to show your skill. And let me know what you think of that. Oh, in the chat, Prof Lieu is saying air guitar is her interpretation. Thank you, Clara. And she also says my fave is actually the outlet with the wires coming out. Yeah, I actually really enjoy that too. I think that's the part with the most detail, the more finer detail. So I think actually that's something we do look at more than perhaps like the dark smudges in the background. But that being said, I don't think you have to include this in your portfolio, Amelia. All right, let's move on. Okay, piece number 6. Oh my gosh, when I first saw this, I thought, what a weird piece. I guess like not a lot of people would actually think of doing this sort of thing for fun, but I think it's really cool that Amelia has included this in her portfolio. I love the crowd in this scene because this crowd is like your typical maybe upper middle class dinner party, social gathering, something like that, right? Oof. Another thing that I really love about the crowd is that it's really specific yet also very anonymous as well. It's like very clear that the crowd is a very real crowd of people, but the main story is not about them. So that's what I really love about it. Nothing really sticks out too much. Like, Amelia has put in enough details to tell that they are real people. For instance, the bottom right, there's a woman holding a cigarette, I think. In the middle, there's a boy holding like whatever that is. And I can't really tell what it is, but I don't really care, but I believe it. that's probably some mischievous little boy in some party out there. And on the top left, there are these people on the staircase just blowing chewing gum, I guess, which is actually really cool because in the parties, there's always this group of kids that hang out by themselves, doing whatever weird kid things they do. And so I believe these people on the staircase. And then, of course, there is the fish, the star of the show. But seeing that the fish should be the star of the show, it's interesting and not helping Amelia that the picture in the back is really taking up so much space and really a lot of my attention as well. So it says, lovely day for a Guinness. That's what it says. And I'm just like so distracted by that picture. First of all, it takes up a lot of real estate in the image. And second of all, it's just not as believable to me as the crowd. In fact, I think the weakest part of this image is actually the background and that picture. Because the crowd is so wonderfully specific that the environment they inhabit is just not. It doesn't live up to the crowd or the fish. I'm sorry, Mr. Fish. But that being said, I think you just need to go back in and rework the background and maybe tone down that picture. Maybe not even have it there at all. Maybe replace it for something else. Okay, let's move on to number 7. Okay. Sorry, guys. Anyways, number 7 is a really cool, I think, gouache painting. That's really cool. And I love the colors. I love that the sky isn't your typical blue. It's like a purple of sorts. Purple, blue. And the foliage is also just like this mixture of greens and pinks and yellows. And I think that's so wonderful. But again, this is sort of a piece that really stands out from the portfolio, and I don't know if it's in a good way, because it does seem a little bit like a study and more of like an experiment on style, on seeing what works for you. And I think it's good to show this evolution, but maybe eventually you'll be able to work all of your styles into one cohesive voice, and we'll see what happens from then on. But seeing this piece now, I think another thing that you could improve is just how frazzled everything is. Like, I'm not really sure where my eye is supposed to land in this piece because everything is so patterned and there's not a lot of area to rest in the piece. Oh, a lot of action in the chat and I can't read everything. But Amelia says, yes, house paint with acrylic paint. How big? It is 6 by 3 inches, I'm assuming. Or maybe feet. Oh my gosh, if it's feet, that'd be huge. And Clara says, tip, if you make murals, make sure that you take some photos of people standing in front of, for nearby for scale. Okay, so this is pretty big. This is probably 6 feet by 3 feet. Oh my gosh, sorry, Amelia. I definitely think, yeah, if this is a mural, you have to have someone standing next to it because I totally thought this was a gouache painting. In fact, on the top, I see like nails and I'm like, oh, okay, so this is a mural. But I thought, oh, those could be nails for like a gouache painting. Who knows? But when you want to show the scale of the piece, you really need something by that piece to show. All right, so let's move on. Oh my gosh, this is the GIF piece. Number 8 is the GIF piece. Or GIF, however you guys pronounce it. I heard the correct pronunciation is actually GIF. But I use GIF so that people don't annoy me about it. So anyways, this is really excellent. Again, this is something that really stands out from your portfolio. And I think it's for the better because this actually feels more like an amalgamation of all of your styles. So for instance, your previous piece with the tree and the house and the ladder, I think a lot of that brushwork and the pattern work is actually somewhat translated into this GIF. Like there are a lot of geometric shapes going on and like the way that they're all together, the way that they're so busy kind of reminds me of the pattern of the tree piece. I think another thing that's really excellent is, first of all, it's animated. I think that's really cool. And second of all, that's very hip. It's with the times. I think illustration is very broad now because illustration can include drawings, paintings, sculptures. and animation, and most recently, GIF animation. So it's actually a very common thing to see short looped animations. And in fact, they're pretty much portrayed in a pretty large scale because I don't know if you guys seen the New Yorker covers. Sometimes they have New Yorker covers that feature artists that do GIF animations. So they would print the image for the printed booklet, but then you can go onto their website and see the way that the cover would actually be animated. So this is very with the times. So good on you, Amelia, for catching on to that vein. Um, Other things about this piece. The switch of color is very good. There is a very brief, like, split second where the colors are extremely neon, like bright green, flashing by. And I think that's a really good choice because this shows that this isn't a feel-good piece. It's more of an eerie piece. That being said, I think you should keep playing with this, Amelia, and maybe even marry like your pen work from the tree slash house picture, with the digital animation that's going on here. I think you're really going somewhere with this piece. Let's move on. Piece number 9. Ah, a love story with shoes. Um, so I really love this piece. It's not every day that you get to see a piece filled with so many shoes and yet tell such a clear narrative. Um, okay. And I think the watercolor technique is excellent. Correct me if I'm wrong, this could be gouache, who knows, but I think it's watercolor. Looking back into the chat has a lot in it. I will let you guys go for now. Clara and Lauren have this covered, so I don't think I will have to read too much into that. One thing I wish happened in this piece was like letting a place for my eye to rest. I think this is sort of the same problem you had even in the GIF image. Um, and also the image with the cow with the mural. It's like there's not a lot of quiet. Oop, sorry, guys, I have really bad allergies. But, anyways, there's a lot of really quiet spaces that there aren't a lot of quiet spaces in your pieces. And I think that's a problem because I just can't focus on anything. I know that the narrative is supposed to be on this love story with the frog and the princess, but all I can think about is like, oh my gosh, like I have those Adidas sneakers. I have those boots. Like it's very hard for me to focus. So I think going forward, Amelia, you really have to pay in mind what parts of the piece you want to purposefully leave empty for us to rest a little bit, because otherwise we won't really want to look at your pieces at all, which is a shame because they're lovely pieces. On a side note, I wish that the frog and the princess's positions were switched because usually people read from left to right. And I wish I saw the frog proposing first and then saw the object of his affections. Let's move on. Okay, piece number 10. I think this is one of the strongest pieces in the portfolio. Again, it quite stands out from the rest of your portfolio. So try to think of a way of marrying it with the rest of the styles you've got going on. But I love how traditionally drawn they are, yet at the same time, the elephants are very graphic. Like these could be like graphic logo standalone images sort of things. And they show also a lot of expression and love, which is something I always enjoy. I love seeing emotions in pictures. I'm wondering if you can make a series on this. So, like maybe having different kinds of animals, experiencing different like ways of love and the way you're drawing these things. But yeah, I'd say I'm very satisfied with this piece. And the only thing I want to say more is just I want to see more. So definitely keep an eye out for this piece. And also keep in mind your GIF piece was also very strong. Let's move on. Okay, piece number 11. I'd say this has the same vibes as piece was number 3 that we saw before. This seems like ballpoint pen. Correct me if I'm wrong. It seems like ballpoint pen. And it's very impressive. I love the darks and the lights you're able to achieve. And even though this is like a very complicated pattern sort of situation, it feels very exact. It feels very well, it feels very clear. You know what direction you want to take this in. That being said, I wish that this was more of a series, or you can incorporate it more with your other works. So same thoughts I had with number 3. Let's move on to number 12. Okay, so this is there's definitely a story going on again. And interestingly enough, all the signs show some sort of, I don't know, some sort of like warning or rejection sort of thing going on, such as like stop and caution, and do not enter, etc., and high voltage. So I don't know, this is actually kind of interesting. No sign exists for you to, I don't know, like pay attention to happy thoughts or like just exist there for the sake of being enjoyed. All signs exist to get your attention to warn you about something. So I think that's actually a very intriguing subject that you would try to portray a person through these warning signs. That being said, I wish it was a little bit more thoughtfully composed. There's nothing wrong with it now. I just feel like you could have pushed it a little bit more and told us a little bit more. For instance, it's a very head-on portrait. I wonder if you could maybe in the future make thumbnail sketches of different ways you could have portraiture. Like maybe have the face go off the page, or maybe go and show it from the side or something like that. And also, well, I mean, I say this about a lot of pieces, but the background doesn't seem that thought out in this piece, considering how interesting the stop signs, the warning signs person is. So I think overall this is a very intriguing subject, though, don't get me wrong. But I don't know, just try to tell us a little bit more somehow with like a more interesting position, or maybe a little bit more insight into the background. All right, so let's go on to the final piece, number 13. Okay, so it seems to be a kitchen scene with a bunch of chameleons. And I love the way you've rendered the 3 chameleons. I think this is a really important choice that to see when artists have patterns or repetitions and then they choose to break that pattern or repetition. And actually I can think of like a really good example of that. So I don't know if any of you have seen the animated movie The Prince of Egypt, but there's a scene where Moses, oh my gosh, Moses turns like the river into blood, and then there are 3 guards in the river and they're running back to safety. And they're all like okay, torso up, like they haven't touched the bloody water yet. But then somebody made the decision of throwing one of the guards into the bloody water, and so he was completely covered in blood. And I thought that was such a good choice in that film, because it wouldn't be as dramatic if you saw 3 men come out with just blood on the lower part of their body. They chose to have one guard actually completely inundate himself in blood, and so that really dramatized that whole scene. So this clearly is not the sea of blood in this picture, but Amelia has sort of employed a very similar thought process. So instead of having 3 chameleons that were sort of semi-clear, Amelia chose to have one that was completely clear. And I love that break of repetition. It really makes this whole piece a lot more interesting and a lot more dramatic. Oops. That being said, I wish that, although the background is really well rendered, and also there's another exit sign here, which is interesting. I mean, exit signs seem to appear in a lot of Amelia's works. But anyways, I wish that the background was a little bit more dramatic. This seems like a very flat on photo of a kitchen. And maybe you could have employed a little bit more dramatic, like perspective. Maybe it could have been 3-point perspective. Maybe the camera was down below or on top, or I don't know, like angled in some way or form. So like there are many ways you can dramatize a piece, and I think point of view and angle would also really help. So especially with a kitchen scene like this, where there is a lot of perspective lines, point of view would really help, and perspective would really dramatize a piece. But that being said, love the technique, love the choice of the chameleons. And I believe this is the last piece of this portfolio. So hopefully you got some good feedback on that, Amelia. And I'm really excited to see where you go forward with this because you have a lot of different directions to choose from like the gifts to the paintings to the, I don't know, the pen, the line work. And overall, very exciting. And I hope that you will get into that study abroad program that you want to get into. All right. So that is Amelia's portfolio. Let's follow up with another person's portfolio. This person's name is Hylam
Cat,
Rose Lee.
can you hear me?
Sorry.
We need a
Yes.
scene change.
Oh,
So
okay.
just give me a second. Maybe Eloise and Lauren, you guys can entertain people in the chat while we do that. Cat, just sit tight.
Oh my gosh, I'm so allergic, Clara.
We're back.
Hello. Um, all right. So thank you to everyone who watched Amelia's previous portfolio stream. Now we are moving on to a new portfolio. And for those of you who are new in this stream, my name is Kat. I'm a teaching artist here at Art Prof. I don't think I said that in the last session, so here it is now, my intro. But anyways, today we are creating Hylam Rose Lee's portfolio. And a little bit about Rose or Hylam. Um, they are, I'm accessing right now, a senior in a school in Pittsburgh applying to visual arts schools. Main practice involves oil painting on canvas, but for the past years, she has been experimenting with a new art making process and concepts and mediums. And something that Hylam has been very, or Rose, sorry, I'll choose Rose. Something that Rose has been very interested in studying is surrealist autonomism. For those of you who don't know what that is, and I'm still like a little bit fuzzy about it myself, surrealist autonomism is more like when you draw and you just let your subconscious draw. And you just sort of like shut down the conscious part of your mind to just unconsciously draw, I think. Hylam or Rose, if you are here, please correct me if I'm wrong. But moving on, some questions that Rose has are, since the regular application is in a few weeks, what can I do in this short amount of time to improve my art portfolio? Do I need more process works or pages from sketchbooks? Should I delete earlier works, etc., etc.? Oh, another interesting thing is Rose is applying for the dual degree program. So should my art portfolios have works related to my intended major in the research university? Or in this case, Brown, because Rose has said Brown in her artist statement. So, oh, for those of you guys who are not aware, When you apply to art schools, sometimes they have these dual degree programs, so you can earn a degree from two schools at once. But the application process to these schools are very rigorous. But nonetheless, give it a shot. Who knows what happens? Anyways, moving on to Rose's portfolio. So the first thing that I see when looking at Rose's full portfolio is that it is very diverse. There are a lot of different subjects, and something that's really interesting to me is that not a lot of them are human based or people based, because it seems to me that a lot of portfolios I see have a lot of people involved, like people subjects and stories about people in general, which is, of course, riveting. Like all of my stories are about people too. But it's always really refreshing to see artists that explore other sort of subjects as well. So nothing wrong with people. If you like doing people, you do you. But I think it's really interesting to see that Rose has a lot more subjects that she's interested in. Um, I think the technique looks pretty solid overall. There are a lot of different, seems like a lot of different mediums going on, and Rose has a very good grasp on each one. But since the application deadline is coming up in a few weeks, I think what Rose could do better is, first of all, I think you should include some more sketchbook works because a lot of these pieces seem very developed. And although I do see like some figure drawings, some drawings that seem more geared toward like the surrealist autonomism you were talking about before, I wish I could see a little bit more of your process behind one of your older works or something like that. Show us a day-to-day drawing that, I don't know, you created on the fly and then is not as developed as your other pieces. So yes, include sketchbook works. Oh, and for those of you who are new to this stream and did not see me previously, I am very allergic today, so I'm sorry if the tissue blocks my face most of the time. Um, anyways, more about this portfolio is that I think you should also include more figure drawings. I think you should, because I mean, we'll look at it later, but this one slide does not have that many figure drawings. This has like 5 figure drawings, and I think you should include a little bit more, maybe at least one more slide of figure drawings, just to show that you can do not only long poses, but also gestural drawings, for instance. Um, Another thing is, we'll get to this later too, but I don't think the sculpture pieces have been properly or documented to the best of your ability. But overall, I think this is pretty diverse and pretty strong. So let's get into it and talk about each piece individually. So piece number 1. All right. What a piece to start off with. It's very creepy. And perhaps this is a self-portrait. It seems like a piece that was definitely photo referenced. And although photo reference isn't bad all the time, I feel like it could like inhibit the way you express pieces or create pieces. But in this case, I think it's okay. Like, there's no way you can get this facial expression without having taken a reference photo. So I totally agree with that decision. I also really like the way that the face has been rendered. But since the face and the hands have been rendered so well, it really leaves the background more to be asked for. Especially like those blinds on the window on the left. I mean, it seems like you just took a piece of pastel and just drew and then that was it. Whereas the face has so much more love in it that it just really doesn't match up for me. So definitely go back in and maybe put a little bit more love into the background. When things like that, like I understand you want the focal point to be the face, but when things really don't match up, people are going to notice the parts that don't match up more than what you intend to do. So keep that in mind. Let's go on to the next piece, number 2. Okay, this might be this surrealist automatism, surrealist automatism that you were talking about earlier. I really enjoy the patchwork papers. Like, if you guys look closely, these are a bunch of little square papers pasted together. And I don't usually see that in portfolios. So anything that really makes your portfolio stand out is going to be pretty good sometimes. And I think in this case, it is working. Other interesting elements is that it's all pretty much covered in figure drawings. Like I think these are all just all figure drawings. My eye goes first to like the white figure drawings in the middle on top of the black sort of silhouettes in the middle, if you guys can see. And then it sort of travels around. It probably goes to like the black figure on the left and then more to the patterns on the right. But I think one part that might not be as developed would be the middle. Right, this is so hard to explain. Right below the white figures and right next to the big face on the in yellow. Like there's this space that's kind of empty and it just like I don't really want it's really hard for my eye to look around the piece. It sort of looks in parts sporadically, if that makes sense. And I wish that this piece sort of had a bigger flow that my eye could travel through a little more easily. But that being said, surrealist automatism is quite hard to do because it's not a really defined definition. Like there's no right or wrong way to go about things, or more like there's a bunch of right ways. Sorry, a bunch of wrong ways and no right way. There we go. Oh, and in the chat, Rose has said, yes, these are dance movements. All right, that's actually really cool. I think I think figure drawing dancers is probably one of the best things you could do. So actually, Rose, while you're here, I have a question. Did you draw these from life, or did you see like a video or photos or something and then draw from there? Um, so let us know in the chat. But I've actually definitely done that before myself. I've seen music videos where the dances have really inspired me and figure drawn from those videos. But I wouldn't recommend it all the time because seeing a person in real life is much better than the closed little window you're going to see on YouTube of a video of a dancer. So keep that in mind. Um, I think this piece really stands out from the rest of your portfolio, Rose. So I would definitely keep this. I think I would keep this. Let's move on to the second piece. I mean, the third piece. So, okay, Rose actually replied, for the last piece, it was a video. Okay, I think that's fine. So you weren't going to be at dance performances your whole life. So sometimes you really do need to find those resources online or through media such as that. But anyways, on to this third piece. I think that your second piece is stronger. This third piece doesn't seem as complete to me. When I actually opened it, actually, funny story, I opened it in one window of my screen, and on the other screen I had another window open, and that window blocked part of this piece. It actually blocked the left part of the piece. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, actually, I think it looks better that way. Like, I think you could crop out the left part and then be left with the, like, the patterns and the overlaying and the collage going on the right. Although I do miss sort of like the space the left side gives me, it doesn't feel as finished, in my opinion. Like, I feel like the right side has a lot more going for it in terms of like technique and experimentation. And I think you have to find some sort of balance between where to leave pieces less worked and where to really work the overlays and the collages and stuff like that. But overall, in my opinion, I think the second piece is more strong. This third piece, I just feel like it's not as developed as the second piece. But maybe when we move on and look at other pieces, I'll also change my opinion on that. So sit tight. Let's look at the other pieces. Piece number 4. So this is a very classic study. These are very good colors that you are using. I love the red ribbon. If it weren't for that red ribbon, I don't think this piece would be as interesting. And I think this is like a good study to include. So yes, definitely keep it. I think moving forward, you could give us a little more hint of what each object is, or really make the bunny vague. Because what's happening in this piece is that the bunny is so recognizably a bunny that everything else seeming vague doesn't live up to the bunny, if that makes sense. I think either make everything very noticeably what it is or make the bunny more vague. But it's overall a very good study on color, and this is oil or acrylic. Actually, in the chat, Rose has mentioned for piece number three, should I keep the lower left part of piece number three? So let's backtrack just for Rose. Lower left part. I mean, if you're going to crop out the left part, I think you have to crop out the lower left part. But I think we'll have to go back and look at this piece later because I think this is like a really cool experimentation on maybe this like surrealist automatism technique you're trying out. But I really do feel like piece number two is more strong. But it would be weird if you left piece number two by itself and not have another accompanying drawing. So let's see your other pieces and see if there's something else we could crop out from there. How about that? Okay. So I think I've said pretty much all I've wanted to say for number four. So let's move on to piece number five. Sorry about my allergies, everyone. And if you're interested, I'm allergic to weather change. So whenever it suddenly rains, I just get really allergic. Anyways, piece number five, I very much enjoy the person juxtaposed with the drawing. I think the drawing is really well done. It's really hard to portray things of different mediums in paints. Does that make sense? Like it's very hard to draw, it's very hard to paint a pencil drawing in a painting. And it's very hard to paint drawings in a painting. And I think Rose has done this very well with this uh I know the artist, but I am blanking out on the name right now. But anyways, I think Rose is doing a very good job with this drawing in a painting. So I think the technique is very good. That being said, I think it suffers from the same problems as some of your other works in that the background does not seem as finished. The background seems very like an afterthought. And I wish that you had put a little bit more love into it. I feel like, oops, sorry, I was like cropping out the piece. I feel like you don't even need the top part. Like, I don't think you need the sculptures of like the eye, the mouth, the ear. Um, Something about portraying art in art is a very fine line to walk. Because usually when people portray art, they usually portray like the sphere that everyone draws, or like the apple painting, or the sculptures of like the eyes, the mouth, the ears, and stuff like that. And I feel like those are really, I don't know, like maybe stereotypical depictions of art. And I'm wondering if you could have tried something else. Like maybe you could have put a drawing of a surrealist automatism. Oh my gosh, these words are too hard to pronounce. Something of importance to you in the art world, or something to show the art world in a way we haven't seen it before. So although like I've seen like juxtaposing a person on top of a drawing, I feel like I believe the lower half of your painting more than I believe the upper half. Partly because of the subject matter, partly because of how it's rendered. So I would definitely rethink these paintings in that way. But in the meantime, I think you should keep it in your portfolio because it does show that you can portray like these drawings and also a figure with paints. So definitely keep it. Let's move on to number six. All right. A very classic study. This is one that I enjoy as a study, but I am conflicted about showing in your portfolio because although it shows a good technique and shows that you can draw from life, like you can draw realistically, and that's important to show in a portfolio, we usually also want to see some sort of narrative going on. But I think for now, keep it because it's your only black and white work, it seems like. And it's good to show that you're able to do that sort of thing. I think the positioning is also good, like the skull coming out of the piece, the jar in the back going off the top as well. And then the pattern and the cloth underneath is a good choice. Also, the choice of darks and lights are very contrasting, so that's nice to see. So there's nothing wrong with this piece, but if you find something more interesting, I think you could replace it. Because I think from the paintings that you've shown us, you've already shown your capability. Like you've shown your skill, you've shown your technique. So If you can find a piece that's more interesting, you can replace this one if you want. But for now, keep it because it's a black and white piece. Find another black and white piece that you could replace it with. But again, nothing wrong with it. Let's go to number 7. Okay, so number 7 is your only slide here that has figure drawings, and I'm glad you're including them, but I think we need to see more and different kinds of figure drawings. Additionally, it feels a little scrappy, like the way you've put them in. Like, because they're different heights. One on the left goes off the page, the one on the right is in the page, and it feels very much like you copy pasted it into Photoshop, and I think you need to rethink your presentation a little more. As for the different kinds of figure drawings you could have, you could also go for like gestural drawings, figure drawings that take 1 to 2 minutes. These seem like they take like 5 to 10 minutes. So I would really put a diverse range of figure drawings in your portfolio. Maybe another slide, who knows? Or you can maybe even fit into the slide. So more. Let's go on to the next piece. Let's talk about the background. So I know that this is something you will hear a lot, but you really need to make sure your background matches how well you draw your figure, your subject. And the subject is wonderfully painted. I love the way that the shirt feels real, and is like wrapped around this child's body. I love the shine in the hair as well. But the background just does not live up. And in fact, I'm kind of confused by the background. It doesn't seem to have any, it seems quite abstract. Like there's no cast shadow from the girl. The girl feels like cut out from a magazine and pasted onto this background. So try to remember that your space tells as much story as your subject does. And right now, I think the space feels like an afterthought. So that is my critique for piece number 8. So Rose, if you have any thoughts or questions, make sure to enter them into the chat and I'll do my best to read them as well. All right, let's move on to the next piece, number 9. Grapefruit cake slice piece. I want to point out that I love the textures in this piece. I really feel like the grapefruit is juicy. I love that the part where the slice has been taken out, that really feels like it goes into the grapefruit. Like it feels very dark and like you can see like the inside of the grapefruit. The cake is also really wonderfully painted as well. I wish the cake related more to the grapefruit. I'm sort of confused when I look at it. It's sort of like, oh, I took out a slice and it's a cake. Like, I'm really not sure what you're trying to tell me in this case. It kind of reminds me of those like Photoshop images I see online, like when people cut open a banana and on the inside it's an orange or something like that. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Those photos you see online? This sort of gives me the same vibe as that. And I wish that you could employ the fact that you have your painting skills on hand, like you have your imagination and stuff like that. This really feels like a little bit of a cut and paste image, and it really shows texture very well, and color is also really used well as well. But I wish you could tell us a little bit more. Like, Rose, if you're there, you can tell us what inspired you to make this piece, but I don't really see the correlation between the strawberry cake and the grapefruit. Like, I wish maybe it was like a grapefruit cake. I don't know. So yeah, really think about why you want to portray certain things as you do. I hope that was helpful for number 9. Let's move on to number 10. I really love this piece. I think this is one of the strongest pieces in the portfolio. And I know it doesn't really show any narrative or like a very specific narrative or anything, but I once had a teacher tell me that sometimes you can just celebrate something very simple. And as long as you put your whole heart into it, as long as you put a lot of time, effort, and thought into it, something very simple can become a wonderful image. And like sometimes pieces can just celebrate a circle. I've seen one person make a series on circles and just like the circles they find in everyday life. And so simple, yet delivers a lot. In this case, this just feels like a celebration of color, texture, maybe fabric as well, and pattern. And I totally believe that. And I think it's wonderfully painted. And I'm wondering what sort of paint this is. Rose says pieces 8 to 10 were paintings I did when I was starting to begin painting. They are all early works. Eloise says that Wayne Thibault is a really good rec, and I highly agree with Eloise. And Prof Lieu says the colors in this painting are incredible. I agree. All right, I have to wrap this up soon, so sorry. So anyways, keep this piece very strong. Moving on to number 11, oh my gosh, I am so sorry, Rose, that I focused so much on your first half of your portfolio, but we have to rush through your second half. But actually, the more we get through the second half, it becomes stronger. So a lot of just pieces you should keep. Definitely keep this piece. And I love the different colors and the way you've rendered the images. But I say the weakest part is the top left corner for piece number 11. With the planes and the bombs, I guess, they really feel like they're painted as an afterthought. Piece number 12 has two parts. It is a collage and also a painting. I think this is also a really strong piece because it clearly has a lot of narrative, and I love the different textures you have in the different paintings. That being said, I wish that you could actually include some of your collage works. When you submit this portfolio, do not submit the both of them. Don't submit the collage with the painting. Submit either the collage or the painting. But maybe for other pieces, you could just have the collages themselves. Okay, number 13 are two parts again. One is the work in progress of the statue, and the other is the final fired sculpture. And I've got to say, Rose, I feel like your sculptures do not live up to your paintings because they are very good, but it's sort of difficult when you see a portfolio of really strong work and then you see one mediocre thing. It feels like sculpture is not something you have done often. I love the face, but after the face, as you go back, it really shows some discrepancies, like the ears. For instance, when you look at my face, you can see my ear pops out a bit, right? I feel like the ears are a little flat to the head, and the neck connects really weirdly to the head as well. And it is still strong, but not as strong as the rest of your pieces, so it really stands out. So I would reconsider putting this in your portfolio. I would maybe replace them with something else. Maybe another surrealist automatism drawing. But yeah, I think I would crop them out of your portfolio. Number 14 is your strongest piece by far. This is the one I love the most out of your portfolio because this is really unique. When you think of other students' portfolios, I don't know if they're going to play with light and shadow and space as you have done in piece number 14. Overall, this is very strong, and I would definitely keep this. Let's go on to piece number 15. See, Rose, the deeper we get into your portfolio, it gets stronger actually, because piece number 15 is also one I just love and you should absolutely keep. You can maybe look at Egon Schiele, the artist, for inspiration for this sort of style in the future. He sort of draws these like very grotesque portraits that they're so ugly, but they're so fascinating to look at. And in this case, in your piece, I don't think it's ugly, but I think it's very fascinating in the same way Egon Schiele's work is. And I love the line, love the color. I wish that the cloth she's sitting on was more rendered. Let's move on to piece number 16, the final piece. Oh wait, is this the final piece? Yeah, it is. I don't know what it is, but I think I still like it. I believe this is like feet and legs and an arm, but excuse me. But I think this is something you should keep in your portfolio, but maybe more of it. It feels like a study. It does not feel like a final piece. In fact, I think it's like I kind of question the reason why it's on a white page like this. And I think I just want to see more of this. I do enjoy this style a lot, and I think it's really working for you in this portfolio. It sort of marries your surrealist automatism drawing style with, I guess, like a more rendered, more, how would you say, more narrative driven image. And it's like a good, happy combination. So I think I would just like want to see more of it. Overall, Rose, I think this is a strong portfolio. Going back to your piece number three, I think you should keep it after all because it seems like a series with number two. Um, but I hope that this critique has been very helpful. Sorry we had to rush it through at the end, but don't worry, as we got more towards the end, the stronger your pieces became. So I hope that you have a wonderful evening, everyone, and thank you for watching my half of the stream. So up next is Eloise, and I'll see you another time, hopefully when I'm less allergic.
Hello, everybody. We're going to do a quick scene change so that Eloise can come online. So just give us a second. Hello, everybody. We are back with Eloise Sherrod. So, Eloise, it's all on you. We are back with Eloise Sherrod.
Oops. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. And before I get started, I am actually no. I'm just going to jump in. I don't need to give an intro text this time. So, I'm going to start with critiquing Avon Waters's portfolio. So, Avon is working primarily with painting, and they have an interest in like what I would call like sort of synesthetic um art. So they have a particular interest in art that crosses the boundaries between music and kind of like interprets that sort of sensory experience into painting. So we're already getting some strong like almost impressionist influences, which I think really come through in the entire portfolio. And I say impressionist because there's this emphasis on like the way that the subject and the content, say, that the artist is thinking is being interpreted through the artist and their perception of it onto the canvas. So I think that as we're sort of looking through this portfolio, you'll see a lot of this, like, this is not someone who is working photorealistically. This is not someone who's working with a sort of eye towards reproducing reality exactly as it is. I definitely get a sense of someone who's very comfortable with that sort of suggested rendering and that sort of a way of abstraction, very comfortable with abstraction, and keeping the subject, like, and the connection between the subject and what is actually being portrayed fluid. Some things that I notice overall while we're sort of in this like overview section of the portfolio, I notice that so the artist says in their statement that they're very inspired by jazz, and that they try to basically, like I was saying before, like channel sort of their impulses and feelings as they respond to the jazz directly into the piece. But I'm really struck by the fact that I feel like these paintings are all very similar to one another, for lack of a better term. I feel like they have all sort of very similar way of like interpreting texture, a way of interpreting gesture, and a way of interpreting light. I think that the way that you handle color and light are very beautiful. For instance, in this piece, number 7, that we have up right now, I think that I have such a clear sense of place and time. But if we compare that across the board, I have a very strong sense of setting and the ways that the art is sort of artist is looking at light and the passage of time and interpreting it. I don't have a sense overall of someone interpreting, like feeling across, say, multiple pieces of music or multiple emotional feeling states. I feel like, both within each piece as well as over the portfolio as a whole, I feel a very sort of consistent emotional state, which is very calm and peaceful, very much sort of a peaceable kingdom. And so that's just something that I think, and I think that if this is like the way that the artist feels all of the time, then that is good. But just right off the bat, just because this seems to be a stated intention of the artist, I find myself really wanting to see more dissonance, or moments of dissonance that pair with moments of this sort of peace and beauty. And I think like this can even be expressed sort of in the way that like the artist, like the texture in each of these pieces. So we're looking at sort of some of these detail shots, and like within every like the strokes, like the actual marks that you're creating with the our prof says, by the way, Avon creates a homemade ground for these soft pastel drawings. They're not just on plain paper. No, absolutely. And I think that I can definitely tell a sense of like the physicality of these pieces that comes through in a very satisfying way. I feel these are objects, not just pictures of objects. And that's something that I feel very positively about when I look at these pieces as a collection. I mean, I'm definitely getting a strong, also, I feel like you're looking at, I don't think, I'm going to just double check the statement really quickly. I don't think you listed Monet as someone who you're very inspired by. No, you didn't. But I definitely get a very similar feeling. In the way that there's sort of this hazy mistiness comes through. Yeah, George Inness is another great example, or another great like recommendation. But so one of the things that I do, coming back to this idea of like texture or mark making as a good sort of jumping off point for expressing sort of what I'm thinking about. Like I want to see this sort of like, sometimes, so with the piece number 1, I guess we can go into some like specifics here. So one thing that's really working for me with piece number 1 is that we have here a mixture between these sort of like clear vertical elements, which are, I guess, are tree trunks, but they're not too literally rendered. And then we have like the light kind of coming through them and almost like blowing out certain sections. And that is working because it balances sort of areas of more specific literal rendering with areas that are more blotchy, hazy, not literal. And I find overall that for me, your strongest pieces are the ones that kind of have some kind of structured moment occurring in them. Like, so this one, the structure is being provided by these like vertical marks, which are very like not that you need to have like a clear subject. Like I'm comfortable with abstraction. I just want abstraction to have some kind of backbone to it that gives me something as a viewer to hold on to. And so that's something that I think is very successful in this piece. Also, I love your use of color. I love that you're mixing this blue light with this like this blue shadow with this orange light. I get again such a strong sense of time of day with this. This is clearly sunset, and it's sunset at yeah, and art prof says, Avon, your colors are so luscious. I think, okay, I'm being extremely critical, which I realize is something you're here for, but I really want to stress that I think your sense of color and light are just wonderful. Moving on to piece number 2. So for me, this piece number 2 is another example of just like really beautiful light and color. And I can't, and that in and of itself does sort of provide a specificity to a certain time and place. I feel like it's early morning and there's like mist. But again, my question is, I feel this sort of disjointed a bit from your, I guess, like, concept, which, Disappearing Barns. Thank you so much for telling us the name of it. I don't feel like there is much sort of spontaneity, I guess, in this work, like you might get if you were responding directly from like a piece of jazz or something with that. I feel like it's very bucolic and peaceful, but I just wonder about like whether you are like successfully like kind of taking not just your impressions of, say, a landscape, but maybe like within this, like I find, for instance, like I think that like the upper like left-hand corner, like this whole sorry, just had a sound snafu. Back onto that, like in the upper left-hand corner where the sky is showing up, I think that it's like so uniform, and like what if there was like movement.
Do we lose you, Eloise? Hang on, sit tight, guys. Let me figure out what is happening. Hang on, folks. Looks like we lost Eloise, in which case, if we can't get her back on, I will sub. So just give us a second. We'll see if we can figure it out. We will be right back. Eloise? Okay. Hopefully, Eloise is back. There she
Yes,
is.
yes, I am back. And I hope everyone, thank you so much, everyone, for bearing with us as we live stream. Um, love live streams. So, okay, moving on to piece number three, which is what I am. So, the last thing that I was saying before I noticed that I seemed to be cutting out was that piece number three, for me, is like the place in a way where I feel like like meeting of the concept and the technical rendering is the most clear in a way because I feel like I can like see your brushstrokes or not brushstrokes. I can see your strokes in general. I can see the scraping. Yeah, exactly. I love this one. It feels so expressive. And also I really like the way that I can see, for instance, very fine lines, very fine like scratches and scribbles, and then there are areas where I have more of this like broad stroke. It's texturally interesting. It's movement. It's like I feel this sort of like spontaneity. There feels like a spontaneity. It feels less polished. And in a way, I feel like it's most successful at like carrying through your concept into its execution. Okay, moving on with an eye on the time. Yes. So piece number four is back to landscapes. And I want to like stress, by the way, that I don't have a problem with you using landscapes as the subject as you interpret these like more abstract visions. I think it is really good for there to be almost like an organizing principle for abstraction. Like it's a jumping off point. Landscapes are something that's familiar that people know how to sort of respond to. And then you can kind of move on from here. But so this is another one where again, am like, I want something to hold on to. We've got our horizon line at the edge of the pool, which is good, but like, there could be more of that like stuff that we saw in piece number three, which has more of like sort of an expressive, like in a way, this is gonna sound like harsh, but in a way, my eye is almost like first drawn to your signature in the right hand corner of this piece, which I feel like is not necessarily what you want to happen. But part of the reason is that because it's foregrounded and because it kind of has this like more like sharp details, that's kind of what my eye is drawn to. It's drawn to two things. It's drawn to the bloom of light on the surface of the water, which is quite lovely. Again, light is clearly one of your strong suits. But then I'm also drawn to like that more like literally defined mark, especially as it stands out in contrast. So, moving on to number five. Gosh, I love the colors in number five. I think that this is just like a personal preference. I also like love this one because it seems to be going furthest away from it feels like one of the pieces that's going furthest away from capturing like realistic colors. Like I still feel a landscape in this one, but I feel it only again it's like sort of an organizing principle as opposed to something that you have to like literally depict. Um Yeah, James Turrell is an awesome recommendation for this. And again, like one of the strengths of this piece, I think, is that contrast. It's both tonal contrast, like we have actual darks and really strong lights here, but then we also have moments of like almost you. So you have this uniform-ish texture across, but we have moments that are like almost like sharp and more defined, like in sort of the center, like in the center where we have this sort of magenta like spears or points, and those have a great contrast with the sort of white cloud, I guess we could say, just in shape. That contrast is very satisfying to me. Um, with all of this, I again, yeah, it's erratic. Like, and this again, I feel like is one of the pieces that more closely speaks to, like, I feel sort of synesthesia sensation. Like, I feel like there are different, like, by the way, the word synesthesia, for those who don't know, is sort of like when you have, like, crossed wires between, like, different senses. So vision and sound link up and express each other. Like, you hear a sound and then you get music. Whoa, what is happening with the video for me? And I think that this piece, I mean, it makes me think of, like dreams. It's okay, Clara. So really successful piece. And number 6, moving on to that, kind of has that same, and again, it's the same color palette, which is just something that's like really effective. I want something that I find myself wanting a lot from your compositions is I want there to be something a little more disruptive, especially when you are making work that is more clearly like tied to reality. So the last piece, for instance, had a great deal of abstraction. I still felt like it was inspired by like landscape. It felt like a landscape, but like this one is a landscape. And I want something more challenging from this. Like, I want something to be off kilter or something to sort of, because at a certain point when I see these landscapes that are very, like traditionally composed in a way, I almost start like dialing it in terms of what I'm like interpreting. Like I am like, oh, okay, I see trees and a lake, and that's like fine, but I feel like we can do more. And I think that, like, for instance, in like piece number 3 and the last piece that we were looking at, and I mean, the last piece draws comparisons because it's like so much more. They feel like they're very paired works because of the color palette that unites them. I just find myself sort of wanting to like see more of that disjointed, off kilterness, so that I'm not just like seeing what I expect to see. Moving on. And I'm going to have to speed up a little bit because I am a little behind schedule. To number 7. Yeah, like, so I think, Clara, for instance, like what you were just saying about the landscapes keeping us from seeing more in the image because we decide we're looking at the trees, like it closes off opportunities for the image to be something else. That may be part and parcel of it. I mean, that's the beauty of abstraction, is that you can project onto it. And one of the things that I think that is really successful in some of the other pieces is that we have both abstraction and like the inspiring like anchor subject within the piece, like both at the same time, and they coexist. I mean, again, I think so. This for me, of the landscapes, is one of the more successful landscapes for me, and that's partly because, kind of like what I was talking about with piece number 1, we have some like formal like anchors holding us on. Like here we have like the lines of the trees and they intersect in a really satisfying way with the shadow edge of the like roof, like as it meets the wall of the building. And I think like part of that has to do with, I think like the eye is really drawn to simple geometry. Like we're very drawn to crosses and X's, and we're also very drawn to like triangles. And you have a lot of triangle structures in this, both in, oh, and something very satisfying here that I think is happening is the way, speaking of triangles, there's the echoing first of that window, and then the like roof peaking, and then there's like 3 trees that are leaning together that all kind of don't quite overlap, but they all kind of draw your eye in that direction at the same time. And that's like a really satisfying compositional moment. And in a way, that's something that I want from more of your compositions. Like, I'm not saying that you need to like have like thin lines and certain structures and everything, but I do want to feel like there's some intentionality coming into like where our eye is moving, where we're being directed to. Okay, moving on to number 8. A beautiful windblown landscape at like golden hour, I guess this would be. And this one works for me also because there's a very cool like kind of kinetic motion happen, excuse me, there's a very cool kinetic motion happening here with like the way that the trees feel like roiled by wind and they're twisting, and they aren't like, and that twisting feels like reflected in the marks that you have like incorporated into like the way that you've rendered the clouds in between the two clumps of trees feels like it's rendering wind, even though you're not actually like drawing wind. Like you have actually made like the space itself work that way. And then that sort of center, I don't know, my eye feels like it's kind of being cycled around in a circle because you've created this sort of circular composition where you've got the small tree, like the large trees on the right, which kind of flip me around to that peak of those clouds. And those kind of cycle me down, and my eye is drawn to like that smaller tree. And then it's sort of sent off down the bottom by this like light that's coming onto the meadow. So that's like kind of an example of like what I would be looking for more with like this your compositions in general. Okay, moving on. Okay, we have number 9, which I think something that is like successful in number 9 is the way that you have different kinds of like marks in the foreground that kind of are more like large, and then I think like those kind of fall off into the background, which becomes more hazy and less literal. And so that's something that's really working for you here, that kind of atmospheric point of view. By the way, I know I'm supposed to be moving on, but I think because we had some technical issues, I think that I'm going to keep going a little longer. I think it's really interesting to compare this piece, though, with number 10, which comes right after it, which to me, again, feels like a much less conventional composition. And it's like, I love this piece. Number 10 is, again, like one of the pieces I think is really strong for me. And I think part of it is almost because I feel like there's a distortion happening, like spatially. Like, I feel like even though I know that, like, probably the subject is supposed to be, like, further away from us, the fact that the way that you've applied this light in, like, the center left kind of pulls this section immediately to my foreground, and it feels like it's entering space towards me. And that's really echoed by the way that you've also got these like blue streaks kind of falling off. Like it feels like you're creating oh gosh, what are these called? Like 3-point or 1-point perspective lines. That's something that's really satisfying to see. And I think that like, yeah, vanishing lines. Thank you, Clara. Thank you so much. And I don't know. I like this in a way because I feel like all of your compositions with these landscapes have kind of had things at like a very satisfying, at a very safe distance. And this feels like space. There's not like a big gap between me and like the subject, even though the subject is like, I can't necessarily literally tell where it begins and ends, but I still feel like there's much more depth here. So that's very successful. Number 11 is another yeah, exactly. Like the ground is swelling up and pouring outwards. It's dynamic. It's satisfying. So okay, number 11. So this one is like, I think for me, one of the less engaging pieces in this portfolio. And I'm sort of struggling to identify why. And part of it, I think, might just have to do with the fact that it kind of, like, feels like it feels like you've got a few different ideas going on, but haven't quite... Yeah, the colors are similar to each other. There's not that much, like, tonal difference. And whereas like in some of the pieces, like for instance where you have these like tree trunks like intersecting with like another subject in the background. There was more overlap, and I felt like there was more conversation happening. Like in that other barn drawing that you did with the of where I was talking about like those intersecting like triangles, I felt like there was a conversation happening between these different elements that was kind of interesting. Like this kind of feels a bit like separating your peas and your carrots. So I'm like, what can you do to like again, like what can you do to like swell, like have the ground like swell up and pour outwards, like in that last piece? Like how can you distort this? How can you trouble it? Okay, moving on to number 12. So something I really like in number 12 is the areas between the trees or of the tree trunks. I feel like this sort of like again, I feel like that very like precise line offsets the sort of haziness of like the upper left-hand corner. And that's like a sort of satisfying break. In a way, I want, and I'm not saying like this would need to like radically like change this composition or whatever. I feel like I want something in the left-hand corner in like the extreme foreground, again, almost like out of focus, but something that can again like sort of continue to emphasize the sense of space that you very successfully created. Like I can tell this is a line of trees heading off into the distance, but I kind of find myself going like, why? Like, I feel that safe. I still feel like the trees sort of like terminate at a very safe distance here. So how can you like make me feel less comfortable? Um, and whether that's by like having like a burst of light kind of like pulling out that light splash in the left hand corner more, or whether that's actually creating like a form in the foreground there, something that can continue to like bring the composition closer to me, like out of my comfort zone. Number 12, at number 13, excuse me. We were just doing number 12, has a very similar color palette from the last ones. I feel like my eyes are really. We were just doing number 12. Whoop. I keep having these audio issues. With this one, I feel like the sort of definition of the like riverbank is something that's very effective, especially and the way that you've managed to like render that without the use of like line, like you've used like sort of these bright highlights to do that, the contrast with the shadows there, that kind of gives me some of that structure I've been seeking. And I also like the way that you again have like introduced a slightly different kind of line with these more like wispy tree trunks. That's something that's working pretty well here. I think again, I feel like this landscape terminates at a very comfortable distance from me. I don't feel intruded upon, if you will. Number 14, a piece I really like, and we are at the last piece in this portfolio, I believe. Yes. So this one for me, I think is great because there's almost like this is one of the ones that I think like emotionally for me has the most coming on. There's like a weird like sort of discordantness to the ways that you've like arranged the like houses on the sort of horizon line, and then you've shown, oh, you don't have a slide for number 14. Well, y'all will just have to imagine it. It's good. I like it. Maybe well, Avon, I think it's probably not going to be good for us to talk about something that the rest of the audience can't see. Or okay, scene change, stand by. Right, everyone, we are back and we are now looking at Sarah Michaels' portfolio. Sarah, thank you so much for submitting your work. So, we're going to start with some overviews. So, Sarah is a high school student in London. They're currently working on a portfolio for art school. And so I notice that, so you have said that you are very interested in the human form, and I think that definitely comes through in this portfolio. I think that it's clear that you are like very comfortable there. And so I'm gonna kind of like poke at that over the course of this because I think that um you ask in your artist statement whether it would be good to like incorporate or like you say you sort of want to try branching out in ways that are not jarring. So I'm going to give you some like suggestions for ways to do that. I notice a sort of range between things that are more on like this sort of realistic, like photorealistic, not quite photorealistic, but you know what I mean, to maybe more of an impressionist or painterly sort of mark making, like number six, for instance, is like a great example. And I think like you have a wonderful eye for detail and also a pretty fun sense of composition. I think that like one of the things I'd be interested in seeing you kind of dig deeper on or work harder on would be like the subject in space. So like I noticed that a lot of your figures are sort of like floating in the ether. And there are a couple moments like when I see pieces where you have incorporated more of a background and I'm like, yes, more of that. But as it is, I think that overall, you have this question that you've asked us, which is like, how do you branch out into subjects like architecture or animals in a way that's not jarring to someone who's mostly been drawing people? And I think that, and this is actually something that's like good advice for this portfolio too, is like include more, do more sketchbooking and include with that some pieces from your sketchbook in your portfolio. Just a couple, but because I think that I find that a lot of these, I mean, like Clara said, any shift from what you're used to is going to be jarring, and that's just the way of it. But I think that, for instance, the having like a really good practice, say, of like trying. So there's like blind contour drawings, for instance, where you sort of intentionally don't look at your sketchbook and are just like allowing there to be like a clear, like whatever your eye sees your hand moves to, and you just kind of, yeah, like Claire was saying, you just kind of do it, and like don't worry about how the image comes out. And I think that's a really great way of kind of getting past the blockage of like being like, okay, there's a person that I'm drawing like across from me on like the train station, but what about the space around them? And if you're just kind of doing a blind contour drawing, like going wherever your eye is leading you without picking the pen up and not looking at the page, that's a really great way to like break out of that. And I think that the images that are created from that, and especially just like maintaining like a sketchbook practice in general, like that's one exercise, but kind of giving yourself permission, like Clara said, to fail and like create work that's not finished, because a lot of these pieces feel very finished, is going to be something that both benefits your practice and that also admissions boards like. Okay, so I'm going to move on to some like specifics in this portfolio so we can kind of jump right into it. Piece number one is definitely one of your more literal works. So it's like a study of a face that's kind of got clown makeup on that's maybe a little smeared. Yes, Clara has raised a really good point, which is that you're very product oriented right now, but you have to kind of become well rounded, and part of that process is loosening up. And I think that, again, incorporating a sketchbook into your practice rather than jumping into like fully finished pieces will be very helpful to you for that. I mean, like this piece almost, it feels like glossy in a way. Like, and I think that part of that has to do with the way that like there's like no rough edges, like everything is sort of smoothed over. And so like what are the ways of you know like you've got a subject here who's clearly like a little rough around the edges, like or a subject who's like not like perfectly coiffed, neat. They're a little disheveled. That's the word I was looking for. And so I think, like, what if as part of your means of like bringing that into like an actual portrait of this subject, like what if you like incorporated some of that into your like line work or like your way of like blocking out shapes. Another thing is that I sort of like how can you like excite that and like trouble this a little bit. I'm not saying that you should completely like eliminate the sort of like rounded smooth sections, but what if you just like mixed it up a little bit more, so that the things that you really want us to be focusing in on, that you really want our eyes to be drawn to, are more clear, and then the rest of it can maybe do more like expressive work. Piece number 2 is kind of, I mean, like clearly of a sort of similar ilk, I guess. Like this seems like the same subject, same photo shoot. I think this one, in a way, like I feel so. Clara says that Sarah shoots all of her own photos, so she had her sister do this makeup and took the photos. So something that I feel here is I feel very much like you are working from a photo reference. And I know like we all say, don't work from a photo reference, but then we all totally do. There's something about the like it looks like a camera flash. Like the way that you've lit this subject, the way that her eyes are reflecting like a flashbulb. It looks like the like in both of them, or like the way the water droplets are. It just looks like it's a photo that's been copied. So it's something to keep into consideration. Like you can work from photo references, but maybe like unless you're trying to see like make a commentary about like the actual nature of photography as interpreted through the medium of painting, I think just being conscious about those sorts of like formal things are important. Art Prof says, hard to see in the photo, but Sarah's brushwork is more visible in this painting than in her others. Yeah. No, and I think like of the two, this one is more satisfying for me, and it automatically draws comparisons with piece number 1 because of the subject matter. I think with piece number 2, there's something about the way that like the wrists and like the shoulder just kind of cut off that just feels like incidental, like you just kind of had to put something there, so you put that there, whereas this piece feels better framed. Yeah, get feral with the brushwork. Like I think that that's sort of what I was talking about wanting the marks themselves to like get expressive, get put to work as sort of making us like a portrait, make the matter itself do some heavy lifting. Moving on to piece number 3. So piece number 3, I think, is like a different direction. Like you're still working with the human form, but it feels a lot looser. And I think that that's something that's really good. Another thing here that I like is I feel like it's almost like the figure is being seen like through a pool of water. Maybe like a bath, like they're underwater. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but I like the fact that we kind of have some like obstruction in like the sort of literal portrayal of the figure. I also like that you seem to be challenging yourself a little bit more with like, say, like different lighting setups. And also that I think it's a lot looser in this one. Like your brushwork is a lot looser. Something I would try to say is like, I think this piece really makes me think of like, so with this one, I'm going to think about like content a little bit. This piece makes me think of like Saint Sebastian and the way that like Saint Sebastian is always portrayed going like that, and being like, you know, poked through with like weapons and like a lot of Catholic like Western iconography. And so I think that whether that's intentional or not, like I think you should try leaning into that, or leaning into maybe the broader point that I'm trying to make is that like sometimes like the ways that like certain figures are, yes, arrows, that's what I'm thinking of. So like sometimes like posing and positioning is like very, like culturally loaded, and what are ways that you can like lean into that to like make maybe like commentaries, like rather than just figure studies, like, and is that in a comparison that you're intentionally drawing with this like person who you're depicting? So food for thought. Moving on to piece number 4. This piece is super satisfying to me because you are challenging yourself with a background. And not only are you challenging yourself with your background, but you are challenging yourself with like a bunch of different shapes, which is so cool. And so cool, especially to see in comparison with like pieces number 1 and number 2, where I felt like your brushwork was much more uniform. Like with that, so that's like a painting. Like this is a drawing, and I feel like when you're drawing, sometimes like the shapes that you actually use, as well as like the strokes themselves, are kind of marks. With this, like I love all the different textures that are happening with like the bricks and the carvings on the pillars. And I also like the way that you and I wouldn't always say this, but I think like particularly as this piece exists in the context of your larger portfolio, I actually kind of like the fact that the first thing that jumps out to me is not the figure, and that the figure in a way almost kind of blends into the background. I wouldn't always say that, but especially because I think that something that you struggle with is like um those sorts of like non-human space like subjects. I think like it's interesting here that the figure almost becomes a part of the background. So that's cool. I like that. Um, for I cannot tell you why, but my absolute favorite part of this painting is the upper left-hand corner. There's like a grill or something with these like dots, and I think that's great because like there's such like a clean piece of like geometry in this very like abnormal, like tilted, weird off kilter like castle like space that's sort of being made, and so that's just like it's like a sort of satisfying little detail to loop in on. I feel like there's lots of great like patches of detail here. So moving on. No, just like one final thought. I think like again, I think that this piece like it's not something that I would like almost like if I were seeing this piece on its own, I would like work really hard to like critique number 4 as like a lot of different elements, but I think it's like really satisfying to see as like sort of a piece in like the overall portfolio. So that's interesting. Number 5 is this, so correct me if I'm wrong, is this a monotype? Um Let me know. I like this piece because I think it's one of your most painterly. Which I mean obviously like the medium is sort of, yes, it looks like a monotype. I like this because you kind of have like these great moments of like literalness with the eyes, which are sort of carefully, clearly doll's eyes, and like the buttons, which are much looser. Oh, I'm sorry. I will hurry up. Yes. But you don't feel tied down to that literalness. Like you have areas that are just sort of like brushwork, but they don't feel blank or like empty. They just sort of feel like um there's cool shapes that you're making in this composition, like this, like the negative space between the doll's head and like that this sort of white space and that dark blotch. Okay, moving on. You can't render something in depth with like the way you can with oil painting. Yeah, and I think that's something that you need to like focus on. I think that that's important. And going off of that, I think going on to number 6, which is a figure study. I like again that you have this sort of like looseness to the way that you're rendering planes. You're not getting bogged down in like lines, although you're also not afraid of lines, like the butt crack, like it's just a simple little line, which is like very simple, and that contrasts very nicely with like more of the messy, loose moments. And also the colors are really great. I think that it's great. I do notice that you mostly work with very muted color palette, and I think this is one of like the less muted ones. So that's something to keep an eye on also. Like, and is that something you want to branch out into? So food for thought. Also, I like the way that this is put on the canvas. I think this is like a cool I like this as a composition because you kind of stretch all the way out, and there are cool shapes being formed in the negative space around the figure. Moving on to number 7. I like this drawing a lot. And I think it contrasts very nicely with the last figure study that we saw because it's a much less like traditional like pose. And it's also a much less like traditional figure. I like that this is a figure who has like belly rolls and is not like clearly like standing in front of a class. Subject wise, I think this is also interesting for you because it's like, yeah, it's awkward and flawed. And again, like I think that this is like tied in with this thing. I feel like you over render a lot. And so it's kind of great to see like these places where like these pieces where you're like more like, just draw it and moving on. Like I feel like this is a piece that shows your process more. It's something that speaks more, like maybe supplies more of that like need for like a sketchbook that I was talking about. And yet there are moments of great care, like in the way that you've rendered the line underneath the subject's like right hand breast, which is like more delicate or almost like slightly like calligraphic. Like it's not a straight curve. It could have very easily just been that. So there's moments of delicacy. Also, I like that you're trying to incorporate your subject into a space. That also feels less like traditional figure study-y. Okay, moving on to number 7. To number 8, my apologies. This piece is a fun composition in the number 8. Yeah, is a fun composition in the sense that I like that you're sort of cropping and like distorting the face in a way. Part of me kind of is like struggling with the fact that again we have your very like over rendered precise way of drawing here, and that my mind just on some level knows that if we were this close to the subject, it almost wants more almost like out of focus areas, like the over rendering, like the over precision in every single part of this piece feels unnatural and kind of alienating to me. It feels like hyper realistic. I want to like think in general, like with all of these like portraits that you're doing, these pieces that are like portraits of human faces, like what are you trying to say? I don't find a lot of emphasis on content in your pieces, or if there are, like if you're watching, please, let me know. But I definitely feel like most of what you do is very formal. And again, like we were talking about with like the subject in like number 1 and 2, I feel like you could be making like personality studies or things like that. So like, for instance, how can you like make this less perfect and maybe more indicative of the personhood of the person you're drawing rather than them just being sort of a decorative object. Like, I feel like your subject here is like a vehicle for you to put flowers on to do this like specific subject, like study this idea of putting flowers on this face. So I don't know. Why a face? Why do these flowers have to be on the face? What is this saying? What does this mean? Number 9, I like what is happening with the texture here. Particularly like, oh yeah, watching the time. Okay, I like what's happening with the texture here. I like the formal differences and I like the tonal differences between the contrast between the dark and the light. Go in more, I think. Also, I think that the way that this composition kind of like peters off in the bottom with the shadow could be a little more resolved. Like, even if you're just giving me like just the very edge of the person's face with like space peeking out, that would help me like organize the space a little bit more. I think that the eyelashes are like a great thicket, and I like that contrast of Mark. Yeah. Okay. Moving on back to so figure studies, number 10. This feels very like sort of rainbowy and like over rendered. The subject again is sort of floating around the space. And want to see more. I think this is something that you might want to include in this portfolio since you're applying for schools is like, what about like gesture drawings? Where you just like, again, like that idea of like the blind contour drawing that I brought up before, like where you just kind of have like a single piece of charcoal and you just draw the shape really quickly and like in a very movement-y oriented way that just captures everything at once rather than the sort of okay, carefully, okay, we've got the leg here and then another leg and then the arm is like that. I just pieces like this, even, I mean, there's like rainbows and that's like interesting, but it doesn't feel like it's adding as much or if it's as free or interesting as some of the other figure studies that you've been doing here. So that's something to keep in mind. Number 11. I love the composition on number 11. I love this cropping that you're doing with like the bike gears. And like the spoke in the wheel and like the shaft going upwards. I think this one is like probably my favorite of your compositions because like I know it's a bike, but I'm like breaking it down into its like base components. Literally, because we're looking at the mechanisms. I think that these like shapes that you are like introducing us to in the negative space in particular are very cool. And negative space in general is, I think, something to pay attention to. Like I like that there's like compositions within compositions and the fact that you're sort of like drawing our eye down to the very center of the piece by almost creating a literal like arrow with these like shafts that are then circled very neatly. That's a cool compositional thing. I also like the mark. I think it's like more, I like the way that you are like rendering lines to create tone and shading as opposed to this very like polished, like smooth stuff that you do in a lot of your other pieces. So that's cool too. Okay, I'm hurrying up. Number 12 looks like the same subject as from number 8. And this is also a charcoal piece, I believe. Content-wise, I have the same like criticism. Like this just graphite. Excuse me. I always get graphite and charcoal. It's difficult for me to tell at a line. At a distance. I like the way that you have separated the subject from the space. I think that I like that you haven't relied too much on like line to like demarcate where the person's face begins and the space ends. I like that you've allowed tone to do that instead. Content-wise, I find myself again being like, why are these flowers on this person's face? Like, what are you trying to say here? And I only bring that up because I think that will be something overall that is asked about your portfolio when people look at it. They're going to see a lot of like sort of formal stuff going on that's very interesting, but again, we'll be like, why are we looking here? We can't just have formal things happening. I also really like, I think I would like to see some vague shadowy forms in the background. Nothing that would like really like draw our attention over there, but just like to kind of have that not just be like a flat black space. Like I'd like there to be something happening that's again like making use of that space, even if it's just to like suggest like the very shape further beyond there. Okay. Also more tonal contrast. I want to see more of that. Okay. Moving on, 13. In a way, number 13 is, I think, my favorite of all the figure studies because it feels the loosest. It feels the most gestural. It feels like the least studied. And also, I feel like the way the person is standing is kind of more dynamic in the sense that, like, it's off kilter. Like, this person is not perfectly balanced. And so there's almost like, I feel this person is mid-step. I don't feel like this is just like a static person standing. And I think that lack of balance, and again, kind of the way I've been telling you to like mess up your subjects a little bit, your like mess up your like brushwork or your line work or your mark work a little bit more is kind of like the same with like the compositions, like or the way that you've positioned this figure. Like we could be more off kilter and less balanced. That would create more dynamicism. So I think including like a couple more like studies kind of like this is good. I also like the way that you've got like two, I love the way, in particular, I just want to draw everyone's attention to like the right hand knee or thigh, knee and upper thigh. I just love the way that you have like sort of showed the shadow and light I feel like that like thigh is just like really like three-dimensional, but not in an over-rendered way. Again, you've like suggested it just by giving us right the amount that like just the correct amount of detail. So, that's cool. Moving on to number 14. Um, Number 14 feels like super narrative, which is interesting because of all the pieces, with like maybe the exception of like I don't know, like of all the pieces, this one feels like there's the most of like a story here. So kind of that like content, like what are you trying to say? And I think that 3 more hours, yes, everyone go. I think that like I appreciate what you're doing with like the yellow light. It definitely makes me feel like it makes me definitely aware that there's like a fire. Like I love the backlighting of that figure in the foreground. Um, and I find myself asking a lot of questions about this space. With one thing, this is something I was saying to Avon before, like compositionally, especially because we're clearly in this like thicket of a forest. Like, can you give me something in the foreground here? Even if it's kind of like blurred out or indistinct, I want that to be more upset here. Okay, I'm moving on. Um, I think, yeah, and I want to know more about the story. I want more narrative. Okay, final piece, number 15. Um, I'm gonna say this is just like personal preference here. I mean, so for here, I feel like you're definitely I get a sense of like what you're trying to say here, or at least like say about this like figure is that they're like angelic, and maybe that's just because there's like a lot of tiny like naked baby angels flying around. I don't know. I mean, this is interesting because I think like this piece is like formally very successful because like in the sense that some of the stuff that we've been talking about with like mixing up your mark making is coming into play here. Like we have these more like loosely rendered, like the flowers on the dress or the shirt are very contrasted to like the way that the hair is very like clearly like precisely rendered. The babies feel like sort of in an I don't know. They kind of feel like a last minute addition. And part of me wants like for there to be that like contrast of like maybe just give me like a couple of those like more like literal precise marks onto the babies that like mix and match and compare them in with like the more like loose stuff just so that I can like feel like they're almost in the same plane. Like right now the head feels like it's sort of been like dropped in there and it's kind of existing in another plane of existence. So just making these things all feel like they're in the same universe. Also, and then I also find myself just being like, why is there not something, some kind of vague shape implying a background? Even if it's just like a single like shape kind of coming out of the shadows. So and that's just because like there's clearly some depth happening, but things are like falling off and like we've got depth in our subject, but everything's happening on like one plane, but there's clearly stuff back there because you've given us these like colors. So I'm just like, give me something out of focus. Okay. That's all for me, I believe. Sorry about going over time, Clara. And scene change, scene change. Thank you all so much for coming.
Hello, everyone. This is Professor Lieu. Just give us a few minutes. We will be right back with Jordan McCracken Foster.
All right. Good luck.
we are back with Jordan McCracken Foster. Take it away, Jordan.
All right, guys. So thank you for joining us today. And for those of you who are wondering, yes, it is my birthday. So keep the super chat donations coming. And yeah, I still got like 2 more hours on the West Coast. So anyway, we're going to start going through Lizette's portfolio. So let's start with image number one. Let's see. And okay. So Lizette is a fine artist. And I don't know if it popped up on the screen yet. That's why I'm a little uncertain. Let me see. Oh, where are we? I'll just read a little bit of the artist statement because I don't know if it's on the screen just yet. Oh, there we go. Okay, never mind. All right, so this piece, I like this piece. I'm not sure what medium. It looks like it's acrylic or maybe oil. Um, One thing I want to say is the colors I think are really really striking, and I like the way that you're using the texture of the water or the brush to really convey the sense of water. The only thing that I think is, despite the really nice colors, that I think you could probably like not quite hold back, but limit your palette a little bit more because all the colors in the water, while those are possible, I don't know if they make sense right now for the particular situation. So I want to know what is making that bright pink stand out in that water? What's making that dark blue in the center come out? And you don't have to show those in the image, but maybe have it in the back of your mind, like okay, maybe there's a pier over here, maybe there's a light from a lighthouse or something. And maybe also show the reflection of the sky. I think that could also be really cool, at least to some extent. So I would just think about that, and also consider where you want us to look. Like, what is the focal area? What is the part of the water that makes this so interesting that you would want us to that we would want to stare at this for 3, 4, 5 minutes? Let's go to piece number two. All right. So piece number two. This one is one of the more abstract pieces, and sorry, there's a delay, so I'm not sure if this is actually showing up on the on the stream or not. But yeah, piece two is really really cool. I think that something that can be worked on again is something about the composition. So, what is the focal area? So we have these three objects that are about the same size. And when you're creating a piece and you want to create interesting composition, I think it's always best to have big, medium, and small. And so you want to be able to help the viewer to understand what it is we're going to be looking at. So you can show that by virtue of shape. You can show that by direction. So maybe you want us to look at one that's like if you had two of these going in the same direction, and maybe you had the blue one skewed the other way, and that would create some more visual interest. And I think that that would be really really helpful in this particular situation. And also maybe find a way to create some more positive space in the image. It feels very 50-50 right now. Like I feel like if I were to take what you drew versus what the paper is, the percentage, it feels very 50-50. So I think if you were to skew it to maybe 70-30 or something like that, and it can be in either direction. Maybe you want more of the paper showing versus the artwork, or you actually drawing. But I think that would help us get a nice strong read. Okay, so let's go to number three. Okay, so assuming number three is on there, I think that there's a lot of nice rhythm in these lines, and I really like the directional quality of everything. And I just the one thing that I am concerned about is that your values aren't dark enough in certain places. So you have the bird here, and you have the focal point, which I would say is like the red strip on the top of his head. But everything else kind of fades so much that I'm not getting a sense of the environment that it's placed in. And so if you were to just darken it up a little bit so we could see it, maybe if we were to put it like this, if this were in a museum, if this were in a gallery hanging up somewhere, then would I be able to see what this is about from across the room? Uh, one of the tips that we get in art school is take a step back from your work. And if you can still read it, if it's still clear, then you know you're heading in the right direction. But if something doesn't feel right to you and something is uncertain, then you want to go back into that. So that's my first read from this. I would also say that again, it's a lot of compositional stuff I'll be mentioning, but it's very rare that you want to have something in the center of your composition that's a focal point. If you were doing like a king or a deity and you were showing them on a throne or something like that, then that's one thing. But in this situation, it's just a little bird walking, and so I would maybe try and put that in one of the corners or one of the areas for the rule of thirds. So for those who don't know, the rule of thirds is essentially when you split the canvas vertically and horizontally into thirds, and those four intersection points are usually your hot spots, and that's where you want to put your center focal point. All right, let's go to number 4. All right. So number 4, this one is really interesting, and it actually reminded me of Sir Quentin Saxby, and I had to look that name up because I associate him with the Roald Dahl books when I was reading like Charlie and Chocolate Factory and stuff like that. So I really like the looseness and the line quality, especially. I think that it's really working for you. I think that's really cool, and I I think what is attracting me to this one is that just the line quality shows confidence. Very often, when I see figure drawings or something in pen, you'll see what's called a pecking line, and that's basically like if I was working with this pen, and that's kind of when you go tick 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 over and over again, and it starts to create this chicken scratchy look. But you don't really have that problem here, and so I'm really glad to see that. If anything, I would just say add some color and then maybe give us some context as to what the story behind this is. It looks like there's some writing underneath. I can't really read that. It, I'm not going to try to read it, but if that's something that's important, then you might want to make that something that's more easily readable and something that stands out a little bit more. Let's see. Let's go to number 5. All right. So number 5, this is a collage piece, and this one is very unique in your portfolio because, as far as this is the only one that's a collage. Um, this one is interesting because of the way you transition. I like how you have the vertical pillars kind of what's the word? Kind of being a border to the other pieces of the collage, the pink background and then the green. I think that's really, really clever. I like how you have this green background with the legs, and then inside of it for the body, you have it looks like a cactus. I don't know what it is. I know it's not actually a cactus, but it's got like these little bumps on it. But I think that's really interesting, and so I think that's pretty solid. Um, I think that composition is working pretty well also, and but one thing I am seeing is a lot of big and medium shapes, and I just want to see you get more small shapes, and that kind of goes for all your pieces in general. And it's hard to name like every single thing that's in here. It looks like there's some beauty products, like some I don't know, some sort of perfume or whatever, but they all have these similar size shapes. And when I zoom out, they feel the exact same. And so I want you to start going in the direction of, okay, let's have one or two really big shapes that really draw our eye. Then let's have, a medium number of medium sized shapes. And then let's have a lot more smaller shapes to sort of complete the image. And because in reality, that's what life is made of. If you're sitting in your room or something like that, just take a look around. You'll notice that there's lots of small shapes. There's quite a few medium shapes, and there's probably not that many big shapes. Like the bed and a desk might be big shapes, and then maybe if you have a TV and like a couple books, those could be medium. Then small shapes could be, I don't know, USB or a cell phone or something, whatever. So yeah, I just want you to consider that. Let's go to number 6. And I hope you guys don't mind me going at like supersonic speed right now. I hope all the critique is clear. If not, then oh well. So I'm getting a note. Read a bit of Lizette's art statement so we have a little background. Okay, so Lizette is an amateur artist, and she says I took several semesters and workshops at art schools and also studied some graphic design. And but at some point, the artistic side was blocked, and for many years, and so now Lizette is returning to her passion of doing art, and it's super awesome. And also, thank you for sending your portfolio in. I don't think I said that before, so thank you for allowing me to critique it. It is an honor, and yeah. So hopefully that was good, Clara. uh, let's see. So now we're on piece number 6, and one second. Okay, good. Perfect. Okay, number 6. So I like this one for how bold it is. This, the first thing that I saw actually, I felt like I was looking sort of at either like the Joker or Pennywise from It or something like that, just something like really bold. And I think that's really cool. I could see this character in here. Um, and this next suggestion may or may not be essential to what you're trying to show, but I couldn't help but notice that the red was so bold and it was so vibrant. But when you put it to the sides of your canvas like that, it starts to make me not look at the center of the image. It starts to make me look at the sides because it has so much texture. It's doing so much. And it's not a bad thing necessarily that it's doing that much, but if it's causing us, if it's distracting the viewer from your focal area, let's pretend it's the eyes, right? Usually in something like this, it would be. Then I think that's something that's really important to really consider. I'm not sure what this textured. I guess that's still paint. The gold paint texture actually looks really cool. How you did that. It looks like you kind of drew out of it with like a pencil or something like that. So that's really neat. And again, I love the bold strokes that you're using. But maybe just consider that my eyes are starting to go like this a little bit when I'm looking at it, and maybe if you want to include a little bit more information of what the story is, then you might want to zoom out a bit more and consider the environment that this is placed in. By the way, I couldn't help but notice a comment that says "Happy birthday" to me, so thank you for wishing me a happy birthday, yo LK. That's awesome. Still got an hour and 30 something minutes left. Let's see. Let's go to the next piece, number 7. All right. So this one is also really cool. I'm not exactly sure what the medium is. It looks like ink, but it could be like a printmaking technique as well. And the reason I like this is for its simplicity. And there's a fine line between having something that's too simple, where it just feels like it's not you're not pushing the limits, but there's also something that's very cool about that. Sugar lift aqua tint. Okay. Oh, intaglio print. Maybe it's sugar lift. Okay, I don't know what sugar lift aqua tint is, but Clara knows, so ask her all the questions. But the thing about this one, it's really cool. I can tell that there are two human figures here. They're both wearing hats and they look very fancy. The only thing that I wish I could get a bigger understanding of is the environment around them. So I don't know if they're sitting in a car. I don't know if they're under the covers. I don't know if they got their legs like. What is it that they're doing? And simplicity is good up to a point, as in like you still want to be able to tell what's going on, what they're doing, and there's quite a bit of sophistication in that. But I think in this situation, just putting a little bit more information would really help. You don't need color or anything. You don't even need like super intricate details, but just give us a little more something to help us understand that, okay, they're grounded here, or there's something in front of them, or maybe, or maybe explain what kind of environment they're in. You could put a little tree, trunk in the background. So, that's just a quick suggestion. Is it Charlie Chaplin? It could be Charlie Chaplin, actually. that could work. I like Charlie, but maybe not because he doesn't have the mustache. There's no mustache for Charlie Chaplin in these if it's him. Um, but yeah, this is really really cool. Just add a couple more things in the foreground, and I think this would be really really solid. Okay, let's go to number eight. Number eight. All right, so this one looks like a watercolor painting, maybe some acrylic in the piano, and maybe even the figure a little bit. And this one is interesting because it tells it seems to tell more of a story than a lot of your other ones. Some of the other ones are maybe more subtle, or they have they're zoomed in a lot, but this one is really interesting because you have a background, you got foreground, you got middle ground, you got different animals, you got some crows, and you got a horse running, and some character that might have wings for arms, I think. Um, and so that's all really, really cool. The things I would recommend for this is pushing the color a little bit more. This feels a little too desaturated, and I think that in a medium like watercolor, you can get so many nice combinations of blended colors. You can get, especially if you're going sticking with the purples and blues. There's some really nice stuff that you can get with that, and I feel like it's being held back just a little bit. And so I would recommend, just pushing that a little bit more. I think that might also come with how comfortable you are with the medium. I know watercolor is incredibly difficult. It still is for me, and so I don't know if that's the case or not. But but yeah, and so the other thing also is working on these shapes. So for the horses, they feel more like symbols for horses rather than actual horses themselves. Um, and I'll try and see if I can explain that. When you think of something like hieroglyphs um, or just a symbol or like graffiti or something like that, they're often stand-ins for what or like shorthands for what the actual thing is. And I feel like with the horses in particular, I know it's a small element in the painting. And I say two horses because I just saw that there was another one that was really great in the background. It just feels like that's what's going on. They feel more like symbols. So if there was a way for you to just really make sure you get that anatomy solid and get the angled structure the way it needs to be, it'll really really help. And then considering the perspective and whether or not we're looking down uh, or whether they should be above the horizon line, because these horses, based on the perspective, about they look like they're the size of ponies. I don't know if that's your intention, but I would just be aware of that. Um, and then in terms of the person in the front, Claire asked a good question about whether it's a bird person at the piano, because it's a little unclear. We don't see the face. We know that there's wings for arms. That's what it looks like. It looks like he's kind of going like. Um, and if that's the case, then I think you want to showcase the silhouette a little bit more. You have it blocked off by the piano, so we're left guessing. But when you show a strong silhouette, like for example, I could read that even though I just went in on the horse a little bit. I can still read it's a horse. The birds, I can read that they're birds or crows. But the one playing the piano is a little bit tougher because you blocked off literally a third of the entire body. And so I would maybe turn the piano, because we're going to read that pretty much no matter what you do, and find a way so that we can get inside your head and start to understand what exactly it is that's going on here. Okay, let's go to the next one, number 9. Thank you for all the birthday wishes. I'm looking at Sister Bear 1. Thank you very much. Um, all right, so figure drawings, one of my favorite subjects. So let's get into this. I think these are pretty successful. I like how this probably has something more to do with where you did these figure drawings more than other, like you're trying to do this intentionally so much. But I like that you're showing like two figures interacting. I think that's really cool, and that's something we don't see very often. So I'm really glad I get to see that. And again, sort of with with what I said about the one you did for number 4 about the roll doll type of drawing. I think the line quality in here is pretty solid, particularly in the figure on the far right. I like how you're stretching the legs. I like how you're twisting the anatomy. And what I would recommend for you to push this even further or in your next drawings, consider your line weight. That's something that I personally struggle with, especially throughout high school. That was something my figure drawing teacher always told me. He's like, get your line weight together, get your line weight together. And basically, what that means is when something's closer to the light, especially in a line drawing, you'll want to have that be a thinner stroke, right? But when it's when it's something that's in shadow or in an area of occlusion, then you'll want to have a thicker, darker mark for that. So with this figure on the far right, you got her leaning all the way to the side. You can make that line a little bit thicker, just to show how that works. And same with the feet. The feet is what's planting the character, and so use that opportunity to really get a little darker underneath there. You could do the same with the hair. I'm assuming the hair isn't the same tone as the skin, so you can take that time. Just even if this is like a 2-minute pose, you can go back in a little bit later and just color that in. So that's what I would say for that. But overall, these are pretty solid. The proportion is looks a little exaggerated in some areas, but I actually don't mind it. It doesn't distract me. I actually think it works well here. Okay, let's go to number 10. All right. So with number 10, another figure drawing. This one reminds me of one that I did when I was a couple years ago when I was still using Conte and charcoal. I just personally don't like it, so that's why I stopped. But uh, but this is actually one of my favorites in the whole set for its detail. Couple things that I think could use improvement is mainly proportion. So I think you're stretching out that torso a lot. Um, if you were to look at there's something called the 8 head cannon, or the 7 3/4 cannon. It's basically how many heads tall is a person, and depending what industry you're in, it'll change. Like animation industry tends to use 8, fashion tends to use 9, and fine artists tend to use like 7.5 or 7 3/4 or something like that. And so I would just make sure you're using that in this drawing to apply it. And so where I'm seeing this most prominently is particularly in the belly and the crotch area. It feels like you kind of just took the area underneath the waist and just went, and so it's stretching out a lot more than it needs to be. I also think that the area where the arm and the head are attached, it feels a little strange. I feel like either the head's a little too big, and or maybe there's not because the neck isn't long enough, or maybe the shoulders aren't wide enough. There's a couple things that could be the issue, but it just feels a little unnatural right now. So I would really focus on that. But uh, now that I'm looking at this again, though, I mentioned line weight in the last one that we looked at, number 9. I actually think you're doing a lot better here. You're getting some of that, showing the ambient occlusion underneath the form, and the breast and the stomach, and the arm, and even the hair. I like how you're separating the hair from the hand and the arm, and that's really working for you. And I think you should definitely keep that up as you continue to do these figure drawings. All right, let's go to 11. Next piece. All right. So this one is interesting. Very, very simple, but I like how you're using shapes to convey the pose and the gesture. So this is sort of what I was talking about in your other watercolor piece a few minutes ago about silhouette, excuse me, and having a strong read for the silhouette of your character, right? So I can tell pretty much exactly what this person is doing, even though there's not a whole lot of detail on them. I don't know where the belly button is, for example. I don't know where the back of the hand is behind the figure, but there's still some things that I can't figure out. And so I think that this is something that should be carried forward into your other work as you continue to grow. And I would also say that this is just me. I think what you could really do to push this forward is you have these browns, these reds and these greens that have kind of been mixed together a little too much, I think, and they're starting to create this sort of muddy greenish color. If you want to use that, that's fine. I would recommend maybe choosing a couple of key places to brighten it up a bit. I would think about maybe uh, having the contour of maybe the arm. If let's say there's a red light coming from one side, then you could have the edges on or the contours on that side be brightly lit by the red, and you could show that. And I think that would automatically give it some very serious dimension, and that it will help it stand out as more of a 3D shape rather than just kind of a flat like stamp that you're creating. Um, let's see, we have a comment. I think the top of the head looks too flat. Um, oh, wait, maybe, I don't know, maybe that was the last one. Maybe I'm reading the one from the previous one. I'm not sure. Uh, but, but yeah, so yeah, I would consider that. And again, with proportion, I think your legs are probably a little small on this character. Even though they're bent, I think that you should have the legs stretch out a little bit more. And and also, I know I mentioned the silhouette just now, but something occurred to me that the knee that's coming towards us might not be clear if we were to zoom out a lot. So maybe just for the sake of creating a more interesting silhouette, push that knee out just a little bit more. I'm talking about the one that's closer to the center of the piece. If you were to angle the figure slightly more, like if you were to get closer to the center of his or front of his face, then that knee would stretch out a little bit further to the side, and I think that might be a better angle for you to capture. All right, let's go to 12. All right, so these are the pumpkins, and if I read your art statement correctly, it looks like these were live drawings. So it looks like you studied these from life. And I actually think that this is really interesting. That you one using really crinkled paper. I don't know if it came like that or if that's just the texture of what you bought, and the paper you bought or whatever. But I think these are really successful. And I think my favorite part of this is, in fact, the ones that you're connecting them together. And the reason for that is because they feel like they're part of the same family. Some of these other ones that are more isolated, they're nice paintings, I guess. They're nice studies, but I don't know if I were to see this all together, I don't know if I would be able to make as much sense of it versus the one that's all connected together. It feels more like a still life, something more like I'm used to seeing. Now, if you want to have them all spread out, that's fine. But I would still have a couple of more grouped pumpkins together. You know, you can have like one or two spread out or three spread out, and then just have a couple little pockets, sort of like if you were to look at stars. You know, you see some that are very spread apart and some that are closer together. Or we just had Christmas season, right? When you think about Christmas ornaments, you spread them out a certain way so that you get the tree to look the most attractive. And so that's why I would say here. But in terms of the way you're getting the texture and the highlights, I think those are really successful. Um, and I like the way that you're showing the form and how it's curving and the stem and all those things. I think those are all very, very solid. But a lot of the things that I said about this one, it kind of goes for many of the other ones I mentioned. It's just composition. So if we can just get the composition down, I think you'll really be on the right track. All right, let's go to 13. And I'll try and hurry these up, Clara. I know I'm running over time. 13. So this one's really cool. I like that you're branching out with doing an environment. Two things that I would really say is try to get some more colors in there. Meaning, you know, it's nice to have this layout or this initial flat, um, tone, or hue with the greens and reds and stuff like that. But I think you should pick a couple areas where they just really pop out. You know, what area do you really want us to look at, and then just put some bright color there that makes sense in the world that you're creating, and just do that because it'll help create a focal area. It'll help direct the viewer's eye and all of that. The next thing is you have this very big negative space area in the center, and it just doesn't make as much sense right now. It might be because the way the perspective is a little warped, or it might just be because there's nothing there. So maybe you could add something like flowers, like a little dirt pathway or something like that. So that, but it just feels a little too blank, especially considering how much stuff you have going on the perimeter of the entire thing. And I know this is, pastel, and it can be very tricky. But you definitely want to just consider how to make it more clear to the viewer. And if you're having trouble figuring out what to do next, step back and figure out what you can do to improve it. All right, let's go to 14. All right, 14. This one's also an environment. It's nice to see that you're branching out with those. And I think you should actually do more because more environments because you have uh, it looks like you have an appreciation for putting a lot of stuff in your environments, which a lot of people are scared to do. A lot of people leave environments very bland and they're not that interesting. But here and in the last one, it looks like you create an entire world, and I really really appreciate that. And so this one, it feels more like a vignette than like a full-on like illustration to me, just because of the way you treat the edges. And that's probably my biggest critique for it is, consider how you want to convey the background and the foreground. It feels a little out of place right now. Even if you crop it, I think that could improve it, particularly on the left side. If you left the background the way it is, I wouldn't. I think I would be more forgiving. But the way you treated this sort of edge cutting off on the far left is a little strange. And also, just like with the last one, just consider your perspective. Make sure that those lines are all going to the same vanishing point and that they're a straight line. Because I'm imagining how this was built, and I imagine that it's pretty much just a straight shot from one end to the other street to the other. But in your drawing, they're kind of going all over the place. So even if you need to get a ruler or a piece of string and do a straight edge, just do it. And if you ever want to change the direction, you can always adjust it later on. But nice work. I like your use of value and all the knickknacks that you put in there. It's really cool. All right, last piece for Lizette. And this one is, I guess this is a acrylic painting. I actually really like this one. It feels very Renaissance, but oh, it's a Vermeer painting. Okay, so that helps. So it's a study of Vermeer painting. I don't know the painting exactly, but from what uh, I'm seeing, it looks like a lot of your edges are very, very fuzzy. And what I think you should do is go into some of them, particularly like in the face, and just sharpen up some of those things. So like the eyelids, for example, I can tell that the eyelids are there, but what can we do to separate them a little bit more? Maybe push the color of the eyelashes and the eyebrows a little bit, maybe darken the lips a little bit more, maybe make the cheeks a little bit more rosy. And by doing those things and sculpting, I think you'll have a more fully formed face. Um, I let's see. I wish I was familiar with the painting off the top of my head. um, but I think that's really the biggest thing. And also, I would challenge you to push for saturation. That's something else I noticed in most of your pieces is with the exclusion of the first one with the water, your pieces tend to get more desaturated. And that might just be through a process of, trying to create. Sometimes things get more desaturated. Even when I work digitally, that happens. So I would just say, push that a little bit more, and yeah. So thank you, Lizette, and we're gonna go to the next one.
Hello, everyone. This is Professor Lieu. Just stand by while we change the scene.
good to go? Okay. Um, all right, guys. So thank you for joining me yet again. Thank you, Lizette, for allowing me to look at your portfolio. Now we're going to go through Nicholas Horcher, who is, as far as I can tell, a high school student and who likes working with lots and lots of color. So let's get into it. Um, so this first piece is really, really unique. I like how it's one, it's like a sewing or stitching, and I just think that's so cool and so unique. Because when I first saw it, I thought it was an acrylic painting, and so I really, really appreciate how I'm not even sure how this was made exactly. It just looks so cool. Um, and I like the way you're using direction to create a focal point. You have the head being tilted to the side, and then you have all the directional lines from the background just pointing to the face, which is really really awesome, and it creates for something really unique, and it helps the viewer to really see what's going on. I think um, that the way you treated the muscles is also really cool, and it's not overly distracting, which I think could really happen very easily in something like this because the muscles are very complex. The one thing I would say is maybe the some of the muscles, the sternocleidomastoid, this muscle right here on your neck. I think that that's matching a little too much with the way that the hands are colored, and it's got this light, very light, pale sort of color to it. And I think if you were to darken that closer to the reds that you have in the rest of the muscles, that it would be easier to read and it would be cause a little. And on that note, I would also probably darken the nostrils and the hair just a little bit because you want to separate these forms. It's all very well done. I like the sizing and composition, all that. But if these things were a little bit darker, I think it would help to separate just a little bit more. All right, let's go to number two. All right, so this one's really neat because the way you're using the colors and everything. And I know that this is a particular interest of yours. I think that the way you're drawing this lady is very very well done. I think technically speaking, it's very solid, and that you're not overemphasizing the wrinkles or the teeth, and those are two very difficult things. Like if you mess those up, you can instantly make someone look a lot less like you want them to, to put it nicely. I think that the butterflies are also done pretty well, but I want to, just like with the last piece, how you were able to direct us to the focal point. I want you to do that with the butterflies in the background as well. So, for example, you have these butterflies kind of around her. What if you were to arrange it in such a way where they were all directly kind of like they forced you to look at her? Maybe you have one butterfly that's closer than the other, and so it looks like a forced perspective and it's going straight to her face. And then if you were to simplify the background a little bit more and make it a little less distracting, then you could also help us. So you can almost create a gradient that will just circle in right on her face, and I think that would work really well for you. But excuse me, in terms of how you're treating the clothing, how you're treating the face and the hair, I think that's all really really solid. Um, the other thing I would also say is I think you could probably put a little bit more shadow on the face. I don't know how this came about. I assume it was probably a photo or something like that. But if you were lighting this yourself, then get some shadows that are going to come a little bit more prominently, because the less shadows you have, the less three dimensionality you'll be able to convey, and it's going to be much harder to create overall. I think with all that said, this is very successful. But just for next time, push the shadow just a little bit more. You don't have to do it too much because you don't want her to look like something out of a horror movie, I assume, with the butterflies and the colors that you're using. But that might be something to consider. Let's see. Number three. Let's go to number three. All right. So this one is actually, to be honest, one of my favorite pieces in your portfolio. And to be honest, it kind of reminds me of the music video "Take on Me" a little bit, just by the way you're using the line direction and everything, and even kind of just the style. But it's really unique. I love the composition. I love the way you're styling the face, and it doesn't feel too busy. It's very easy, I notice, for people to do like some sort of cross hatching or hatching in general, and make it just over the top. And you've done it in such a way where it's like, I understand all the forms. I understand where the nose starts to wrap around the face. I understand how the different planes, the cheeks work. And, I understand the hair and all that stuff. And even the background, as abstract as it is, it doesn't bother me. So I actually think this is really, really successful. And I don't have a whole lot to really fix on it. If I had to be super nitpicky, I would just say you're using a lot of straight lines in your drawings, in your drawing, which I think is a good thing. It actually builds structure. But there's some areas that there's a couple curves that I think could be less emphasized, like the back of the neck here. I feel like it's curved a little too much. So if you made it more like two slightly angular strokes, I think that would actually feel make the neck feel more stable and make it feel like the head is not about to just fall over. But yeah, this one's really awesome, and I hope to see more of this kind of stuff from you, man. This is great. Okay, let's go to number four. All right. This one is also really cool. I like the use of the text. And this is kind of what I'm talking about when I say you should have some shadow interacting with the light, just like with the picture of the lady that we saw before. And that one, we pretty much had no shadow. This one, we're getting a decent amount, and it's not so much that it feels out of place. I like how you're using the reflective light. I like how you're framing it. And even though it's fairly centered, in terms of the composition, I feel like it's still working very, very well. Um, and Obviously, there's a type of, I guess you could say, a political or social commentary on here, which is also really cool. I don't have time to go into all that and critique it right now because that would take forever. But something that I think you could address, though, is I feel like the proportions of the head are just a little bit off. Um, I think that your forehead's probably a little too big. So when you're drawing the head, the idealized proportions are, a third from one third from hairline to brow, then a third to brow to bottom of the nose, and a third for bottom of the nose to bottom of the chin. And so I think you could probably bring that forehead down a little bit more and have a little bit more structure in the jawline. I feel like it's starting to be more like an egg shape, and it's interesting because I didn't see this problem at all in the one we just looked at in number three, but in number four. Here, it feels like a lot of the structure is being lost. So I would just be aware of that. Consider the planes. Consider the bones underneath the skin. Even if someone has a softer jawline, it still has a bit of an angle. So just be aware of how you're treating that. Other than that, though, I think it's pretty solid. I like the lighting. I like the way you're painting it. The texture, I think, is pretty cool. And yeah, really, really solid. So let's move on to number five. All right, so number five, I like this one because uh, you are starting to create more of a story. Like this one feels very intimate. A lot of the other ones were cool drawings or cool paintings or whatever, but this one feels like I'm in the middle of. I feel like I'm sitting across the table from this woman. She's like going through like her entire life story in a photo album. Like that's how this makes me feel. The lighting is really, really cool. It's a different direction than we're used to. Oftentimes we tend to see light coming from above just because, the sun and, overhead lights on the ceiling and things like that. The light that you're conveying here, it looks like it's coming from a candle on a table. And even though there's nothing else in this drawing other than this woman in the background, I still get a sense of there's more in the space. And I think you're doing that very well with the lighting. Um, the one thing I think you could really address is I think you might be doing a little too much with the background and the shirt combined. So I talked about this in a previous stream a couple of days ago, where sometimes when we can create too much, and so I think that with the shirt, you might be able to simplify those wrinkles because when you really think about it, they aren't really saying a whole lot. And I know that my face is kind of cut off in the video right now, but if you were to look at my shirt and my chest here, there aren't that many wrinkles. And so unless the shirt is like the baggiest shirt possible, then I don't think you're going to see all those. And I think you could probably limit those. And then plus combined with the background where you have a lot going on as well, um, then I think you could probably tone that down because we want to focus on the woman and what she's experiencing and going through. And so I think that's the beauty of this image here, and it's really working. Just want to uh, tone that down a little bit. One person says the use of color is off for me. The face looks sickly. I could see where you could say that. It might be because of all the yellow that you're using. Oftentimes, when we see a lot of yellow in skin, it just feels off because generally skin tends to be more of a reddish or pink tone. So if you were to put some of that back into this, I think that would probably help. And then also maybe instead of having so much yellow, then maybe have it be more orange, more like firelight. And I think that that will help it to feel less sickly if that's what people are getting. Um, and then another comment that just came in from Claire about the hair. Yeah, you could darken that a little bit more, uh, and find another substitute for that yellow that have it being just the same color as the skin that you're using. But your draftsmanship is all pretty solid. All right, let's go to number six. I think that's the one we're on, right? Yeah, number six. So this one's interesting. I noticed you have a affinity for using these really interesting backgrounds, and those are really cool. But you have to use them in the right context, right? So when you're creating an image, it's all about the simple read, or I'm not simple read. I'm sorry, the quick read. You want people to be able to understand your image very quickly, even if it's a complex topic. You want us to be able to at least know what we're looking at, unless you're doing something that's super abstract that belongs in like the MoMA in San Francisco. Then that's one thing. But for this, I think you could probably tone down the background as much as I like it, and I like the textures that you're using, and I think in something that that the environment was more important, that this would actually work really well for a setup. I think it's probably getting a little lost here. And the crab coming out of the shell. I think it's also suffering from too many fuzzy edges, and so fuzzy edges or edges that are softer, those are fine in moderation. But what I think is happening here is you have them pretty much everywhere, and it's hard for us to get a defined idea of where the edge of this object is. For example, on the top of the shell, there's no defined edge, so it kind of blends into the background a little bit, and it makes it difficult to figure out where the edge is. Same with one of the little, um, I don't know what the little mouth thingies are called, the thing that's stretching out on the far right of the canvas. It's kind of getting lost. So I want you to, go back into this if you can, and just sharpen it up, kind of like how you did on the bottom. The bottom left in particular is actually much stronger in terms of that separation, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. Um, let's see. Also, just overall, it's really big on the canvas, and I think it would make a much more interesting composition if you were to scale it down a little bit more and put it in the one of the quadrants for the rule of thirds. I talked about that earlier in the stream, but yeah, and yeah, I think that's cool for that. Let's go to number seven. All right, number seven. This one's interesting. This one is sort of an outlier compared to a lot of your other pieces in terms of the subject matter and the material use and all that. And I'm recognizing that time is running short, so I'm gonna go quick as I can. This one is cool, but I think a couple things we could do to fix it would be to create a slightly different silhouette. So. I'm noticing there's only one fruit on this plant. And I don't know if this is just because the way it was made or whatever, but it doesn't stand out enough. And that's supposed to be a focal area because it's the only object in the painting, I'm sorry, in the piece like that. And so I would maybe have that piece of fruit like up at the top, maybe even high up on the canvas so that it really stands out. You can even crop it a little bit more if you want. And then uh, and then maybe have some lighting that's a little bit stronger, so we get a stronger cast shadow, and it can really we can really start to create some interesting shapes because right, really tell where the lighting is coming from, and I can tell that you're trying to tell this unique story. So have the lighting do the work for you in creating a story that's very unique and interesting. And again, if the fruit that I was talking about has something to do with that, then you'll want to consider that as well and how that is going to help you tell this story. All right, so let's go to number 8. All right, number 8 is a close up of a face and a person. And again, with your love of colors, this one's really cool. Be aware that the green can sometimes also make a person look very sick. Like if you think about like old cartoons, like Tom and Jerry or Looney Tunes, whenever someone's sick, what color does their face turn to? Right? Turns green usually. If they're cold, it'll turn blue. If they're hot or if something just hit them, then maybe they'll be red. So just think about those sort of associations and consider what meaning colors play in a piece of art, particularly in every culture, every country has a particular way they view color and what it means. Like blue can sometimes feel like loneliness, and actually in your art statement you mentioned that it felt like pain, right? Or yellow was happiness and sunshine. And these colors can be so complex when you really play with them. So be aware of the colors that you're using and how many of them you are using, because it may send mixed messages depending on what you're creating. And so with this one, it's nice and colorful and all, but you're also using like pretty much every color in the rainbow. And so you have to consider how important that is to you. Now, am I saying you can't use every color in the rainbow? No, that's not what I'm saying. But is it something that you should consider for your next ones? I think so. In terms of technical ability, I think that this is also really strong. You're showing the planes very well. I like the way you're blending out the cheek, and I like how you're showing these different patches of color. Again, I think you could still create some separation by value a little bit more, particularly in the eye. Like those eyelashes feel like they're unfinished, and I want them to be just a little bit darker. I think the nose might be a little askew, so maybe tilt that a little bit more down and to the right. And I think that that will make this a pretty solid piece. And also, your eye on the eye that would be in shadow is not there. And so, unless this person only has one eye, I think you should still paint that in. And if it feels strange compositionally, then you can always crop it later. But I think it's a little strange. We know that an eye is supposed to be there, and there's just nothing. It's vanished. It's gone. So just think about that. All right, let's go to number 9. All right, with number 9, this one's lots of fun. I like the directional lines that you're using, similar to the ones I talked about before. This one also, I think, suffers from some proportion issues. And I think that with this one, the nose is probably a little long, and that the chin, the mouth muzzle area is a little small. Remember, so you want to have one third, one third, one third, and that's for the idealized version. Now, people are all different shapes, all different sizes, and all that. And even if you were to look at, I've analyzed my face enough times and done a self portrait to know that this space between the bottom of my nose and bottom of my chin is actually slightly longer than my forehead and my nose. But that's just me. So consider how that would apply to this. I also think that the eye is probably a little too sunken in to the back of the. It feels like someone just kind of pushed their eye back a little too far. So I think you could pull it out just a bit more, maybe show an eyelash and all that. And consider also. I think you should also consider how you can be more consistent with your colors. So if you want the hair to be blue, make that mostly blue. And then if you have a couple highlights of orange or red or something, that's fine. But I think you're going a little too, I don't want to say sloppy, but maybe you could put some more care into how you're doing that and what is considered light and what is considered shadow. Because if you don't have that consistency, then it can really start to fall apart very quickly. But for the most part, your technical ability in your whole portfolio is fine for the most part. There's a couple things I point out here and there, but I think it's consistency that is something that's really, I think, going to be the next step for you in your journey in terms of, light versus shadow. What color is what? What color is that light? What color is that? So yeah. Let's see. Let's go to number 10. All right, so number 10. This one's got similar elements as some of your previous ones. Again, I think the proportions could be altered a little bit. I think the forehead's a little large, and that the chin is a little small. I think it might be an unintentional habit that you've created for yourself. Well, that's fine because we all have those, and you're only in high school, so you got plenty of time. The chin feels a little strange. So I think that that plane that you created with that blue strip is probably a little too strong, and it makes it feel like I don't know if you've ever watched The Fairly Odd Parents, but there was a superhero on there called the Crimson Chin, and he just had this chin that just went out like a foot, and that was like his version of Wolverine claws, right? Like that was his weapon, his chin. He would hit people going like bam. And that's kind of what I feel like is starting to happen here is the chin is starting to become its own object and it's distracting. So I would tone that down a bit. And but in terms of the colors, this one's really interesting because of this sort of mystical, suspenseful kind of quality that you're creating. The purple and blue are probably what's helping create that. But then also you have this really light hue, green hue that is also doing that for you as well. So in terms of the colors, I think this is working pretty well. And again, simplify the background. Let's focus on the face. Backgrounds are fine, but if they distract too much from the focal point, then it's something to consider. Um, let's see. All right, trying to do this lightning speed, guys. Just got a few more. Let's go to the next one. Number 11. This one I actually don't have a whole lot to say because I think this is really awesome. This is probably like in my top three favorites of the ones that you've created and I've seen so far. Line work is great. I don't know if this is like a sgraffito technique or if you just drew this on black paper or what, but it's really solid. And this dog looks like such a good boy. I don't even know what to say. Maybe, what can I say? Maybe show some separation of the ear, like help us to figure out where that is. Maybe show a collar or something like that. And also, in some areas, I think you're probably getting a little too, you're breaking the silhouette a little too much with the edge of like the muzzle. And so maybe have some of that hair just scale it back a little bit because I've never seen the strands go that far out, like, and that inconsistent. It's usually a very smooth kind of surface. And so, and in the areas like the top of the head and the chest, those are, or the stomach, it's a little different. But I think you could probably scale it back a little bit for that. And in the nose, I also just want to bring up how that highlight on the very top is really selling. I think you did an awesome job on that. So let's go to number 12. Number 12, this one, to be honest, feels like the least complete when I look at the entirety of your portfolio that you sent. I think that the drawing itself is good, but I feel like there's not as much of a concept here as there were with your other ones. That being said, though, I like the consistency of the colors. You just use two basic colors. You use red and you use green, and that is actually really working for you. And even though you use like more of an alizarin kind of purpley color in the face, and then you use a red that's slightly more towards the orange spectrum in the top, that's really working for you. And so you can still have have something be very colorful and have a limited hue palette, right? And another good artist you can look at for that is Nicholas Cole, look at Noah Bradley. Who else is there? Uh, those are the first two off the top of my head. I'm not going to waste time trying to think of more, but I think those are really, really solid. And again, your technical ability is really cool. But I also want to see you experiment with something other than just these strokes because that's like 90% of what you've shown, and it's really cool, and I like it. But I want to see you, try different things, different ways of expressing yourself visually. Because if you can do that, if you can say, "Hey, I have this really unique thing that I do," which in this case would be what you show me with the lines and stuff, but I can also do this. It's going to make you much more valuable as an artist, and it's going to. I think it's actually going to help increase your skill set, and help inform how you treat this sort of style that you've created. All right, let's go to number 13. All right, so 13 is an interesting little setup. It's we got this head, and then everything else is, I guess, I'm not sure what it's made of. Look like wires and strings and stuff like that. So again, it's a really interesting concept, and I think that this feels like it comes from a specific culture, which is really unique. And so I really like that aspect of it. And I like how you're also, again, limiting your palette, right? Most of this is, and yeah, I know I use palettes usually when it comes to drawing or painting or something like that. And I know that this is more of a sculpture, but palette colors, they still apply, right? Most of this, like 95% of this is red or something in that family. But then you have a couple elements where you're like, okay, let's put some green here, let's put some white here, and it helps create some more consistency, and it helps it to bring it all together. And so that's something I really think that is working for you in this one. Okay, let's go to 14. I'm not sure how this one's going to be displayed because it looks, I believe it's an animation. Um, so I'm just going to let clarity with that, but I'll talk about it anyway. Um, this one, it looks like a rotoscope uh, animation, and it's actually really, really cool. It's a nice little ballet, twirly, twisty kind of thing. Um, and I would just say, wait, let me just see. I couldn't figure out how to show the animation on our stream. Okay, so I don't know how we're going to do that one then. I guess I'll just hold off on talking about this one and we'll figure out an alternative. So I'm just going to move to 15 then. Um, I'll move to 15 and we'll just leave it at that. Sorry, Nicholas. I love animation. I would love to talk to you about it, but I guess we have to do it in a different format. Um, all right, let's see. So this one, number 15, also really solid. This is, something that I was looking forward to seeing from you getting to this because this is one that's very different than all the other things that you've shown. And I think the way you paint is really solid. I love the way you're blending, and skin is notoriously difficult to paint, and you're excelling, you're exceeding, especially as a high school student. So keep this up because it's going to really pay off in the long run. In terms of things that you could do, maybe I think this one has uh, a value issue. I think you're too much in the middle zone for values, and you're not pushing your darks enough. Sort of like what I said with the very first one that we looked at. I think the hair could be pushed a little bit darker. You could increase some of the value in the ambient occlusion shadows, and maybe even underneath. Well, actually, underneath the shirts looks fine. Um, and actually, I'm really interested to knowing more about this concept because for some reason the risks are not there. I'm not sure why, but that's fine. Something to consider though is particularly on the hand that's furthest on the right side. I it doesn't feel like the hand actually has a backside to it. It feels like you kind of just cut it off with a pair of scissors, like it was flat. So I would just consider having that be a 3D shape and showing the bottom of that. Same with the arms, show the top of that. And it doesn't have to be super graphic and gross, but just show it in a way that makes it look like it's a round form rather than something that's cut off. Um, and yeah, that's I think that's what we got. Oh, and also I noticed there's a dent on the top left of the canvas. I don't know if that was something that happened after the fact, but you can just crop it out. You don't have to. We don't have to know that it got destroyed a little bit. Anyway, thank you so much, Nicholas, for letting me look at your work. Super awesome stuff. Can't wait to see more. And I'll let Clara take it from here.
Thank you, Jordan. Jordan's going to be back. Up next is Lauren Welch. So just sit tight. We'll be back in just a minute. All right, Lauren, they're all yours.
Okay. Hey guys, I'm back. It is 2:16.
They're all yours.
Oh man, oh I gotta put there we go. Just so it's not echoey. Oh my God, so yeah, it is 2:16 in the morning and Eastern Standard Time. I did a bad thing by taking a nap between Eloise and Jordan, and that just ended up making me more tired. So I'm feeling a little rough here, but I'm hoping that I warm up for Legion Tang, who is our next artist here. Yeah, for those of you that are just joining us or have been here the whole time, please introduce yourselves. Get warmed up in the chat here. This is really the time of solidarity. I need all of you guys like in it. And if you're feeling like super team spirity here, you can give a one of those super chat things to keep us going. We got like a couple hours left here, I think. It's technically not my birthday anymore. It's the 19th. My birthday was the 18th, but I do still get a cake, which I'm very excited about. A little emoji cake. I made Clara make that for me. Anyways, I'm gonna get started here. Nice to see you, Oscar from Sweden. Uh, Fresh Prince JF, birthday twin. Is that Jordan? I, or maybe not. Are there multiple people here with birthdays on the 18th? I think there are. Okay, I'm gonna get going here. Okay. Just checking, just checking. Um, so Jordan did great. Here we go. Legion Tang. They are a student from Singapore, and they've done a 3-year schooling program that's like very heavy on technical skills. Uh, they're applying as a transfer to RISD, the graphic design department. So this is going to be a little different for me. I was in painting myself, but I was a transfer student. So maybe from transfer to transfer, we can figure out what to do with your portfolio here. So what Legion wants to know, if any of you guys, yeah, I am feeling really loopy, Avon. Any of you guys that are on here to critique, we want to help Legion figure out what is lacking in their portfolio and then the proportionate amount of works for a targeted major, in this case, graphic design. So that's like a very transfer-like question because a transfer portfolio is different from a BFA portfolio. I can feel my voice getting very scratchy already. This is going to be really interesting, guys. Okay. Yeah, we're swinging around into all of our Europe people who are 5 hours ahead, so it's like what, like 7 or 8 in the morning, I think, at this point. So, good morning, all of you. Hope you're having a great morning coffee. So, here, Legion's portfolio here is, it seems to be mostly painting. Off the top of my head, just like giving it a brief overview, I'm going to say definitely there needs to be more design-oriented stuff, and I would say both more computer-designed and 3D-oriented stuff. I don't think that, I feel like graphic design, the automatic response is like, oh, a lot of that stuff is done on the computer these days. And while that's not like totally 100% true, it is good to at least represent some stuff like that. So I know that like when I was applying for my portfolio, I think at least half of it was painting, just to give a standard. And I think generally portfolios end up being like 15 images long. This one you're at, oh, I guess you are at 15. For some reason I thought it was less. So I would try to make at least half of those ones design oriented, graphic design oriented in some way. Yeah, we're going to go over all the calligraphy stuff, really like talk about like text and composition and spacing. It's going to be good. So let's start at number 1 here. Number 1 is these two, looks like two women, one's upside down, one is right side up, and this image like really like punches me in the face, just in the way that it's punching this girl in the face, because it's this huge fist, this huge gray fist. It's a very strange image. Not something that I feel like I have seen. Also, there's like this crazy like character up in the top right here, and I really want to know what's going on with that person. And in some ways, I think that that person up there is kind of stealing the show, because I'm like, oh my god, they've got their hands to their face, kind of like that emoji, like, ah! And there's just like not much explanation for them, so that's really like, that's pulling my attention away. I don't know about you guys. Dryad says, oh, Lauren, you're soldiering on like a trooper. I know. I feel like I'm usually really good at staying up this late. I don't know why it's hard this time. It's, it's just because it's we're on screen now. So now there's all this pressure. So in this image, another thing that I'm noticing is you're using a lot of text. And this text is like worthless, terrible, fake, idiot, loser, these very negative words. This piece seems to be about like, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will always hurt me and punch me in the face and crack my skin. I think that given that punch in the face, we don't necessarily need all of the negative words to go along with it or have them be so large. I think a lot of times when people are making paintings and they use text, they use the text in there and they put words in there because they feel as if the painting can't say it enough itself. And what you want to aim to do in your work or in paintings, I know you're working in graphic design. Oh my god, 10,000 crows. This is like, Zoe, this is like the third donation I think you've done tonight. You're like, top supporter here. Thank you. So yeah, I think what you want to try to do is make this image talk about that worthlessness or negative self-talk without being so on the nose with the text. Like, the text does not need to tell us what's going on. We want to be able to see what's going on. The other thing that I think is really important when you're showing an image and using text is that these, and I think I've talked with Eloise a lot about this in particular, that the part of your brain that reads text and the part of your brain that reads an image, that's two different parts of your brain. They are not the same. So when you're looking at a piece that has text in it that you're reading, suddenly your brain is like, oh, I'm not appreciating artwork anymore. I'm reading text. And that's a very disruptive thing. It makes people actually not makes them more disinterested in the artwork and so draws them in. So that's like really important to watch. Ways to get around that is to make the text look more, I'm gonna like say, fit the aesthetic. Like, make sure that the typeface is one that falls into the same aesthetic as the painting itself. Make the text have a more painterly approach, like show the hand, show the brush strokes. Make it more visual, make it a part of the image. Don't have it be something that's so separate that we go from reading to looking at the image. Like, this isn't a picture book here, this is a painting. So that's like my big thing here. Actually, the text that's more interesting to me on this is what looks like this. It looks like a wave of a page down here at the bottom with this like skull kind of thing that's on top. Like, it looks like there's stuff written there and I get the sense of text, but I can't actually see what it says or like anything. I can't even discern any like letters on it really, but I feel as if that's text. It has the look to me of text. So that's kind of showing you an example of like having like very overt words where you are actually making that shift versus like implying text and getting us to be like, oh, okay, like there is a textual element here, but it's still part of the image. Alice says, I went to bed early, wake up early, it didn't work. I was in bed at 10 p.m., woke up at 12, and then now. Yeah, I have to go to bed at like my schedule has gone from like starting at 10 p.m. to and like falling asleep at 10 p.m. and then waking up at like 4 a.m. and then going back to bed and waking up at like 10 a.m. Like it's terrible. It's really bad, guys. Okay, I'm going on the second image here. Second image, I do like that you went, if this is the ordering of your portfolio, I do like that you go from a fist wave to a real wave. I think that transition is very nice. It's elegant. Like it's, okay, we're connecting in subject matter. We're connecting a little bit in terms of composition. However, as a piece itself, I don't know how much this is supporting like your content, your body of work. So generally, when you're a transfer student, there is it's a weird point. You're like kind of in between things. On the one hand, you have they expect that you've completed like a foundation year of some sort, and so you're expected to be able to demonstrate your skills in many different mediums but and subject matters, but you also want a sense of like knowing who you are. Like you at this point you want to have a little bit of a sense of like your personality as an artist. And so by just like painting a wave and painting a wave that's like very different from say like what's going on in the first image here, I don't quite know like content wise how this supports you as an artist or you as a graphic designer. I think there's not very much wrong with like the image itself. It's a very beautiful wave, and I do like the contrast between like really hot, like bright highlights and the coolness on the left. Like I think that's very pretty. And also the crest of that is really nice. That's a good texture, but it's just not telling me anything that say like any of your pieces are telling me. So I would potentially like get rid of this one if you have a piece that pushes your personality a bit more or your goals in art making. So I'm gonna go to the third piece now. This third piece here is kind of strange. It's a bit like, it reminds me of like clothing campaigns, like model campaigns. You've got like on the left, like this, looks like this white model with like this woman with like very long blonde hair, kind of doing this pose where her butt is like very prominently featured, like it's kind of a sexy pose. And then you have like this slightly more, I'm going to call it a slightly more vulnerable pose of this other woman that's like kind of more camouflaged in, or other figure. And I'm saying slightly more vulnerable just because like they cannot see us, like they're not necessarily posing. It's like in the middle of in the middle of turning around, there's the movement of the hair, and there's this really elegant way that the character here is like that white line is like wrapped around her body. I think like that is really nice, showing that movement. And here again is another example of text, like functioning as an illustrative, not an illustrative, but like an aesthetic like contributor. Like this is important on a visual level. It's also probably easier because I can't read it. I am thoroughly I'm thoroughly an English speaker and reader. I have no other skills. So you kind of have that going for you as well. Like I'm looking at this just from like an aesthetic level. I so Yoke is saying on here, I don't get the concept here. I would agree. I don't really know what the message is here. There are certain elements that I can enjoy, such as the transparent qualities, the layering, that kind of movement I was talking about, but I'm not really sure what is happening here. And I think that's something that you really need to like focus on. Like I think what would be helpful for you is to say, write down the things that you are interested in portraying. Like, write down your idea. Circle your keywords and then make your thumbnails based off of those keywords. And I would like do a lot of thumbnails. Maybe you need more thumbnails than most. I know that sometimes I'll have an idea, but I really can't think of the best way of drawing it. So I'll go through like several subject matters, several different positioning, several different angles. I think there's also like this weird angle thing going on where on the one hand we have this like worm's eye view of this woman with this big butt, and it feels like very like sexy and all that, but we don't know what the context is. Then you have this other girl that almost looks like she's part of like a flag, and that is a totally different message, and they're kind of conflicting with each other. I don't know how they're related. Uh, yeah, and also, so Oscar brings up like they don't know if this was digital or it looks digital to me, but I can't really tell. It does have a very painterly approach, and I do appreciate that. I think that there's a place for artwork that rides that line between digital and traditional, and if that's something you're interested in, you should totally rock that. I do want to give a shout out and thank you to Dryad, who just sent us a super chat. Thank you so much. You're really keeping us going here, keeping me going here. Really appreciate it. Let's see. Maybe it is a graphic design announcement. Why is the white woman on the light spot? Yeah, I think like we just need more information here. So this is like, because we have all these questions, you should take this away and like really write down what it is that you're like you think this image is about, or let us know in the comments too, and then we can give you tips from there. Moving on to number 4. So also, okay, here we go again, guys. Can you tell me what medium this is? Maybe Clara, you can tell me what medium this is. Like, I thought it was like a photo of a sculpture, but now it kind of looks like a painting to me, and I'm not really sure like what I'm looking at. It is very strange, and I think this is one of the more compelling images in your portfolio. Those brown things, they look like potatoes or dead fish or like old condoms or like coffee grounds. They could be a number of things, and all of them are like slightly unsettling. Okay. You're checking your phone not to endanger the stream. Cool. So if any of you guys have any ideas about what this piece is showing here, I'd love to hear them. I think like this is a really good example of where the neutrals are really working well together. There are lots of whites in here, but the whites are not feeling pasty, which I'm so into white paintings, guys. Like, making a white painting is like really hard, but super fulfilling if you can do it. And so I feel like this is really doing a lot of those things I love about white paintings, where there is a whole lot of color and contrast between all the whites and neutrals happening here. So I think like that is really nice. Let's see, those look like old, yes, yeah. They kind of look like condoms. I do want to know like what the context of this is, just like why. It feels very Louise Bourgeois. Is it Louise Bourgeois? I don't know how to pronounce her last name. It reads as Bourgeois. She's a sculptor, and she does objects, sculpts objects that are very reminiscent of the body. They're like very visceral, but they're not necessarily always intelligible as part of the body. And so you've got that going on here. Like, we're definitely thinking of like anatomy, of like it's very kind of self-conscious, like I want to touch these things, but they're also like very compelling because they have that it's like kind of uncanny valley, if you know what I mean. I feel uncanny valley like with this. Dryad says number 4 is most confusing. It is very confusing. Also, like, why are these like, if they are used condoms, why are they like hanging up to dry basically from fishing hooks? And what is this netting here like on the right? Like, have they been strained? Like, why have they been washed? what are they being used for? Like, in a way, this might have the most narrative out of all the pieces, but like, I can't tell if I really want to know more about this narrative or want to stop here in this horror story. Um, the, so also one thing that you get to do as a transfer student is in your portfolio, you are allowed to show, like, say, like a series of several images, like maybe like 3 from like one series. Like, that is totally reasonable. So if you've got other images that are related to this, if this is part of like a grouping, like that could be something that would be really interesting that people would stop and like look at for a little bit. Thank you. Reminder, keep moving. Thank you. Okay. Uh, so here we have some gesture drawings. Things that I really like about these. I like that they're on colored paper, it looks like. That butt is so shiny on the left. Like, I just want to, like, it's a beautiful shiny butt, and I really love you can feel the posture in this really well, the balance. It's really nice. The exaggerations that you're doing like make a lot of sense, even if they're not totally like true to life. I like the one on the left more than I do on the right, just because you're adding in these blocks of color in areas that feel like very appropriate, whereas the one on the right feels flatter. You have less of those added in and they make less sense. I would even, maybe just like do the one drawing on the left rather than the one on the right, like just take it out. Just because I feel like you catch everything in that one on the left that the one on the right is like trying to say. So, okay, I'm gonna move on to the next one here. Here we have these 2 pieces. Okay, so first of all, guys, and when you are submitting your portfolio, you don't want to include 2 images that are totally different on the same slide. Like, that's seen as like kind of like cheating, and it also means that you're not showing like the detail that, like, you're not giving the piece like room to breathe. So, and you're not giving it its adequate like attention. It's being crowded by this other piece. So these I would consider as like 2 separate pieces of work, and you should like treat them as such. I do see that they are similar. They look like they're part of the same series, this kind of like fashion series. I think that the patterning that you're doing is really nice. Be careful of using like too many, like using titanium white as your highlight, because it can create this kind of like pasty look with things. I feel like you're adding that in some areas. It's not necessary. Use a zinc white or use Naples yellow to create lighter colors. I do think I love the halo that's going on in the back of this, the back of the woman on the left. I think that is like bringing out like a lot of glow. It feels dynamic. The one on the right feels like a little bit more pasty. That those lights, like the halo and the white strokes, are less convincing to me, and I think that's because like you've spent so much time like trying to get like this great amount of detail, and then you like go into the back and make it like mostly just one color, that like the contrast is like too intense, if you know what I mean. Like, it's too much like, okay, I'm working in this style, then I'm gonna work in this totally other style. So I would just be careful on that front. I think the one on the left is like more successful and all falls under the same world a bit more. Um, and it also highlights the clothing, I feel like, better. Like, the one on the right is just a little bit more dim, even though you're showing more of the body. Oscar says, yeah, the green robe with the red aura is nice. Yeah, I think that there's like a lot of, it looks almost like there's been like spray paint added to it or something that you can get a glove. Spray paint or airbrushing, guys. Airbrushing is like a super, to buy an airbrush, it's not that expensive. It can be really helpful for your artwork. It can create really cool highlights. And you can make pieces like really quickly with them. If you're interested in airbrushes, you can get them at like Michael's, for instance. I think, my friend got his for like $30 or something, and they can get up to be like really expensive, but it's a cool tool if you want to try something, experiment. Also, I want to say thank you to Alice for donating or using that super chat. Really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping us going. I'm going to keep going. Now we have number 7 here, which looks like this is like kind of a strange take on, you know, the two like the drama face, like the happy face and the sad face. There's this kind of like mask thing going on here, where it also feels like I'm looking at the logo for my MacBook right now, which is, you know, that face where the left side's like dark blue and the right side is light blue, and it's got like a little smile and it's kind of like Picasso-y. That's what this feels like. It feels like a humanized version of that. And it looks like it's been like an altered photograph, like maybe there was a photograph taken and then like it was all blued out like digitally or something. I think that the this blurring technique is not very convincing, or like if you're going to do this, I would just want to see more. I would want to know like why is it that that background that you're doing, why is it this blue and why is it like kind of grainy like above and below? Why is the hand really wavy? If you're going to make decisions like this, I would want them to be like a bit more stylized, or like have a certain, stylized is not the right word, but like have a foundation to it, like a logic to it, I guess, where like the 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 glow of the face like contrasts against the background here. Uh, you don't have an image for 8. It wouldn't open on my computer. Um, I have an image for 8. Oh, you just don't have it at all? 8, 8. That's too bad, because 8 is like the only one that's like real like graphic design oriented out of all this. Let's see. The hand is behind the man's shoulder. That is why. So yeah, it's like I can kind of see the hand right back here. I think so. I've had trouble with these kinds of works too, like doing body painting, for instance, and trying to find a background that would work for me. It was very helpful to start using textiles as my backgrounds, because they have a certain amount of like patterning involved that really contributed to the patterning that I was doing like on my face or like other people's bodies. So I would say, like, I think the blue connection is good, but maybe we could get like a bit more of that silhouette effect in the background that could add to this like flattening of the two faces of like this model and this you know, this girl on the right here. Okay, so should I talk about 8, or should we just like go beyond it? Um, Oscar says okay, move past 8. The blue in the bottom right gives the idea of fabric, but doesn't have the texture of folds, but I think it works everywhere else. Yeah, it's just like I want to know, I want like a totally consistent idea of like what the blue is, or if it's not going to be consistent, there has to be a reason for it not to be consistent. So you guys are missing out on 8 because it's pretty cool, and there's like some mountainy text, and it's like kind of interesting. They're like poster pieces, but I am going to move on to the next image here. Next image, it looks like, these look like stills from a video or something. It looks like it's for an alcohol for, is this gin? You know, I could do with a gin right now. Yes, London Dry Gin. And it's got like all these crazy like curly cues and stuff. I think with this piece, what I would really like to see is like how these like highlights, or like what looks like these camera long exposure camera effects are doing, like how that supports the gin. Like right now you've got this light coming from below, and I feel like that is it's battling, or it's fighting with these lights that are skimming around it. So ways that you can think about this, about like having them work together, is you know, transparency, having the motion of these lines, the direction kind of like meld together in a way. Like right now here you've got like this light that's coming from the bottom that's kind of like going in a pillar upwards, but then you have like the spiraling like backwards tornado. And I think like maybe if this was like a video, there could be a way that they kind of like clash and turn into this like beautiful like, ah, here's the gin. But like right now, I feel like they're kind of like two separate images. And Clara says, in my opinion, I either like to see more digital painting or manipulating the images much more dramatically. I feel like the images are just tweaked mildly. I agree. It's just like we need more information here. It is pretty. I think graphic design portfolios are also like very hard to put together, and I think like one thing that we are like responding to here is like, is this a graphic design portfolio? Or is this a painting portfolio? And who are you as a person? How are you selling yourself as a person? Like graphic design is very much about like, you know, like promoting like a product or an event or a thing and conveying information. I guess all artwork is about conveying information, but like it gets really important in graphic design, and I think like you gotta treat yourself as like that product or that thing or that event. Like what would you be as like a graphic design kind of like image? I think that's important. So yeah, here we have an image of a hand. Again, similar to the wave, like, you know, this is a nicely rendered hand, but I don't really know how this speaks to work about yourself or your goals or the kind of artwork and graphic design that you're into. I do think the blue highlights are really nice. The hand looks very visceral, kind of reminds me of number 4 with those like weird like condom sock things. But I would love to see the background, you know, the floor done in a way that contributed to the hand and felt less like white space or gray space in this, you know, this context. 88 says, what should we include in industrial design portfolios? The industrial design is definitely more sculptural. You want more things having to do with objects, how objects are used, like have multiple functions. I feel like it's much more puzzle oriented and less like painting or like image oriented. Clara can also give tips on that too. The industrial design people I know were like making like little like contraptions and things, like making like things to hold your phone or like different types of like things for your window or like cooking implements, like stuff that you can find in like the cooking store, like I don't know, crazy stuff. So here again, we have something that I feel like doesn't really necessarily like connect with these graphic design things that you want in a portfolio. This is a drawing, but it's not like a super like rendered study. It's just like a part of a face. Like I want to see like what's going on with the background. What is the context of this person? Are these wrinkles here like supposed to actually look like wrinkles? Are you going for like some kind of style here? I just need more information than what's going on. Like, who is this person? Do they have any relationship to you, or is it someone that you found online? Like stuff like that. Is this the person that's that hand for? Maybe we're looking at all the different body parts of one guy. I just don't know. Next piece here, 12. These are some cute little ceramics. The thing that I like most, I think, about this piece is the photo. I'm always looking for nice pictures of like how to take a good picture of ceramics. Like I'm always jealous of all those people on Etsy that put up like beautiful like pictures of their like 3D work. I think the coloration is really nice. It's good that you have like a 3D piece in here. I would love to just see, I guess, like maybe more developed 3D pieces. Like these, I feel like are fairly basic, and like the supporting structure of it, like photo, like the glazing, all that, the lighting looks good. I would just like to see like further development of this idea. Let's see. Designing book covers or things with words would also be really good to show. I agree, definitely. Definitely book covers, posters, products. I think this next image here, yes, 13 is our first product. And I'm actually really excited about this. It's my favorite piece, I think, in here. So here it's for tea. And this is actually the kind of image that I feel like I've seen for like typical graphic design portfolios. It's like a product, like displaying like packaging. Packaging, that's the word. So it's packaging for tea. And you have like this beautiful flower pattern on here. It's very nice. The colors are like kind of pastel. But the cool thing about it is when you open the box up, it turns into a flower, and each flower petal is the tea. I think that's brilliant. Like, this kind of packaging is something that would make me buy this product, even though it's like not giving me any more, it's not necessarily like giving me the best tea or something like that, but it's like such an innovative kind of design that I would buy it. So I think that's like very successful. And I think your collaging of images here like works out really well. I can tell what's going on. I think you should use this piece here as a starting point for like what you want the rest of your portfolio to look like, and how maybe your paintings, some of your paintings could support your graphic design artwork. Yeah. I'm gonna keep going here because I'm running behind. Here we have avocados. You've got some, this is number 14. I think you have some similar issues here with avocados as you've had in past pieces, like for instance the hand or the face, where the background has kind of been left like by the wayside. It's kind of painted in, but it's not really like supporting the objects in any way. I do really like how these avocados are painted. I would love to see maybe like a patterning of this like used in a graphic design piece maybe, or like how can you take like the shape of the avocado and turn it into like something like interesting, like a avocado is almost like a little box itself, like with a little like candy inside, except it's a pit. So like how can you use some of these things here and turn them into engaging like products or puzzles or images, things like that. Something to think about. And then finally, this last piece here is, it looks like they're stills from a video. Actually, I think this might be one of the most like interesting pieces. I wish that I could actually see the video, what it is, but I'm gonna call it the cinematography here is very beautiful. You've got like this person on these like Nautilus type stairs, and then the curve of that like mirrors the curve of the umbrella, which is like kind of like well situated, well proportioned in this frame. You can see enough of the background to kind of get an idea of like, you know, like a world that's happening here. But then you have like the umbrella with like the water coming down, like turning into the water of the shower with a person in there. And I just like really love that transition. I think it works really well. I would say this is also a keeper. It shows like you've got some kind of idea of like both I'm gonna say like staggering images like to tell a story, but then also like an idea of like what good it also shows that you can like hold together a narrative or piece together a narrative from still images, which I think is important. Okay, so time to go to the next portfolio here. Okay, you think you should do the next one? That's okay with me. My voice is really dying here. I'm okay with that. Hi. Oh wait, do you want me to turn my sound on? That's okay with me. My voice is really dying here.
Okay, guys, it's time for a scene change. Give me 1 second. Actually, Lauren, what I need you to do is keep your Skype on,
Okay.
but you don't have to be on. I'm going to turn off your camera. Thank you. Hey guys, I hope all of you can hear me because I am gonna jump in. It's 3 o'clock a.m. right now. Let's see how I do. But I had some time to rest. So we'll just see. Hopefully, everybody can follow along. Okay. So, anyway, if you guys are watching and you have not subscribed to our channel, I really recommend you do that and that you ring the bell to make sure you don't miss out on anything. Okay, let's see what's going on. We are going to look at an artist named Sarah Wong. And just to give you guys a little bit of information about Sarah, Sarah is a junior in high school. They've been taking art classes on and off, and they're motivated to draw simply because it doesn't feel like they're being forced to study it. That's a pretty good reason to be into something when somebody's not breathing down your neck, forcing you to make that happen. And Sarah's saying that they started self studying anatomy and figure drawing, but that they are feeling a little bit overwhelmed about the amount of useful information that's available online. Yes, you and like the whole planet. Like, whenever I try to find something online, I just feel like my head is going to explode. So it's just a big challenge to have so many choices. And so Sarah's saying they feel like they're just going around randomly and not really learning anything. And so Sarah's asking, do you have any suggestions for how I can learn more efficiently? Okay. I think that you have to identify particular skills that you are after. And I think you can almost make like a little checklist for yourself. Like, what is something I could learn right now that really could be applicable to everything? So, for example, Sarah, I would say if you are just getting started, the place I tell all students to start is with drawing. Because the thing about drawing that I think is wonderful is that no matter what field you end up going into, ultimately, if you become an architect, an illustrator, a graphic designer, drawing is more than just a physical experience. In my opinion, drawing is really a method of thinking about things. And so I like thinking about just gaining foundational skills that go across multiple disciplines. Because what I see a lot now actually is that in art school now, it is more likely that I will get a student who knows how to do Photoshop than that I will get a student who knows how to use a screwdriver, which is sort of crazy when you think about it, because screwdrivers are really helpful and you might want to learn how to use one someday. I mean, it's like, I think that's become the way things are nowadays in a way that they weren't when I was in school. When I was in school, we were way more into the screwdrivers, and now it's sort of a different type of thing. So I think, Sarah, if you just think about just drawing for a little while, and you can obviously keep dabbling in different things, but I feel like it does help to have somewhat of a daily routine that you feel is grounding you somehow. And so I think for a lot of artists, the best solution to that is to keep a very active, regular sketchbook practice, because it's like no matter what you're doing in your other projects, you can always come back to that sketchbook. And I think maybe that's what you're missing, is that you don't feel like you have an anchor to hold you down and keep you stable while you go off and do other types of things. I mean, I'm looking at your portfolio right now, and you've got some pretty cool stuff in here. I think, especially when I look at the pieces, you're doing all the studying. You've got these life drawings from these models, and you've got like these collage pieces. And I don't know if this one's a digital piece. I think it's a digital piece. Because actually, Sarah, I have to say, your strong suit, in my opinion, is composition. Absolutely. Like, this is this really dynamic composition there's a lot of things I'm going to go over in a little bit that I think could be better, but I think that composition is not really a skill that I see a lot of people having early on. More often than not, I see people who really know how to like render something, like they'll be very good at like articulating details or something like that. But when it comes down to actually putting it together into an articulate composition that's dynamic and exciting, a lot of students in high school really, really struggle with that. Like it's sort of rare for me to see somebody who's really making very active, very lively compositions. Oh, good. Sarah, you are here with us. Let's see. Yoke is saying, I don't know how to use Photoshop, but I know how to use the screwdriver. I guess I'm old school. Okay, well, it's good to know that. Um, all right. So, Sarah, you have a lot of good things going for you in that sense, but I also think to a certain degree, it's okay for your artistic development to be a little scrappy and feel a little bit discombobulated. You sort of have to embrace that part of being an artist for a little while because part of, I think, trying to figure out what you want to do artistically is to just go out there and just try everything. Like, don't even think, oh, am I doing well? Am I learning? Just by doing any of those things, you could make the crappiest painting in the world. And that experience alone will help you. Because I think what I'm seeing now, and this is going to make me sound like a total old fart, which I am, by the way, is that when I was in school, when I was a kid, I didn't feel that there was a huge emphasis on product. We just learned stuff, and it was like, hopefully it came out okay. But a lot of the students I work with today, they're really stressed out and worried about, well, is this the correct thing to do? Am I doing the right thing? And the thing is, it's like if you teach in a field like visual art, where there are not really simple, concrete answers like that, you're going to drive yourself crazy. And so I think you're going to feel a little bit like, oh, I don't really know exactly. But, something, maybe that's the way it should be. And it's uncomfortable and it's not straightforward. But I do think that you have to learn to live with that discomfort. I mean, I think that discomfort, Sarah, to me, is a signal that you are learning, that you are developing. I mean, if you guys are making work all the time and you feel like, oh yeah, I knocked that one out of the park, you're either deluding yourself or you got really lucky on that one time because learning is hard. Learning is hard work. I mean, some days I'm like really on my students because I'm like, guys, quit whining, get your work. And then I'll go home and I'll work on something that I'm not very good at. And I'm like crying like a freaking baby, like 5 minutes later, why doesn't it work? It's like really lame. Like, I give people advice like all day and then I like cannot do it myself, which is like a story of my life. So, anyway, Sarah, I would not worry about it. Have fun, try out different things, and embrace how awkward that's going to feel for a little while. Windows Zombie is saying you grew up with a screwdriver, but Photoshop as a blossom at the same time. I'm curious to know the Photoshop screwdriver relationship. So jump in there. Tell me, what is your relationship between Photoshop and a screwdriver? Because everybody should know how to use a screwdriver, and you should know the difference between a Phillips head and a flathead. I think that's like basic knowledge. At the very least, if you ever own a house, you're gonna need that screwdriver at some point. Okay. Let's see. Let's go through your pieces individually, Sarah. So let's look at image number 1. And this image, I think, has a really strange, disorienting feeling to it. I feel when I look at this piece that I'm like about to fall over. Like all of the weight distribution of everything feels very disorienting. Everything's almost like I'm looking at it through like a fisheye lens or something like that. So I want to show a close up of some of these. And I do think you're doing a very nice job with scale change. So, for example, if we come back here, we have like the really big figure on the far left hand side. And I like that their body is cropped off. But then as you go further back into the distance, they get smaller and smaller. Now, what I think you can work on, though, is your color. because I feel like in this piece, it's all blue, purple, and green. There's nothing wrong with that, but the thing is, you're sort of isolating it. Like if I look at the entire composition, the green area is green, the purple area is purple, and the blue area is blue. You want to be more okay letting those colors seep into each other. And you got to think beyond the green. I mean, Alex Rowe, who's one of the teaching artists here at Art Prof, he explained it really well. He said a lot of people will say, look at this cup, and they'll say, oh, it's an orange cup. I'm going to paint it orange. Great. But it doesn't really work out that way. It's really, things are not really what you think they are. Like you can easily look at a patch of really nice green grass and then realize, wow, there's like alizarin crimson in there. And I see a little bit of maybe lavender that's falling on that. So my whole feeling about color is that you will not get those colors, the more unusual ones, into your paintings unless you work to see them. Because I literally have had people say to me, well, why are you telling me to put red in the grass? I don't see red in the grass. And I'm like, because you haven't tried to see the red in the grass. And so trying to see color, that's like an initiative. That's not something you're just going to automatically do. That's something because you really are like trying to see that. But I would say as an overall composition, this is a really great piece. I just wish that the transformation of the people was a little bit more dramatic because at first I just thought, oh, they're people with, I don't know, mermaid dresses. But if you're going to turn them into like these tree people, almost like the Ents from the Lord of the Rings, I feel like that should be more prominent. I do love the lighting situation though. Really nice job in that area. Okay, so this next piece, I believe, is like pen, maybe mixed media. I'm guessing that it's probably about feeling like super stressed out. I'm a little bit confused about why it's fish. And it seems like there's folded papers in the upper right hand corner. It seems like, I don't know, like the arm almost looks like it has like a green arrow on it somehow. So I guess like the thing that's a little bit challenging about this piece is that the stressed out looking face in that gesture, that's like a really obvious clear read, like nobody's going to mistake that for being something else. But then all of the motifs that surround it, I don't see the connection between all of those. Again, it's a very dynamic composition. I mean, there's diagonals all over the place. I like how the figure is like moving upwards like this. So composition is not the issue. I just feel like when I look at this, I don't get what one part has to do with the other. Sarah is saying I was trying for abstract. Okay, I would say based on that, a lot of people have different definitions of what abstract means. I mean, to me, abstract means that you can't recognize that image as matching anything in the real world. Like you can't identify it and say, oh, that's an apple. You look at it, I don't know. It could be something else. This is not abstract to me because I can identify it as something in the real world. I see fish, I see a person. To me, it's abstract if I can't do that. So maybe the terminology, I think, is a little bit confusing. But I think another thing here, too, is that you have lots of conflicting styles going on because on one hand, it looks like the hand is, I don't know, like fused to the face, or it's like there's some horrible skin condition going on. I don't know. But then the hair almost looks like it's out of like a superhero comic book. So I just feel like this piece to me is like all over the place. Like you're pulling me in so many different directions that I don't really have a way to focus when I look at this piece. So I think this piece is probably one of the weaker pieces in the portfolio, not just in terms of content and how you present the subject matter, but I also think just technically it doesn't show off your best skill set. Okay, so this piece I really like a lot. And by the way, Sarah, you might want to check out Alexis Rockman, who's a contemporary artist, and Alexis Rockman does these almost apocalyptic murals. They're really, really interesting pieces, but this has sort of similar epic quality. But this is a really dramatic scene. I think the way that you have these shoes all lined up, but then there's this like super dramatic lighting. It's sort of like they're all surrounded by like almost this like lava pit or something. It's a little bit confusing, but to me, there's enough specificity that I do want to stick around. And okay, what is this thing really about? Let's see. I would say going back to this piece, yeah, it's the same thing. Sarah, I would say you need to figure out how to mix warm colors with cool colors. Because if you guys go back, okay, if we look at this image is, well, not this image. Let me go back to number 3. This one is all warm colors. So it's yellows and reds and oranges. If we go back to the first one, this is all cool colors. But Sarah, you have to find a way that the warm colors and the cool colors can coexist so that they work together. Because the thing is, if you make everything warm or if you make everything cool, you don't get a lot of contrast. Like everything starts to look very similar after a little while. You certainly can make that work to your advantage. Like, for example, Mark Tansey is an artist who works with just exclusive monochromatic. Here's a warm color, here's a cool color. You can do some really great things there. But I feel like Sarah, by like dividing up, like, okay, warm colors here, cool colors there, you're not figuring out how to get that relationship going on. Oscar's saying, love the shoes in the entrance as they really show that warmth. For sure. And you can have a scene like this be like 90% warm colors. It's just then you go into some of these more shadowy areas and you put in like a little hint of like a cool lavender to offset some of that. Or you think about complementary colors. Complementary color of orange is blue. If you have like a Prussian blue in the shadows to offset some of that orange in the middle, that might actually help you quite a bit. Okay, so let's look at number 4. This, Sarah, I think is actually one of your weaker pieces. I think because it doesn't seem to me looking at it that you were working with any reference. Maybe you were, but if you were, it doesn't seem like you were looking that hard. The other ones, I get the feeling that you did have a reference. But in this one, especially if I go and I look at the trees in the upper left-hand corner and the upper right-hand corner, they're not specific enough for me to be convinced that you had an actual photo reference. Guys, get references, okay? No more of this, I know what trees look like, I can paint them out of my head, okay? You don't know what trees look like. You think you do, but you don't. Like, once you really sit down and you observe a tree and you take the time to follow those branches and trace the contour of those leaves, you'll realize that actually you don't know very much about what they actually look like. And so what ends up happening is you have these like very generic looking trees. Like you look at these tree trunks, those aren't really like tree trunks. Like real tree trunks have a substance to them, they've got textures to them. These are pretty dull by comparison. And this, again, it's like that very stereotypical, this is what I think a sunset looks like. Like, here's an example. You guys ever go to a zoo and you see like some common animal? Like, let's say you go to the zoo and you see a lion, okay? That's not that unusual. But then you go see the lion and you're like, that's not really how I thought they would look. It's a little fun. I had no idea that their legs did this. And you don't know that until you actually see it in person. So your idea of what you think something looks like most often doesn't have anything to do with what it actually looks like. Okay, let's look at image number 5. I do think, Sarah, that you've got very good figure drawings. I do think that you probably don't want to present them on a slide like this. Like, I personally think 3 images tops, but I think 2 images is better. And so, for example, the 2 little figure drawings that you have on the right-hand side, like, I almost can't see those. So I would just take those off, have one slide with the 2 figures, and separate them. Like, actually put, like, the gray in between. Because when you guys take these photos and you put them right up against each other, they just melt. And it's very, very difficult to see. I would say the figure in the middle, Sarah, that's the one that I think is the most successful out of all your figure drawings, because the one on the left, it's pretty good, but I feel like the torso is awfully stiff. And the thing to know about the torso is that your rib cage actually comes forward and then your hips sort of push back. And the figure drawing in the middle actually does that. The figure drawing in the middle really shows that orientation of the torso. Like I really feel the arch of the back in that male figure in the middle. So that's really nicely done. That one really has a feeling of skeletal structure in it, which I think is missing in some of the other ones. Because in my opinion, the whole thing about figure drawing is if you can get a really good, solid, convincing torso, the rest of it almost doesn't matter. Like you could have like really crummily drawn arms and legs, and if you have like a kick-ass torso, you can sort of get away with it. But if you have a figure drawing and the torso's lousy and the orientation's not working very well and it's got bad structure, you can have the most beautiful legs on the planet. It's not going to save that torso. So I would say for those of you who want to get better at figure drawing, prioritize the torso, because the torso really is the intersections where everything connects. And if you don't have your torso working, it's almost like nothing else really matters. So obviously you can spend forever on legs and arms and stuff like that, but the torso is where it begins. And also, Sarah, I would say you got to work on feet. I'm always bothering my students because people do like a really good job on the torso, because I'm obviously bothering them about that as well. But I think a lot of times people just don't draw feet. And the excuse I always hear is, oh, I didn't have enough time. I'm like, yes, you do. Like, you had enough time to draw those eyelashes. Of course, you have time to draw feet. And feet are very important. For standing pose, feet are very indicative of what type of pose we're looking at. Okay, so number 6, it looks like we've got this collage. I think it's a collage, at least. It's a little bit hard to tell from the slide, but this is also, I think, one of your weaker pieces. I feel like it's just very chopped up. There's so many pieces and parts, and honestly, guys, I'm not a fan of cutting out text and cutting out the text so it's like a little rectangle around it. Like, you'll see it everywhere. Like, we actually critiqued a collage, I think a week ago. Eloise and I critiqued it live, and the artist had like this whole collage, and it was all like text. It was all cut out with that same familiar rectangular outline. And I just see it. I'm like, guys, there's other shapes in the world. There's a lot more you can do than just a rectangle around the text. You got to think through that. The part of the piece that I think does get interesting is in the middle, but it's like there's not enough going on in that center area. It feels very enclosed. And so again, I think it's sort of similar to that portrait, the one of the really stressed out figure we were looking back, that it's just very fragmented right now. So I don't think this is a piece I would keep working on. I think you got other stuff to do. This piece I really like a lot. This piece is super fun. It's extremely dynamic. And I have to say, even though when I'm looking at this piece and I really am attracted to those like big red target signs, actually the more compelling part of the piece, it's the more like invisible work, is actually the cityscape in the background. I think actually has a really nice, almost ethereal quality to it. And that's very important because the figure and all the targets and everything, one of the reasons that area starts to work is because that area is so opaque, and then the background is so transparent that everything changes. Okay, hopefully I'm staying on pace. I don't know if I'm keeping you guys awake. I'm trying to stay awake. I'm pretty okay. This is fine. This is fine. This is one of those things where like you're like, I'm not tired, and then like the second you stop and you just are like, okay, I'm tired. I'm not there yet. So right now, let's just see how we do. But one of the things I do like about this one as well is the shift of scale. Like, I love the targets at the top that are like going way off the image, and then the little ones that sort of trail backwards like that, I think are really nicely done. So this is just a great composition. Like, it's super dynamic, like really nicely put together. Okay, we have this tiger piece, which I'm guessing is probably in charcoal. I would get rid of this piece. To me, this is basically I found a photo of a tiger. There we go. There's some of my tiredness showing through. Dryad saying I seem amazingly awake. Okay, good. Well, I guess I'm like doing all right then. Or maybe this is just that moment where everything becomes funny. You know that moment where everything is hilarious. Well, maybe we'll get to that point. We'll see. Um, so the thing about this image is like I know exactly how it was made. It was like I want to draw a tiger. I found a photo. Now I'm going to copy that photo of the tiger, and now here's my drawing. And so I think what happens in a piece like this is if you do it sort of mechanically, you end up losing your voice in the process because it's not engaging you very much. There's not a lot of manipulation you're doing to the image, Sarah. Whereas when you really are like making something totally from scratch, like for example, this first landscape, I mean, there's no chance that you thought of this image and then found a photo of it. I mean, that's not going to happen. But for sure, in this tiger, that's the case. I think you guys are much better off. If you want to practice drawing, draw from life, guys. Please. I'm begging you. Just draw from life. I know it's 10,000 times harder. I know it's more frustrating. I know you don't get better results immediately. I know photos are more convenient. I heard all those things 1,000 times, you guys. But nothing beats real life. Real life is incredible. And why would I want to download an image of a grape when I could just go to the store and buy some and like touch it and eat it? And I don't know. I just feel like such a fake when I draw from a photo of a tiger. It's like if I am traveling somewhere, it's like, what do I want to draw the scene or do I want to buy a postcard? It's like it's a completely different experience. Like I love being outdoors, smelling the space, feeling the air, knowing that that's real. So, Sarah, if you want to get better at this stuff, you want to improve, you got to quit drawing from these tiger photos because this is not doing you any favors. Or maybe this is the point where I just get blunt and we just turn off all those art prof filters because according to Lauren, I'm a lot nicer on art prof than I am in the classroom. So anyway, okay, so we got this last piece from Sarah. I'm interested in this piece. I don't think it's your strongest work in terms of your technical execution, but there's an idea going on in here. I don't know that it's the most original idea, but I like that I see that you're thinking. Because here's the whole thing, you guys. My whole philosophy about teaching is I don't really care if you succeed or if you fall flat on your face. That's fine. You have to do that if you want to study visual art, but I just want you to try. Try. Because to me, the biggest bummer on the planet is when people don't try. That makes me so upset. And so you can have somebody who maybe is like really not doing great in terms of like mastering a technique, but they're trying so hard. Like that to me really goes a long way. So Sarah, that's what I see in your portfolio is that yeah, there's some pieces in here that I think could be better. As you're saying from your statement that you do feel sort of overwhelmed in what direction to go in. And it does bum me out that for a lot of high school students, you have to be self-taught. I mean, could you picture if they taught math this way? Go figure it out. Calculus, just look it up on the internet. You'll figure it out. It's like, no. And yet, the vast majority of high school students are being told, go figure it out yourself. You can't, though. There's a lot of stuff you should not have to reinvent the wheel. There should be things that you can be taught that took somebody else millions of hours to figure out. And why do you have to do that too? I'm not into that. I'm like, hey, if there's a shortcut, I'm going to give it to you. And even when I give it to students, they're still like, I think I'll do it the much harder, more difficult, more time consuming way. I'm like, guys, I gave you the option. Like, they're all like, okay. So anyway, I'm just saying that because my students were doing this morning. I'm like, I showed you guys the right way to cut the foam board. Like, why are you cutting it this way? This way is harder. So Sarah, I like the initiative with this. I think it's just that you need to actually make this thing. Okay. So you guys see this like haphazard, like bird like sculpture. Like, Sarah, get a plastic bottle, get a net, get an old light bulb, hot glue them together, have your friend put out their hand in the same position, have them hold it, take your photo, and then you will have something. Okay. I think, Sarah, your heart is in the right place. I think you're doing the things that you want to do. It's just that you're being pointed in the wrong direction in a couple of cases, and that's not your fault. That's just because nobody's told you. But I'm here to point you in that direction. Okay. So quit the tiger drawings and start drawing from your real life. Okay. And don't give me this crap, guys, about how, oh, well, if I draw from life, there's nothing to draw. Like, do you know how many people I hear that from? I'm like, you gotta be kidding. There's nothing to, oh, I'm sorry, is the whole planet not enough for you to access in terms of what to draw? You can make anything exciting. I mean, I was just eating this little piece of cheese a couple minutes ago. I could draw this little piece of crumpled up wax and I could make it beautiful if I wanted to, if I decide to do that. Oscar is saying the net or whatever, it follows the form of the hand, which gives the hand more dimension. That does help, but I do think that the color in the hand, it's a little bit sickly. I think that it probably needs some more alizarin crimson, maybe a little bit less yellow. We've seen that in a lot of the portfolios today, that sometimes it's like overdose of yellow. Yellow's a very overpowering color. I tend to use it in smaller quantities, also because it's a very powerful color. The thing about yellow is like once you start, especially like cadmium yellow, you put it in, it starts to like infect the whole palette basically. So I try to cut back on that a little bit more. So, Sarah, I think what I would just say is like reach out to us, because as much as I would like to hope that people can just go to our site and figure things out, you can't always do that on your own. A lot of the time, you need communication with somebody. I mean, ideally, it's better if you have like somebody at school, but if you don't, we're here on social media, we're on YouTube. Make a comment, ask us questions. I think that that interaction is very important. You can't do it all on your own. Let's see. Windows Zombie is saying, got a new sketchbook this year. My goal is to fill it up and sketch from life more when I have downtime in public. Yes, and you will see things that you would normally not see because you're on your phone. And I know that because I do that too. Like I'm outdoors, I'm like, oh, I gotta check Twitter. But you don't. You need to draw the crummy little pipe on the street that is rusting. That's probably way, way more interesting. Okay, guys, we have a scene change coming up because Jordan is coming up. We're going into our last hour. Can you believe it? I have not lost it yet. Or maybe I have, and I'm just so not self aware. So, anyway, guys, we will be back in a moment.
All right.
You're on, Jordan. We are looking at Su Yun.
Okay.
Take it away.
Cool. All right. Welcome back, guys. Thank you so much for being with us this long. I know it's been a long marathon, but we're at the tail end. So let's finish up strong and just look at some cool artwork. So the next artist we're going to look at is Sooyoung Kim, and who's a recent graduate of college and says he got a BS in graphic design and media, um, and is mostly concerned with illustration and painting figures and environments from imagination. And there's a question that they ask before. I'm going to touch on it really quickly before I get into the artwork. And it says, I doubt and feel very insecure about my work sometimes. I use that as an excuse to be lazy and improving my skills or work on projects. What should I do to stay calm and just keep doing what I love? And the simple response to that is to keep working. I can't tell you how many times I have felt discouraged or uninspired or unmotivated to do work. But the thing is, when you're in school, when you're in a job, no one cares how you feel. You have to produce the work anyway. So honestly, you just have to learn to push through it and find things in it that you do love. Are there going to be times where you hate working on what you're working on? Obviously. But if you want to excel, if you want to be someone who stands out and can do the task at hand, then you have to kind of retrain your mind to think in a way that will force you to conquer your fears and wanting to create awesome artwork. So that's the quick answer to a much more complex question. But anyway, let's go to image number one for Suyun. And so this one looks like an acrylic painting, and I think this one is pretty interesting. And again, this is focused on how to tell stories and uh, in paintings and illustration environment and stuff like that. And for this one, I think the storytelling is actually pretty clear. I get the feeling that it's late at night. This character looks very depressed or tired, and even the color palette works well to explain all that. Way we can focus it a little bit more, though, I think. Well, first of all, there is a big part of, I guess, a wall that's on the right side of the canvas. That's not, in my opinion, I don't think that's necessary. It's not adding to the image. And when you're creating something, when you're creating an artwork, you can go, sometimes you can go very complex or you can go very simple. But something that you always want to keep in mind is this necessary? Does this help me to convey what my piece requires? And if there's something in it that you don't really need, you can just get rid of it. So in this case, this wall is just creating a big block on the far right side, and I don't think it's really helpful in this case. And I just saw a comment about my birthday. No, it's not my birthday anymore, but it was fun while it lasted. Thank you, everyone, for the birthday wishes. Anyway, but you can still donate to the super chat. That would still be cool. The other thing about this is I would consider focusing on your colors, right? So as a quick example, blue can often be a color that represents depression or coldness or loneliness, and you can utilize that a little bit more here. You have a lot of cool grays, which are fine, but I think you could push the saturation a little bit more in areas that are particularly dark in value, like underneath the table or maybe on the leg or something like that, and just to give it a little bit more pop. And also, speaking of pop and colors, the only thing that seems to be separated is this one red strip, that little book on there. And unless that's the focal point, I think it's actually coming off as a bit distracting because out of everything else, everything's got this cool color. You have the light that's warm and yellow, and that's fine. But then you have this one red book like right in the middle, and it's not adding anything. As far as your character goes, I think we could also find a way to make it easier to understand how this character is expressing themselves. So is it that they're tired, or feeling defeated or whatever it is? Use the body language to help express that even more. Because a simple little, it looks like he's about to like take a nice little simple nap. And and based on the environment that you created, it feels like it's something that's supposed to be more cold and more of a stressful situation. So I would just be aware of that and how to utilize your colors and values and everything and shapes to convey that. Let's go to image number two. All right. This one I think is more successful than the previous one we just looked at. I'm also just partial to like desert scenes for some reason. I think it's because my one of my favorite movies is The Prince of Egypt, so that just might be it. But I like this piece for its simplicity, right? I feel like the other one that we just looked at, it was kind of in between, like trying to figure out where it fit in. This one is, and number two is very clearly. We know where we are. We could probably figure out where in the world exactly. Like I would imagine, in Middle East somewhere, and even the atmospheric perspective is working for you very well. And for those who don't know, atmospheric perspective is the idea that when things are further away, there are more particles of air, pollution, etc., that are separating you from that environment. And so it tends to disappear into the color of the sky, whatever that is. In this case, it would be blue. So that's working really well. The things that I think are probably they're not necessarily issues per se, but things I would consider changing are all the stuff that you have in the focal area, right? You have this centered composition, and that's not even so much what's bothering me. It's that everything is about the same size. And I talked about this in the stream or this the critiques I just did about an hour and a half ago, where there was a lot of things that were the same size. So we have this character here who's standing there, and then we have the table, and then we have, I guess it's a swan or bird or something like that, and they're all about the same size, and it starts to destroy the depth. And I think that you can probably push that a little bit more. And I also think you can sort of make these objects a little bit more random in terms of spacing, right? And this it's sort of like the same principle as the size. If I were to take like a ruler and just say, how far apart is this from this? How far apart is this from this? They're all in that same kind of realm. So I would want to see something that's spread out close to the edge of the canvas, and maybe something that's way up close to us in the foreground, and you could put a lot of detail and texture in there. And I think that would really help it out. I also think you could probably push your oranges a little bit more in the foreground, because with atmospheric perspective, you would have more saturated colors in the foreground as well. And if you want to just push this a little bit more, make it even more colorful, more vibrant, I think that would be a really good opportunity to use it. And I mentioned Prince of Egypt before, but I think it's a really good film to study if you're trying to do scenes like this, because what they were able to do with the background as a desert for pretty much the entire movie is phenomenal. They used all these different colors, all these different textures. They used shape language to convey different aspects of the story. So I would really, really study that out, especially. All right, let's go to number three. Number three. All right. So this one I like for its simplicity, right? I mentioned simplicity pretty much in every single one so far, but I think this one really works because I don't feel like I'm expecting for it to be super complex. It just looks like a character just laying in the grass chilling on a Sunday afternoon. And so for that, I think it's really successful. I really like the line work, the line quality that you're getting. I think it's consistent. And I think you're showing and expressing the forms very, very well, particularly in the arms. I like how you're showing the wraparounds, and you're not doing a whole lot to convey it, but you're doing it in such a way that it makes a lot of sense. Like you don't have all this crazy, haphazard rendering. Everything is very fine and very clean, and I very much appreciate seeing work like that. And I also like the overall shape of the design. Like you have this diamond shape in this square canvas, if you will, and I think that's really awesome. And with that diamond shape, it's not super obvious. Like you have moments where you break it up a little bit with the grass, and there's some strands that are straggling, at the top or the bottom or whatever, and that's really cool. The one thing I'm just not sure about, and it's not even so much a critique as a question, is what's going on with the chest, because I can't tell if it's supposed to be a print on a shirt or if it's supposed to be that there's a hole in the chest and that the grass is underneath it. And the reason I have a question about it is because if it's a hole in the chest, that's fine, but it's inconsistent with the other grass around the character. And so that's what's causing me to question. As well as there's one strand in particular that seems to reach outside of that box. Now, if it's a print on the shirt itself and it just happens to mimic the grass, I would reconsider that, especially as a line drawing, because it's causing some confusion. I just don't know which one to go with, and I'm unsure uh, what I should recommend in that instance. But other than that, I think that the drawing is pretty solid. Your hands are well done. Head might be a little too small. I feel like you have like an 18-year-old's body with like a 11-year-old's head. So I would just be aware of how big you're making this character, and and make sure you keep it consistent. And yeah, let's go to image number 4. All right. So with number 4, I actually the first thing I would do is actually crop this piece a little bit on the sides. The reason for that is because it feels empty when I look at it as it stands right now. You have all this space, or I'm sorry, all this positive space, and intricacies. You have the stuffed animals and the rug, and I think I see Kermit the Frog and Elmo in there somewhere, and all this stuff going on. But outside of that, there's like nothing. And so it's starting to get me a little confused as to the nature of this space. So if you were to crop that in just a little bit on the sides, I think it would help feel like the space was more lived in, because obviously this is a house, right? We have an outlet, we have a window, and you're able to see the rain outside of it and all that. And I think that is really really working for you. A couple things I would also change. Speaking of the window, that rain is not convincing, unless those are like drapes that go on the outside of the window that have a pattern. I'm not really convinced by that. So I would spend as much time into these raindrops as you did with the grass in image 3 that we just looked at, because it feels very repetitive. The shapes aren't changing. And matter of fact, I would say those raindrops are huge. That's like if you got hit with one of those raindrops, I feel like it would like bust the umbrella. Like those things are huge, like the size of like golf balls almost. Um, I would also consider transitioning from thick to thin lines in the rest of the drawing. You have this really textured leggings on her, and you might be able to just get away with, sticking with mostly black, and having a thin white outline around the contours of the leg. And I think that would really help it. Also, watch your ellipses in some areas, like the pot in the back standing on, I guess that's a safe attached to the wall. It's a little weird, but okay. I mean, all right. So, and when you're thinking about these stories and stuff, you want to make sure everything makes sense, right? That's something I struggle with a lot. For example, with the rain and the raindrops, do the size of those raindrops really make sense? If it just rained here where I am the other day, and my window did not look like that. That safe that's attached to the wall, how is it attached? Like, is there some sort of is there a table underneath it, like a bookshelf, or is it levitating? What's going on? So you want to help us to understand that, and that also goes for the things on the left as well, like the clouds and the stars and moon and stuff like that. Like, how is that attaching to the wall? So you have to think about all these things and look at real life for reference. If you don't have it next to you in real life, there's things like Pinterest, there's Google. The internet is a fantastic tool, and I know you have it because you sent these drawings to us for us to critique. So you're there's no excuses there. Um, let's see. Oh, and when I talk about from thick to thin, you want to have the contours be thicker and things that are on the interior lines be a little bit thinner. You're doing them pretty well in the books that you have on the rug. That the covers of the book are a little thicker than the pages, and the inside is just slightly thinner. It helps to convey depth and edges when you're doing something that's just line and has no value really whatsoever. All right, let's go to number 5. All right. Um, uh, So this one is really interesting because it's a character exploration page, and that's something that we don't really see very often on art profs. So I'm glad I get to talk about it. Now, the first thing I'm thinking of when I see this is, who is this character? Now, I know that you can describe all the intricacies of this character on the art statement, and I'm kind of just looking at this and just giving my first impression. But when I see a character, even so, I'll give you an example. When I'm walking around my school, we have a ton of artwork on the walls. A lot of it's character paintings or drawings and concepts and stuff. You can figure out pretty clearly who they are. They don't have to write even their names or anything or tell you the whole story. And that's why I think it's missing here. So who is this person? Is she an is she an archaeologist? Is she a scientist? Is she a punk skater? Is she a hip hop, rapper? Is she a dancer? And if she's any one of those things I named, how can you use visual motifs to help express that? Give a simple example. If I'm drawing a doctor, if I'm designing a doctor, something that might help me is is a pair of scrubs, right? Or gloves, or a mask, or a stethoscope. Those visual keys might be cliche, but those help us to understand who this character is. And so the more in depth you can do in your writing stage, the more interesting your character will become. And I know this is, I'm supposed to be talking about the visual aspects of things, but when it comes to creating characters, it's really hard to create something when you don't have that portion of writing down. It's incredibly important, in some ways, even more important, because you, what you're trying to do is visual problem solving. And if you don't have a problem to solve with your character, as in like, well, she's supposed to be this, and this. How do I solve that? If you don't have that, it's going to be much more difficult. So I hope that makes sense. I hope I made that clear. But as far as your actual drawings go, I think they're pretty fun. I like the style that you're going for. I think you could probably push the gestures a little bit more. You have one sort of in the top left. It's a profile view, and it looks like she's throwing something. I think you can exaggerate the gesture on that. Instead of just kind of being straight up, what if the gesture line was curved kind of like a C, and you could see her kind of puffing out her chest and like lunging forward, and have her arms way back like this, and that will create a more interesting silhouette, more interesting character shape, and it's just going to be more exciting for us to look at when we see those extreme shapes. So keep those things in mind. Let's go to number 6. Okay, so number 6, this one is interesting because I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to say with this one. I think that it has potential, but it's not the strongest one that I've seen so far in the portfolio. And the reason it's unclear to me is because I feel like you're not pushing it far enough, right? So you have this hand in a lighter that's put underneath. I guess it's a woman, and you see the heart. So I don't know if the fire is supposed to be melting the heart or the body, or what's really going on here. I don't know if this is supposed to be a real person. They're going through pain. If they're going through pain, I want to be able to experience that. So you can experiment with the mark making. You can experiment with the gesture. Like, instead of maybe having the back turned, what if it was a front view and the hair was like kind of all over the place and really messy to show how distraught this person was. There's a lot of different things you could do. You could have the flame completely engulf the character itself, and or the heart, make it clearly being affected by the fire. And so there's a lot of things you can do to really push this. And right now, I just feel like it's a little too simple. And in the comments, actually, Claire mentioned the word surreal. I don't know why I didn't think of that word, but that's exactly what this is. And if you're going to do something that is this abstract and this imaginative, you really have to learn to push these things further. And I've used this phrase before, but you sort of have to idiot proof it. Now I'm confident that the people who are going to be looking at your work have a high level of intelligence, but we also don't want to do all the work of trying to figure out what was going on in your head, because we don't know. So you have to find a way to say, okay, this is what's in my head. How can I make this 125% clear that this is what I'm trying to say and do that? Let's go to 7. All right, so number 7, I actually really like this one. I think your line work is really cool. I like the colors that you're using. There's a nice sort of complement going on there. You have this magenta and then the cyan color. Always a really nice combination. The only thing that I think is really hurting this image is your focal point has become the collar and not the face. And the reason for that is because the reason I feel that way is because you put so much detail in this collar. Like you went to all the trouble of putting in all the texture and wrinkles and all that stuff, and that's fine. But it distracts from the face. So one way you could fix that is actually putting that detail in the hair as well. And what that'll do is it'll start to frame the face. You'll have this dark value of the hair and the dark value of the collar, and then we'll have nothing left to look at but the lighter value face in the middle. Because whenever we see a character like this, usually we want to look at the face. Like that's usually a given. I haven't seen too many examples where that wasn't the case. So yeah, I would just consider that. But in terms of how you're treating the rest of the clothes and everything, I think that's actually really cool. I think that I like the way you're using the line work and draftsmanship or what am I saying? Line work and the to wrap around the arms and everything. One thing I will say about your cloth, though, just be aware about how thick a cloth is, right? So this, if you've ever taken a cloth figure drawing class, this is really essential. Usually, thicker material is much more difficult to see the wrinkles versus a really thin material, right? So if that's a really thick turtleneck sweater, you're not going to have that many wrinkles on the contours of the arms. But if it was thin, like a tank top or just like a cotton shirt, then that's when you're going to see much more wrinkles. So just be aware of that as you are going forward. And it's not that there are wrinkles inside the clothing that I'm seeing; it's that the contour. I've never seen that exact wrinkle on a sleeve before. That was that thick. It just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. All right, let's go to number 8. Okay, Claire, I see you know about this one being the last one. All right, or last portfolio rather. All right, so number 8. So this one I actually think is really really cool. I like the brush strokes that you're using, and I think that it's looking really really solid. I like how simple it is, or how clean it is rather, and usually when I see something that's got this many brush strokes, it's usually very pecky and very there's a lot of uncertainty there. But here I'm seeing it very clearly, and I think that that's working really well. I would watch out for that eye in the distance. I think it's probably getting a little warped. It doesn't look completely clear, but the way you're dealing with the hair, I think is really really cool. And I would also think about trying to cover this up on my computer in my hand. I would consider dropping the shoulder on the far side as well, because it sort of looks like this character's wearing football shoulder pads, and it's the shoulder. It looks like it's basically right underneath the nose, and in that sort of perspective, in this sort of angle, it wouldn't be like that. So I would drop that down as well. And yeah, all right, let's go to number 9. All right, so number 9 is actually probably my favorite out of your whole portfolio. This one, when I was going through it initially, I was like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this one just stood out to me. I think that the lighting is gorgeous, and really good use of reference. I would have a hard time believing you did this from your head, so I'm just going to assume you used a photo reference for it. So I think it's really solid. I like how you're balancing the light and the dark, and the only thing that I say I have a concern about is just the texture of the hands and the fur. because it looks like the fur looks real to me. It feels like there's some more texture there, but the skin is naturally smooth. Um, and I think that you're mimicking it a little too much. You're copying that same texture over, and it makes it feel a little less tangible, if you will. It feels like the hands are made of the same material as dog fur. So I would just go back over some of those parts and just make sure it looks smooth and it feels like an actual hand or in fingers and everything. You could also probably get away with sharpening a couple of your edges a little bit more in the fingers and the separation of the fingers. I think that would help a lot. But but other than that, I think this is pretty solid. And you know, I could also say to crop a little bit from the left because it's a little too much dark or black space or negative space. Um, but that's just a personal choice. I don't think it takes away from the image. I think the way it's balanced relatively well actually, and so you could take that or leave it. But I think this is probably the strongest one in your portfolio, in my opinion. All right, let's go to number 10. All right, so number 10, figure drawing. I'm gonna call this one Baby Toes just because it's written here, and it's a fun title. And so, so with Baby Toes, I think this one's looking pretty solid. I like the way you're structuring the face and the overall, I guess, the acting that you're putting in. Anytime you draw a figure, there's got to be a certain element of acting in it, and that's where gesture comes along, and where you put the weight and or how you show the weight and all that. Uh, and for this one, the biggest concern I have is that you're not drawing the hands and the feet. Uh, that's something that's very typical. I see that very often with artists who are uncomfortable drawing hands and feet. They just avoid it altogether rather than conquering it. And and just based on how clean the rest of this is done, I feel like you probably did have time to draw those in, but you just didn't, and you avoided it. Um, and the only reason I say is because I used to do the same thing. And so, if I were you, if that's a concern for you, I would make sure you draw hands and feet a lot and really focus on that because leaving those out just feels odd, especially the hands in this situation because you see your arm wrapping, it looks like she's trying to read a book or something, and you go up and it's like her hand just vanished. And same with the feet, like it's kind of there, but there's no toes, there's no wrinkles and everything, and they say so much about the human figure. There's so much character given in those, and they might be tough to draw, but they're really essential. So that's all I'll say about that. The other thing I would say is when you're doing a foreshortened pose like this, make sure you really help us to understand what's in front of the other. Now, I can tell, that that leg is supposed to be in front of that arm, but or maybe the arm is on top of the leg, but whatever the case may be, you want us to be. The fact that I'm confused about that kind of says that you need to make that a little bit more clear. And so all you need to do is just put a thick line either across the leg or across the arm to tell us what's in front of the other. If I were you, I would do it on the leg just to push things back a little bit more. I would also have the curve of the buttocks be a little bit more round because it's starting to feel a bit lumpy, and maybe that's how it looked in real life, but sometimes simplifying these shapes also help to convey the story and help us to understand these things a little bit more clearly. So work on conveying depth through the thickness of the line and overlapping shapes, and make sure you get those hands and feet in there. And I see you trying to crop it off on the far right. You ain't slick, man. I see that. You got to put it in there. Okay, let's go to number 11. All right, so with 11, some more figure drawings here, and these look like really quick gesture studies. These might be 2 minutes or 3 minute drawings, and I can tell that there's it feels like there's some panic in the way that you're drawing. If I were to take a guess, if you're watching live, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like um, you're you're worried about keeping up with the time drawing. And in my opinion, you know, in order to get to a place where you're excelling and going and doing these drawings well in a short time, you have to stop thinking about that. You have to kind of put the time limit out of your mind and just say, okay, I'm seeing this shape, I'm seeing this shape, and I'm seeing this shape. And and you have to learn to see faster. It's not so much about how quickly your hand is moving. I've studied some of my professors and how they draw, and some of them are super quick. Like one of my teachers, he'll draw an entirely realistic character and have like all this armor and all this stuff on him in 20 minutes with no reference. And he won't even do an underdrawing. He'll just kind of go in and do the final line work, and it's insane. And I watched him draw, and I'm like, how is he doing this? And I realized he's just making less mistakes. He knows he's planning it out in his head beforehand, and he's not moving his hand like he's actually moving it really slow, but he's so confident in how he's placing his marks that it comes out clear, it comes out clean and crisp. And that's the thing that I think you should be working on with your figure drawings. Consider the shapes that you're looking at, and figure out how to see these things more clearly, and how to see them faster. The other thing I could say is work on addressing your landmarks in the figure, right? So a important landmark is the pit of the neck, which is this space here in between the clavicle. You could draw the head out a little bit more, at least the center line and brow line, or maybe just, or you could even, if you don't draw all the details, just draw the eyebrows and eyes. That will already say a lot. The nipples is another landmark. And those are the only ones that I could really point out here now, because that's all that's in here. There's no full figure really. So that's what I would say about that. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to number 12. Number 12. Almost done here, guys. All right, so number 12, this is another figure drawing. And I just have to get on you for presentation for a quick second. In this situation, crop it, because if you're presenting this to someone, let's say in a setting where you're more professional setting, that blue tape, man, that's gonna kill you. So just crop it in a little bit more. You can even keep your name and the date if you want, but just get rid of that white space, get rid of that blue tape, and all that. Just trying to save you in the long run. So yeah, but anyway, in terms of the artwork itself, this one's actually pretty solid. The proportions work relatively well. Head might be a little tiny, a little bit small, but that's neither here nor there. And again, I'm seeing the same issue with not wanting to draw the hands and the face. The feet are fine, but the hands, I really don't know what's going on. I don't know if that's one hand being placed on top of the stomach, or if they're interlocking like this. And it might just be a size issue. Maybe it was just too small. And, if you were to try and do all the detail, the pencil wouldn't be able to like cover it all very well. And that's one thing. In that sort of situation, make it easier for yourself. If they're interlocking in real life and that's going to be, it's going to be detrimental to your image, just take it out and just do one hand instead. It's better to have a better looking drawing that doesn't 100% follow the reference than not, so just keep that in mind. And also with the face, you can, put a little bit more detail in with the eyes and the eyebrow and stuff like that. Just, give us some sort of indication what's going on, as well as the hair. The hair feels, I can't tell if that's like a bun or something, but you could probably finish that up a little bit more. And there's another thing I think I wanted to say. Oh, and also worry about value afterwards. The reason, and this is just my personal thing, some people might disagree with me. The reason I say that is because I noticed the hands and the face and all of that. And if you had enough time to put in value, but not enough time to put in the hands and the face, then I think you're probably not using the time as well as you could. So if you were to get those things down and get those solid, then when you put value on, it's just going to be icing on the cake. And so I would just be aware of that. Now, if that's not the way you work, then that's fine. It's just, suggestion that I had. But I still think you want to make sure you get everything in clearly and making sure we understand it. In terms of the lighting is solid and all of that. I don't see any real issues with it. Okay, let's go to 13. I'm trying to speed up because we're running out of time. All right, so number 13. Okay, so I guess we can just go back and forth between 13 and 14 in terms of how we view them. This one is really interesting. I think this is a pretty well-made structure. I'm not even sure. I guess I don't know if it would be paper mache, if it's cardboard or whatever, but it looks pretty cool. The one concern I have, though, is the inconsistency in each letter in terms of how you're painting things. Now, that could be on purpose, and I could very well be reading this incorrectly. But when I look at if we're looking at the image of the back view, and I'm looking at these clouds, I'm zooming in, I'm like, okay, I'm seeing all the clouds on there are like these big puff balls that look like cotton balls. And then the ones in the first O are kind of spread out just a little bit more. And then in the one in O looks like streaks, like the ones that the planes leave. And then K looks kind of like Bob Ross just went like just took a dry brush and just went shoo, 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 like that, how he always does in the videos. And so I don't know if all of them are supposed to be consistent together or if each letter is supposed to be very different, but that's something that really stood out to me. And I don't know if that is or is not what you want. If it's supposed to be different, then maybe color the letters slightly differently. Like maybe have one that's like a sunset color blue rather than or sunset color like a purple or something like that rather than this blue that you have. Let me see. Yeah, but based on the construction and everything, it looks like it was very well made. I don't see any major issues with it. Yeah, okay, we'll go to the next one. We'll go to on mine. It's numbered 15, but I guess on there it'll be 14. I'm not really sure. So this one, Rain. I think that this one's pretty interesting. It looks like a collage, and it's funny because the way you showed the text "rain," I think is actually really cool. And it's not so overt that it like distracts me, but what does distract me is that you have the word rain, and the only indication of rain is that you have this umbrella and just a few little strands of few little droplets of water like on the camera surface. But the entire environment around it doesn't really feel like rain to me. Like the way the clouds are, it feels like it's a pretty decently sunny day. That just might be me. Maybe it was actually raining, but that's just what I was thinking. I was like, I feel like it could be pushed a little bit more. Because again, art is about the easy read. And so if someone has a question on what kind of weather it is, and that's the whole point of the image, then it might be something to reconsider. Let's see. And I had another note. I just want to see. I also, I know this is more of a, photography thing, but I actually really like how vibrant that yellow is too. Yeah, I think it stands out in the image very well because you have a very like a brownish purplish blue kind of background, and you have this yellow in the foreground that really pops. And that's sort of the thing I was talking about in the first image that we looked at, in image 1, where you had that red book in the middle. And I was like, that stands out a little too much for it to not be important. So I think you actually have a remedy for that in this one. All right, let's go to the last image for me of the night, and then Clara's going to do another one. All right, so this one, I was just going to say it looks like a still life of cakes. I think that's a cake in the background. But this one I actually think is really successful. Again, I think that the sizes of some of these things are a little too similar on their spacing, and but the composition works because it's kind of making me go in this triangle. It's like 1, 2, 3, and I think that that's working really well. I also want to take a minute to look in at this middle cake and look at the texture that you did, especially on the side with the light. Um, I think that looks really, really solid. I love the way that it looks like crumbs. I love how you did the whipped cream topping and how you did, I guess those are strawberries, how they look all glossy. That is really, really awesome. And I think that that's probably one of the best indications of texture out, next to the dog painting that you did in your entire portfolio. So I really want to see more of this kind of style from you. I also really like the way you're doing the cloth. That looks really solid, and the colors that you're getting. Um, and Yeah, I think it's really, really solid. Again, the biggest concern I have was just the composition. It feels kind of a little too centered, based on one, the cake is right in the middle, and then you have the background sort of divided between this left panel of this yellowish gold color, and then the right side is this greenish blue. And I think that you could probably find a way to shift it just a little bit so that it's not so smack dab in the middle. And yes. Okay. So that is all I have for you, Suyun. And thank you, everyone, for wishing me a happy birthday and for joining me on the Art Prof live stream. And everyone have a good night, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. All right, Clara, take it away.
All right, guys, quick scene change. We'll be back in a few seconds to look at the last critique. Oh, sorry, forgot to turn on my microphone. Thank you very much, Starving Artists Collective. Because, 4:16 a.m., you start to forget about a couple things. So, anyway, guys, this is it. The home stretch. We're going to look at one more portfolio. I hope you guys can hear me now. Alice, you're still saying there's no sound. Well, according to this, I do have sound on here, so let me know, you guys, if you still can't hear me. Okay, according to this, can somebody tell me in the chat if the sound is working? Uh, you hear? Okay, awesome, cool, cool. All right, so we're gonna look at this portfolio, and I'm probably gonna mispronounce this name, so I'm sorry in advance. Tegan Goki. Okay, so Tegan is currently a sophomore enrolled in the Rhode Island School of Design's illustration department. And I'm going to scroll through some of Tegan's pieces while I'm reading a little bit from the artist statement. And it looks like Tegan works in a lot of different types of media, ballpoint pen, graphite, pastels, but that lately Tegan has been trying to push their skills with Photoshop in preparation for an intended professional career in concept art. Okay, so they're trying to get naturalistic painterly quality that complements the fantastical elements. They're trying to merge elements with heavier themes like existentialism, tragedy, and a variety of critiques of faith. Oh, wow, we are going deep and heavy for this last piece. That's good. I don't do small talk, guys. No, we're in a really go here. So let's see. When not overtly thematic, Tegan says that they really like character and creature designs, especially within the context of video games and film. But they also have their work which conveys deeply personal memories about their suburban home back in Massachusetts, which is actually where I am. And those are landscapes which have been used for several years as playgrounds for Tegan's imagination. Okay, so let's go back and take a look at these pieces. And I have to say, Tegan, you made me work this week in terms of making these slides because when I was looking at the pieces, I was like, oh my God, these are really, really detailed pieces. And I better put in some detailed shots or people are going to miss like half the artwork. So I'm going to be able to show you guys all of the close-ups so you can see everything more clearly. Okay, my understanding is that most of this work is digital. I think there is like a traditional piece towards the end or so, but I think largely what we are looking at is digital work. Okay, I mean, I can say just my first quick impression is that the work looks pretty cohesive, which is sort of surprising to me given that this is somebody who's just in their second year in art school. I mean, boy, I did not have a remotely coherent portfolio when I was a sophomore. And I think the fact that Tegan seems to have a real laser focus on what they're after with their work so early on is really a big benefit. I mean, I think that it's also fine to not have any idea what's going on. I think it's wherever you are. I think that what I don't like is when I see students really bowing to the pressure of what other people are doing. Like when people are like, oh, I don't know what kind of artwork I want to do. I better figure it out right now. And I'm like, no, don't figure it out right now. Take your time because a lot of this stuff, it takes time to evolve. Like these are not things that you're going to figure out overnight. I mean, what I see in a lot of these is that lighting, I think, plays a very significant role in all of these. And the lighting is very different. Like, if you look at this image, I don't know what the space is. I mean, I'm guessing it's some institutional jail or something, but it has that very sterile, really cold light, which is not very dramatic. But then we have these almost iridescent, is it not iridescent? What do you call it? Bioluminescent. That's it. The creatures that glow in the dark, the ones that are like underwater. So we sort of have a bunch of these types of creatures that seem like they are emanating their own light. And I'm very excited, actually. I think this is the one piece I'm guessing which is done with traditional materials. This one I'm very excited about because I think it's related somewhat visually, but I also think in some ways this drawing in particular feels like its own type of beast. I mean, I'm very interested in the relationship between traditional and digital painting because I think digital painting is just really starting to take over the world in some ways. And when I get very excited is like really when people have a foot in both worlds, I think is really good. Like I know some artists will start with traditional tools for sketching and then they'll do coloring in digital. Some people are all digital, some people are all traditional. So I think that what interests me with digital is like what role does it play, because it is oftentimes something that gets used in conjunction with other things. So there is like that. Yo is saying it looks like upside down world from Stranger Things. Yeah, I mean, I think anything that's creepy and drippy and like that's pretty much, I mean, the most recent sort of horror thing that we've seen. Although Stranger Things to me isn't really horror stuff. I would say it's more like Aliens, which is what I was watching last night. Okay, so let's go through and we'll talk about the individual images. I think that the compositions to me really fluctuate in terms of being engaging. Like this to me is not one of the better compositions. I feel like it's very bottom heavy. And other than the light that's coming from above, I don't really have a super compelling reason to want to investigate the rest of the piece. So, like, obviously, you have the figure that's in the middle, and we have these really nice highlights that are going on in there. But the background to me, even though it has this like smoky atmospheric look to it, there's not a lot going on back there. And I do feel that it's pretty underworked. And so, Tegan, if you're watching, I don't really know exactly what your process is in terms of development of the background and the figure. But at least when I look at this piece right now, I guess what I'm going to say is you can only do the smoky, hazy, bright, intense highlight, lighting, atmosphere for so long. Because that is going to become a crutch that you're going to start to rely on, and you're not going to try to travel and find other options. Because let's take a quick pass at some of these other ones. Okay, so like this one has that one like bright, blinding highlight. This one, not so much, but it definitely has like a lighting situation. This one's a little bit better. This one does not have the same thing. Okay, this one has the like blinding light. This one has it too. So I would say, Tegan, looking at these images, you can stick with dramatic lighting, but I think that you want to start to study how light changes depending on the situation, depending on the context, because lighting is a very complex thing. There's so many variations of it, there's so many colors of it, the way it falls, the way it interacts. And so I would just say, Tegan, you have to dramatically expand your vocabulary in lighting because you have some diversity in the lights. It's not the same thing all the time, but I want you to develop more sensitivity to see some of the differences in the lighting situations because you're off to a good start, but I don't feel yet that you really know the language of light. Like, it actually might be worth it for you to take a lighting class. Like, I know that oftentimes in a lot of art schools they have like a lighting class in like the film department. So you're not a film major, but that doesn't mean you can't take a lighting class. Like, if lighting really is this important to you, and I think it is based on your artwork, is absolutely is something I would try to do. Alice is saying, I'm horrible at backgrounds. I think the backgrounds require almost as much effort as the central piece. I think in some ways, Alice, the backgrounds, it's like invisible work. It's like when the backgrounds really do their job really well, you don't notice them that much. They just do the heavy lifting, but you don't have to really acknowledge it. And most people will go, oh my God, the figure. But it's like they don't realize that the background is like doing half the work. Yo is saying the face looks like your generic robot face, but I love everything else. It's really hard, I think, to come up with faces in contexts like this that feel really unique. I mean, I would also argue with anatomy, like, guys, why does it have to be that same pectoralis major with the nice big adont? Like, there's so many other types of anatomy that you could really look at. And it's like, why do all of the bodies have to look so, like, robust? Like, I think it'd be really cool, actually. Like, what if you took this character, what would this character look like if it was an elderly version? Now that would be different because I think people are so obsessed with like, oh, these big robust bodies and stuff like that. But I just think that you could do something more unique. Okay, this piece I think is a very exciting piece in terms of temperature. So, one thing I want you guys to notice, if you look at the scene on the left hand side, this is like super blinding high contrast, okay? And you've got like heat coming out of the left hand side, like this lava pit that's coming in. And then if you guys go in and you look at the middle, this is like cold frosty blue. And I love that. I think it's a really nice contrast because it's like a very opaque frosty blue. But then when we move over to the right hand side, it becomes almost this like translucent, like candle like moment. So I feel like the color scheme behind this one, I'm definitely going to get on board with. I feel like the figure that's on the far left, it's to me, it's really generic. I mean, it just looks like every heavy metal, I got a skull with snakes coming out of it. The part of this figure I do like is the wings. Because they're not really wings, are they? They're sort of like shaggy wings. Like they're strange. I like that. I can't quite put my finger on what those wings really look like. But the rest of it, like the horns and the sky, I've seen that 1,000 times. So I think, Tegan, you're in a tough spot because this is a genre where people are just so familiar with all of the stereotypes and all the images that are done over and over and over again. It's like, how do you get yourself to really stand out? Like, picture this. I know this sounds really weird. What if this was just wings with nothing else? No torso, no skull, not like you would not see that. Most people would expect there to be a body. And so it's sort of like you fake people out a little bit. Now, a lot of the things I'm saying are probably over the top and probably not what you want to do, Tegan, but I'm just trying to get you to think differently than what you expect to see. And Alice is saying the rib cage is shaped like the pectorals in the other piece. Yeah, it was the same generic, I'm a buff person. Okay, so let's look at number 3. This piece, I'll look at some of the close ups, but I think one of the signals I think of a good composition is if I look at the image really small and I blur my eyes a little bit, it's like, is there still something to look at? And my answer to that is no. Because when I look at this, first of all, it's dead center. I don't really know why. I mean, I'm going to take a closer look, but I guess I see runes down there at the bottom. Maybe I'm incorrect. I don't really know, but that's sort of what it reminds me of. And let's see, innuendo is saying a demon made entirely out of wings would definitely be entertaining. I'll give you that. I mean, at the very least, it's different. It's not the normal skull with stuff on top of it. And I think that's what it is. It's like when people see digital painting with concept art, I think you set them up to expect to see a certain type of thing. And when you break from that, that's when it becomes more disruptive in a way that people will remember. Okay, so let's look at this up close. This one is more unique. Like, I look at this figure, I don't totally know what I'm looking at. I mean, for me, I can't look at this and not see female genitalia. That's pretty much what it is to me. I don't know if anybody else is seeing that. Oh, you're Tegan. Okay, thank you. That really helps a lot. Okay, excellent. Well, good. I'm glad you're on the stream because now we can chat through some of these things. So I don't know if anybody else saw it, but to me, this is female genitalia with flowers growing out of it or vines or something. You got to be careful because I'm guessing that's not what you were wanting to do here. But it's easy for people to get into a lot of that, and then it's like, oh man, we're going off in this whole other area, which is not so fun. It's a strange shape, but this is actually a narwhal skull. Actually, I did know that when I was reading these images earlier. I figured it was a narwhal skull, but you didn't do your research, did you? Because it looks sort of fake. Let me look at the other side. Yeah, it looks really fake on this side. Like, these look like party hats. Like, that's not really happening right now. And let's see. Yo is commenting on the symbolism. Let's go back to the full image. Written symbol is usually not a great idea because very few people would recognize it. Are there people inside there? I'm not sure. I mean, I just feel, Tegan, that there's like a real disconnect between this figure at the top. Like, does that figure have legs? It's hard to see because I'm looking at it on a pretty small screen right now. But for me, the larger issue is the ocean. The ocean is so boring. Like, nothing's happening down here. Let's go up a little. Like, yeah, like you got a couple bubbles. Like that. If that's seaweed, you got to do better, okay? Because that is there's a lot of stuff out there that's way more interesting. So, Tegan, I don't know how much reference you use for these images, but it doesn't have to be literally the thing that you want to draw. For example, you see the narwhal thing? I don't know what that's called. Like, you could say, oh, well, I'll just look up, what that looks like. But what I would do is say, well, what does that sort of look like? And I could look at that and say, well, it sort of looks like a rope to me. So instead of like using an accurate photo, I would just get a rope and have an object that I can really look at a lot more clearly. So for me, this really is an issue of space. And it's just kind of weird because it's like, I don't know, like, why are the narwhals lined up? Is this like narwhal cult and they're worshiping this female genitalia like figure? Like, I don't know. Like, you're totally losing me right now. I guess the thing is, you guys, if you do a really convincing job of doing something, I guess it's like in movies, they call it like suspension of disbelief, where like you get people to like overlook flaws in this plot or the story because there's something else so mesmerizing, okay? And so you have to get us to a point where you're doing that. And right now, I just feel like the ocean is just nothing happening there. Like, it just, that whole big shape is not happening so much. Okay, so let's look at image number 4. This is a better piece. I think this piece, to me, has more layers of depth, and it's got some areas that I would work on for sure, but this is a beautiful section. Don't you guys just love the range of colors and the shifts and just the way all those marks go on top of each other? This is a really nicely done piece, this whole section. But see, you lose me here because it's like all of a sudden this creature like thing, it doesn't fit that landscape. Like, this landscape, stylistically speaking, it's really beautifully done. And I see that you have such command over the brushwork. But if I go in here, the creature, it's like, I don't know, they look like they were cut out on a sheet of paper and just like collaged on top. Like, it's not, I don't have a problem with like the shape of the creature or anything. It's just like it doesn't belong in this world. And so I know, because you want to do concept art, like every time you're doing concept, you're building a world. And it's like, does this creature belong in this world? To me, it doesn't really, because it lacks sort of the elegance and the subtlety that I see in the rest of the space. And I think part of it is that the figure is like, it's too well defined. I feel like it sticks out too much. Actually, the part of the figure that I think is okay is the bottom of the tail, like basically where the creature touches the ground, I think is totally great. I think that's fine. It's just when you start getting close to like the neck and the horns and the eyes, it starts getting very flat and very cut out. So I would say it's like, I don't know if this creature has a waist, but like waist up is where you really need to work on it. Let's see. You'd like to go back over the figures. I think you're close. I just think that like when I look at the style of this versus this, they're really hard to believe that they belong in the same place. Now, this area I think has potential, but I do feel like these strokes at the top, they start to get a little bit too abrupt, or maybe we just need a shift of color. Like, maybe it's just a little bit too much like bluish gray. Like, I wonder if you could sneak in like maybe a little bit of raw umber. Raw umber is a very dull, like cool brown, because I think what you're dealing with here, it's like very, very subtle shifts of warm and cool. And this is too much cool for me. I think what I really liked about that first slide, this is a really great slide because it's you go back and forth between that like frosty periwinkle uh, bog. That's what it is. And then you have this like warmth of the brown. So, like, even in an image like this, which is pretty black and white, actually, it doesn't have a huge amount of color. I still think that you have to be very conscious of, okay, well, this brown is a little bit cooler. This blue is a little bit more warm. Like, you got to be like hypersensitive to that type of thing. Okay, and the victim, yes, I would agree as well, Alice, that the victim we're looking at here, it just pop up like that red does not belong in this world. That red is just so like primary red. Like I would expect something that's more like a alizarin crimson that was a little bit muted. And so just really think about like this world. Okay, so this piece feels more like a character study. It's not really in a place. So let's just look at the character study. So we have this like phoenix like top, although that bill to me just looks like a pointy mallard duck bill. It just seems a little tame. Like it seems like I'm guessing supposed to be like somewhat of a badass character. Like it's not supposed to be nice. And that was the first thing I saw. I do really like this wing. I think this wing has very beautiful like transparencies, and I like almost the shock of the white. I think is really satisfying. So really nice area here. Let's see, Yo saying, I think we're all tired and more critically disposed, but I do think this portfolio is very well put. I mean, it's a really good portfolio, Tika, and that's one of the reasons why I'm kicking your ass a little bit, because I think you can take it and I think you need it, because I suspect that for a lot of people, they would look at your portfolio and say, ah, you're fine. You got it made. You know how to articulate all these things. You know how to create a dramatic figure. For me, the star of this character is those wings. You're really good at doing wings. And so, why not, for a character like this, minimize everything else? Like, for example, I'm looking at this image here, which has like the chains wrapped around it. Like, why do you need chains? Like, the chains to me, they're not particularly well drawn. They look like, I don't know, they don't even look like chains to me. Like, they look a little too soft. They look almost like pasta or something. It's like if you're gonna bother to put chains in, they better look good. I mean, like, I really think, oh, well, you've given me permission to kick your ass. You better watch what you ask for. Okay. So I would just say, I feel like maybe what you need to do, Tegan, is you got to be a little more selective, because like that whole front of this character, you don't need all that stuff. Like if we go back to this head, like why does this creature need like a little halo around? Like it needs like a halo choker. Like what does that really contribute? So what I would say, Tegan, look at this character and say, is there anything I can take away from this character that will not destroy the character's purpose? I think you can lose the halo, and I think you can lose those chains. I don't think that this piece is going to suffer in any way, because here's the thing. I think it's wonderful that you have too much going on, by the way. It's so much easier for me to say, you got too much, remove this, this, and this. Whereas I feel like a lot of the times in critiques, I'm saying to people, you didn't do enough, I need more, you need to add this, this, and this. And then I got to wait for them to come back and add all that stuff, and then we can talk. You're coming in with way too much. And it's just a matter of sorting things through and saying, like, okay, well, this goes, this stays, that goes. And it actually, as a critic, it makes my job actually a lot easier when I don't have to like be begging people for content. It's actually much more simple. Okay, so we have this other piece, and I'm guessing this is maybe the same character, or at least, yes, this is the same character. Okay, so actually, this is nice because now we're seeing that same character within the context of an actual environment. So we can actually see how this character really is like living in this world. And you know what I think you need to do, Tegan? I think you got to take a break from human figures for a little while. Not in terms of like practicing them and drawing them, but I'm noticing that all the characters we've seen so far, they all have like human bodies. Like, yes, this is sort of like a bird-like creature, but when it comes down to it, it has a rib cage, it has a legs and arms and stuff like that. And it's like, what if you use some figure that looked nothing like a human? Like, what if you could think about some way that it was just the head and there were no limbs? Like, you got to sort of in some ways I want you to simplify, and just the figure thing is killing you right now. And I don't see that you're trying other things. I guess the only one that sort of doesn't do the figure thing so much is the character that I thought looked like female genitalia, but that's not good either, because I don't think that's what you wanted. And then this figure, what's going on with that red thing at the top? He looks like a medieval knight who is in like a time warp, and now he's like watching the big creature. I have a real problem with the knight down there at the bottom. And you might also want to think about what kind of light this is exactly. Like, does this creature have light in them? Is the light coming? Like, I almost feel like you have to like scientifically break down, how do these figures function anatomically speaking? I mean, look at Tolkien. Tolkien invented whole freaking languages for his books. It's like, I think we can do a little bit of anatomical discovery in terms of our characters. And Yo is saying the head doesn't fit the body somehow. That's my feeling. And Alice is saying, character's well done. I keep chickens. This is a nice combination between chicken and bird. Oh, okay. Interesting. I don't know. Tegan, I just sort of want to look at this and not say, okay, he was looking at a chicken, he was looking at a human, he changed this, or like, I want to look at it and say, whoa, where did this thing come from? Like, this is so foreign to me that I just have no idea. Like, one design thing that somebody told me is that if you don't know where to start, just find something and use the silhouette of that as the starting of a character. Like, I was just looking at, now you guys know what I've been eating. I was eating this like little piece of cheese. So there's like a wrapper here. Like, Tegan, look at this wrapper. What if this is the silhouette for your next character? What would you do? Like, what if this was the silhouette for your next character? Like, these look nothing like human figures. Let's see. Tegan's saying the knight I spent less time on, as I wanted it to just be a simple stand-in for a player in a video game. The swan is the big baddie. Okay, that's fine. I mean, you can definitely just say, okay, this guy's a placeholder. But if you're gonna do that, don't give him this like dopey red pretend horse mane, because that's not doing, like, if you really want us to not pay attention to the knight, just make him really, really plain. Because I think in a lot of ways, even as an illustrator, you really are like a director. Like, you're telling people, hey, look at this creature. This creature is the thing I really want you to look at. The knight is there, but don't spend a lot of time looking at him. So you got to really help me in that area. Let's see. Oh, good. Jordan's in the stream. Concept art is about answering as many questions as possible. A scientific-esque breakdown would probably be super helpful and have a logical reason as to why you're making all these decisions. Yeah, because what I see a lot with character design and creature design is a lot of times people will say, oh, well, I'm going to make the wings like this. And I'll say, well, why did you make the wings like that? Oh, well, I thought it would look cool. Or I like that shape. That shape is really awesome. And I'm like, okay, but let's go the other way around and say, why does that wing have to be that way? Is it a survival mechanism? Is it because your creature lives in the ice age and therefore they need wings that are spiky to survive a certain environment? So if you can fill in more of like the narrative, it'll actually stimulate more ideas. Because the whole, I think it looks cool, that's not going to fly later on. It's probably okay for a little while, but when you start working professionally, people are going to call you out on that stuff. Okay, so let's look at number 7. So number 7 is this like diptych, and I'm very interested in this one because it's so not like anything else in this portfolio. It's much more, I think, like a fine art piece to me. I mean, it's digital, but it definitely reads more like a painting in that way. Let's see. Jordan is saying, I've gotten chewed up so much for saying it looks cool with no other justification. Yes. I mean, it's like, okay, if you're like 11, I guess you can get away with that. But if you're working in like professional industry, people are going to be like, really? Really? You're going to pull that one on me? So let's see. Alice is saying, I think that's the point. You could work more and refine every one of your characters from every angle. In a game, every creature will be seen completely sooner or later. It's not not gonna fly when talking about wings. I totally did that on purpose. No, I did not. Okay. Um, and so Tegan, I'm guessing looking at this diptych that maybe this is what you mentioned in your statement about you wanting to talk about the landscape of where you grew up in Massachusetts. So I definitely see that. I mean, to me, if I look at these two images, it's a little blatant between the, oh, this is the nice colored part, and then like, oh no, everything's destroyed and ruined, it's black and white. Like, could you reverse it and say the same thing? What if the one where the scene is wrecked is the really brightly colored one? And maybe the really nice idyllic one is the one with stark black. Like that would be new because people do expect, oh, stark, scary, black and white, something bad happened. And then people look at the, oh, nice, really beautiful oranges and reds, and this feels so comforting to me. I just think that you're really playing into a lot of stereotypes. And so I feel like what I say to a lot of students is, look, if you guys want to avoid all those cliches, what you need to do first is you need to identify that cliche. What is the cliche situation for any given scene? And then you take that cliche and then you get rid of it. You toss it out the window so that way you have to move on to something else. You got to work way harder in that sense. Okay, let's look at image number 8. Okay, so this one I'm guessing is more of probably a study so you can work on your digital technique. And I mean, I'd be very curious to see actually like some of your traditional pieces just as a contrast to see what's different. And I mean, this one has just yummy colors. I mean, this is a painting you just want to like lick it. It's just like so slick and that green and the frost and the red and it's got so much going for it, but it's also, for me, it's a little bit tame. I think that if I look at the brushwork, it's doing all the right things, but maybe that's why it needs more. Like, Tegan, could you have a part of these pieces where you really just like lose it entirely? Because you are so good at all of this that I think what's hard is really like saying, can I relinquish control in some of these areas? And it's like you teeter on that moment where it's like you almost lose control. And you really do have to let yourself lose control temporarily and then you bring it back. Because I think that someone's got to rock your boat a little bit. It's probably going to be me because that's what I do everywhere, basically. But this is a beautiful study. I just think that maybe if you're doing a study like this is the place to just mess with the whole space and just put in something that just hurts. Like, don't you guys want to just go in and disrupt that beautiful green? Like, I just want to do something to it. So, or maybe it's just because it's 4:51 and I just can't think about anything else. Actually, Jordan was asking me earlier because people ask me, "Oh, did you ever do an all-nighter when you were in art school?" I was like, "No, I never did. I never did a single all-nighter." Yeah, lame, right? I was like telling Jordan, "Oh, well, I stayed up until 5 once. That's the late." He's like, "Oh, that counts." He's like, "As long as it's after 4 a.m., that's an all-nighter." I don't think so, but anyway, that was only one time. I did not do that on a regular basis. And by the way, if you stay up all night and you're an art school student and you want to complain to me about that, I have no. I am going to play the world's tiniest violin because I just say, you know what, that's your fault. You're disorganized. Like, I don't know why at art school people feel that that's something to boast about. Like, oh, I stayed up all night. I'm so great. I'm like, no, you're disorganized and you can't manage your time. That's really what it is. So, yes, Jordan, this is my first all nighter. Apparently, well, let's see. My kids get up in like, yeah, my daughter's going to be up in like a half an hour. So, like, maybe this is my all nighter. Okay, let's look at the second piece, which is, I guess this is like a really bad snowstorm. Wow, well, at least we didn't get that kind of snowstorm tonight. Maybe this is the point where everything becomes silly. Okay, no, no, no. We're gonna stick with Professor Voice. Okay. Um, this piece actually intrigues me a lot, Tegan, because you know what's funny about it is it has that like hyper dramatic lighting situation that I expect to see when I look at more concept art stuff. But the thing is, when you zoom in, you realize, oh no, it's not that at all. It's like a little boy in the middle of a snowstorm trying to desperately shovel. That's disruptive because I don't expect to see that type of thing. Thank you very much, Alice. Wow, you guys are fantastic. You are totally like here with me. You got to egg me on so I don't lose focus what's going on. But I guess Tegan, what I'm trying to say is if I look at this, you're doing some things with the scale. Like that figure is just so small and so helpless. I mean, I like feel bad for this kid. Like it's not going to go well for this kid. That dragon will be fine. That dragon's going to go kick someone's ass, whatever. They'll be fine. This kid is not fine. And especially when I look at this like gigantic, I don't know, is this like a, I guess it's a house. It almost feels like a temple. I feel like the house actually, out of everything in this whole composition, the house you need to work on. The house, I think, God, your linear perspective, dude, you got to get on that. Linear perspective not happening right now. So I would say if you can make that really look like a suburban house, let's see, driveway completely ruined this time of year. Oh, is that what it is? But see, I really like this. And I think that's where maybe you need to explore more in the suburban home theme that you mentioned, or maybe you shouldn't keep these worlds so separate because we're looking at these images of, okay, your suburban home where you grew up, and then we're looking at like dragons and sci-fi and stuff that's really fantastical. Like, could you picture, Tegan, if those two worlds combined, what would happen? Like, what would that be? But I do really love this piece. I do think it's very touching, Dryad. It's just you gotta work on that house. If this does not, I thought it was like a temple because of the top. I thought it was like, you know, in Greece they have like those. It's not the Pantheon, the Parthenon. It's a frieze. It's like the. I feel like I'm forgetting some architectural thing. But anyway, this piece to me is the first piece we've seen so far that I really think does feel different than everything else. Okay, this piece, not so much. This is more, okay, yucky jail cell, creepy red letters on the side, dead body. Okay, yep, seen that 1,000 times. I mean, it's well done, technically speaking. I definitely acknowledge that. But it's like, how are you going to stand out from every other creepy jail cell with bad writing on it that we've seen in every single movie? And I think it's in the specifics. I think that this image is really, really empty. And so just picture this, okay? I'm not saying you should do this. Picture this exact same image, but then all of a sudden there's a piece of chocolate cake in the corner. Just picture that. How does that change this narrative? Because then all of a sudden we're saying, what? What is that piece of cake doing in there? Was it poisoned? What? Or picture this, if it's not a piece of chocolate cake, let's pretend there's a tennis ball in this space. And then you go, oh my God, did this person get hit by a tennis ball? Is that tennis ball left over? Like, you got to spark our curiosity almost by leaving clues. So one of the ways that I think about critiquing artwork is I say, okay, we're at the scene of the crime. Let's put this together. What are we really looking at here? And so I think sometimes, Tegan, if you like are very choosy about props, what do you choose to put in there? Like, I look at this person, I'm sorry I can't actually get a close-up on it because the file you sent me, I think it was like corrupted, so I ended up just taking a screenshot, so I don't have something more high resolution to be showing you, but I think that some more specifics here are definitely needed. I mean, this is linear perspective, and it's correct, but it's definitely boxy. It's like, here's my box. Yep. I mean, there's more you can do here. You got to learn 3-point perspective. 3-point perspective, that is when you start to get really weird stuff. Okay, so we also have these pieces, and this is sort of like a series. So we have this piece, we also have this piece, and okay, this is the final, like, traditional piece. These are not my favorite of your pieces. I feel that they're sort of flat looking. And also, are those supposed to be mountains back there in image number 12? Because if those are mountains, no. Uh-uh. Guys, look at mountains. Mountains are not shaped like this, okay? I know you think they are, but they're not. They're very, very different. In fact, the thing that I really enjoy about this piece, it's not actually the figure. It's actually these things up here at the top. Let's see. Icky Doodles is saying, wow, how long will this marathon run? Yeah, I don't know because we scheduled the marathon to end at 4 a.m., but we're still here. This is our last portfolio, but we're still going through it. So we'll see. Oh, thank you, Johnny, for the super chat. Oh, you're wonderful. You guys, thank you so much, you guys. Honestly, like, we could not have pulled this off without you guys cheering us on. Like, I would have just been so sad if I was like by myself, like talking about art at 4:59 a.m. right now. So, but anyway, let's get back to this piece. So these objects make me curious because I look at these and I'm like, what is that? Like, is that a demon ship? But it also looks sort of like a bird. Like this is what I mean, Tegan, when I talked about a more strange shape that doesn't reveal itself right away. This is that type of shape because it reminds me of a couple things, but I don't look at it and go, oh, it's a phoenix. Oh, it's a bird. It really sort of takes a little bit of time. And then this stuff down here at the bottom, you're not doing it with these lazy depictions of soldier spear people that we've seen in like every single Lord of the Rings movies. Just really, really generic. And I'll tell you, I think that white drawing material is very hard to use well. I'm guessing this is like Conte crayon or something on top. But Tegan, you might actually find that you're going to need multiple white media. Don't just buy Conte crayon. Don't just buy white chalk pastel. Get all kinds of whites because, wow, there's a lot of whites out there. And I think sometimes you might even just try putting like a little sprinkle of like cerulean blue in there. And so it's like, it's got a little bit of kick to it. I think it's rare that you can just use white and be done. I think most of the time white needs a little treatment to it. Like you need like a little tinge of yellow. You need a little tinge of blue. I think otherwise the white has this like chalkiness to it that I think is definitely happening here. And Tegan, I don't know if you know Song Kang's work, but Song actually, we shot 3 tutorials with her and she does beautiful mixed media pen drawings. She might be a good person to look at because she uses gesso and matte medium and she does all kinds of things. And so she ends up with like all different colors of white in her pen drawings. So you look at her stuff, she's really, really good. Okay, so let's go back. I want to take a quick look at image number 11. This one's a little bit better. I feel like the other one is really cliche. This one's better, but I think you're getting a little lazy here with your articulation. I mean, I don't mind the simplicity of it. I'm not saying that you need to have hyper detail in here, but it's like you're not really transcending the material here. It's like you're just filling it in and then leaving. Like really make this elegant. Like make this thing be more than just strokes. Like how can you really extend this? Like if I were you, I would get an eraser stick and I would just be like lovingly caressing these white strokes with your eraser and see what you can do with that. So these pieces I think can work, but you're a little bit too addicted to that like shining white light. Like we have to find a way to make that shining white light less blatantly obvious. Like if you can start putting in like more washes, like I actually think it'd be really great for you, Tegan, to try watercolor. I don't know if you've done a lot of watercolor, but I feel like with watercolor, maybe you'd have an easier time getting that like luminous quality. So take a look at that. Okay, we've got this piece here, which seems pretty large. And let's look at some of the close ups. I love this piece. I do think that some of the white, if we come back, is a little bit much. I think that the whole left hand side does feel a little flat. I mean, my favorite part of this drawing is definitely this upper section. This is where you are really doing an amazing job organizing your warm tones and your cool tones. Because does everybody see the black in the upper right hand corner is like a very cold black, like Prussian blue black. And at the bottom, it's like a warm, burnt umber. Like this really deals with color in a way that the bioluminescent figures did not. And this has like substance. Like this thing weighs 1,000 tons. It looks like bacteria that's like spreading. I mean, this thing is not good. Like I do not want to encounter whatever this thing is. It's really scary looking. And I also think, Tegan, you got to spend more time maybe making some pieces that are less recognizable. I mean, I'm wondering if maybe that's the reason why I really responded to the image of the little boy that was in the snow, because actually a lot of this image is not recognizable. The house is recognizable and so is the kid, but the stuff in the background, I mean, I'm sort of imagining that it's snow covering trees, but it's also not that straightforward. And so I think you have to stop giving us so much information. Like you're explaining too much. I'm sure you've heard 1,000 times that illustration: show, don't tell. You're telling me everything. And I'm going, don't talk to me. Please don't ruin the plot. Like that's not fun. So don't give me all that information. Like I think what's really, really hard about being an artist is you have to simultaneously make the assumption that your audience is incredibly smart and capable of inventing and interpreting and thinking. But you still have to assume they know nothing and that you will have to give them everything. And that's a total contradiction. And I don't know what that means. But what I do know is that I want to say thank you to our top supporters. And I've never been so happy to say this as an announcement. And thank you guys for coming along with us on this journey. We can now say we streamed for 9 hours straight. Okay, so this is not an 8-hour marathon, guys. This is a 9-hour marathon. And Tegan, I hope that critique was useful to you. Thank you so much, everybody who listened, who participated, who wished us happy birthday. I am like, man, oh, Jordan, you're still awake? You're supposed to be asleep. I took over the last portfolio because I was like, man, I can't make him stay up this late. This is like really mean. How many portfolios are critiqued? We critiqued 16 portfolios today. So that's pretty good. I'd say that's a world record. I guess next year we'll have to stream for 10 hours straight. We'll have to see. But thank you so much, everybody. And I will see you next time. Bye.